Section 31 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1763 to 1812, Part 2. Up the Michilimackinac, similar scenes were enacted. Major Earthington and Captain Leslie had some 35 soldiers. There were also hosts of traders outside the walls, among whom was Alexander Henry of Montreal. Word had come of Pontiac at Detroit, but Etherington did not realize that the uprising was general. June 4th was the King's birthday. Shops had been closed. Flags blew above the fort. Gates were wide open. Squaws with heads under shawls sat hunched around the house steps, with that concealed beneath their shawls which the English did not guess. All the men except Henry, who was writing letters, and some Frenchmen who understood the danger signs, had gone outside the gates to watch a fast and furious game of lacrosse. Again and again the ball came bounding towards the fort gates, only to be whisked to the other end of the field by a deft toss, followed by the swift runners. No one was louder in applause than Etherington. The officers were completely off guard. Suddenly the crowd swayed, gave way, opened, and down the fields towards the fort gates surged the players. A dexterous pitch. The ball was inside the fort. After it dashed the Indians. In a flash weapons were grasped from the shawls of the squaws. Musket and knife did the rest. When Henry heard the war whoop and looked from a window, he saw Indian warriors bending to drink the blood of the hearts that were yet warm. For 2 days Henry lived in the rubbish heap of the attic in the house of Langlade, a pioneer of Wisconsin. Of the whites at Michilimackinac, only 20 escaped death, and they were carried prisoners to the lower country for ransom. From Virginia to Lake Superior, such was the Indian war known as Pontiac's campaign. Fort Pitt held out like Detroit. Niagara was too strong for assault, but in September 24 soldiers who had been protecting Portage past the falls were waylaid and driven over the precipice at the place called Devil's Hole. More soldiers sent to the rescue met like fate, horses and wagons being stampeded over the rocks, 70 men in all being hurled to death in the wild canyon. Amherst, who was a military commander at the time, was driven nearly out of his senses. A foe like the French, who would stand and do battle, he could fight. But this phantom foe, that vanished like mist through the woods, baffled the English soldier. In less than 6 months 2,000 whites had been slain, and Amherst could not even find his foe, let alone strike him. Can we not inoculate them with smallpox, or set bloodhounds to track them? He writes distractedly. By the summer of 1764, the English had taken the war path. Bradstreet was to go up the lakes with 1,200 men. Bouquet, with like forces, to follow the old Pennsylvania road to the Ohio. Both generals to unite somewhere south of Lake Erie. Of Bradstreet the least said the better. He had done well in the Great War when he captured Fort Frontenac almost without a blow, but now he strangely played the fool. He seemed to think that peace at any price, was the object, whereas peace that is not a victory is worthless with the Indian. Deputies met him on the 12th of August near Presque Isle, Lake Erie. They carried no wampum belts and were really spies. Without demanding reparation, without a word as to restoring harried captives, without hostages for good conduct, Bradstreet entered into a fool's peace with his foes, proceeded up to Detroit, and was back at Niagara by winter, though he must have realized the worthlessness of the campaign when his messengers sent to the Illinois were ambushed. When Bouquet heard of the sham peace, he was furious and repudiated Bradstreet's treaty in toto. Bouquet was a veteran of the Great War, and he knew bushfighting from 7 years' experience on Pennsylvania frontiers. Slowly, with his 1,500 Rangers and 500 Highlanders, express riders keeping the trail open from fort to fort, scouts to fore, Bouquet moved along the old army trail used by Forbes to reach Fort Pitt. Friendly Indians had been warned to keep green branches as signals in the muzzles of their guns. All others were to be shot without mercy. Indians vanished before his march, like mist before the sun. August 5th found Bouquet south of Fort Pitt at a place known as Bushy Run. The scouts had gone ahead to prepare nooning for the army at the Run. In 7 hours the men had marched 17 miles in spite of sweltering heat. But at 1, just as the thirsty columns were nearing the rest place, the crack, crack, crack of rifle shots to the fore set every man's blood jumping. From quick march they broke to a run, priming guns, ball in mouth, as they ran. A moment later the old trick of Braddock's ambush was being repeated, but this time the Indians were dealing with a seasoned man. Bouquet swung his fighters in a circle round the stampeding horses and provision wagons. The heat was terrific, the men almost mad with thirst, the horses neighing and plunging and breaking away to the woods, and the army stood, a red-coated tartan-plaid target for invisible foes. But this time the men were fighting as Indians fight, breaking ranks, jumping from tree to tree. It isn't easy to keep men standing as targets when they can't get at the foe, but Bouquet, riding from place to place, kept his men in hand till darkness screened them. 60 had fallen. A circular barricade was built of flour bags. Inside this the wounded were laid, and the army camped without water. The agonies of that night need not be told. Here the neighing of horses would bring down a clatter of bullets aimed in the dark, and the groans of the wounded, trampled by the stampeding cavalcade, would mingle with the screams of terror from the horses. The night continued hot almost as day in the sultry forest, and the thirst with both man and beast became anguish. Another such day and another such night, and Bouquet could foresee his fate would be worse than Braddock's. Passing from man to man, he gave the army their instructions for the next day. They would form into 3 platoons, with the center battalion advance to the fore, as if to lead attack. Suddenly the center was to feign defeat, and turn as if in panic flight. It was to be guessed that the Indians would pursue headlong. Instantly the flank battalions were to sweep through the woods in wide circle and close in on the rear of the savages. Then the fleeing center was to turn. The savages would be surrounded. Daybreak came with a crackling of shots from ambush. Officers and men carried out instructions exactly as Bouquet had planned. At 10 o'clock the center column broke ranks, wavered, turned, fled in wild panic. With the whooping of a wolf pack in full cry, the savages burst from ambush in pursuit. The sides deployed. A moment later the center had turned to fight the pursuer, and the Highlanders broke from the woods, yelling their slogan, with broadswords cutting a terrible hand-to-hand swath. 60 Indians were slashed to death in as many seconds. Though the British lost 115, killed and wounded, the Indians were in full flight, blind terror at their heels. The way was now open to Fort Pitt, but Bouquet did not dally inside the palisades. On down the Ohio he pursued the panic-stricken savages, pausing neither for deputies nor reinforcements. At Muskingum Creek the Indians sent back the old men to sue objectively for peace at any cost. Bouquet met them with the stern front that never fails to win respect. They need not palm off their lie that the fault lay with the foolish young warriors. If the old chiefs would not control the young braves, then the whole tribe, the whole Indian race, must pay the penalty. In terror the deputies hung their heads. He would not even discuss the terms of peace. Bouquet declared, till the Indians restored every captive, man, woman, and child, even the child of Indian parentage born in captivity. The captives must be given suitable clothing, horses, and presents. 12 days only would he permit them to gather the captives. If man, woman, or child were lacking on the 12th day, he would pursue them and punish them to the utmost ends of earth. The Indians were dumbfounded. These were not soft words. Nor thus had the French spoken, with the giving of manifold presents. But powder was exhausted. No more was coming from the French traders of the Mississippi. Winter was approaching, and the Indians must hunt or starve. Again the couriers are sent spurring the woods from tribe to tribe with wampum belts, but this time the belts are the white bands of peace. While Bouquet waits he sends back over the trail for hospital nurses to receive the captives, and the army is sent knocking up rude barricades of log and thatch in the wilderness. Then the captives begin to come. It is a scene for the brush of artist, for the all-frontier men who have lost friends have rallied to Bouquet's camp, hoping against hope and afraid to hope. There is the mother whose infant child has been snatched from her arms in some frontier attack, now scanning the lines as they come in, mad with hope and fear. There is the husband whose wife has been torn away to some savage's teepee, searching among the sad, wild-eyed, ill-clad rabble for one with some resemblance to the wife he loved. There is the father seeking lost daughters and afraid of what he may find. And there are the captives themselves, some of the women demented from the abuse they have received. England may have spent her millions to protect her colonies, but she never spent in anguish what these rude frontiersmen suffered at Bouquet's camp. So ended what is known as the Pontiac War. Up at Detroit in 1765, Pontiac, in council with the whites, explained that he has listened to bad advice, but now his heart is right. "Father, you have stopped the rum barrel while we talked," he says grimly. "As our business is finished, we request that you open the barrel, and that we may drink and be merry." Not a very heroic curtain fall to a dramatic life, but pause a bit. The Pontiac War was the last united stand of a doomed race against the advance of the conquering alien, and the Indian is defeated, and he knows it, and he acknowledges it, and he drowns his despair in a vice, and so he passes down the long trail of time, with his face to the west, doomed, hopeless, pushed westward and ever west. Pontiac goes down the Mississippi to his friends, the fur traders of St. Louis. One morning in 1767, after a drinking bout, he is found across the river, lying in camp, with his skull split to the neck. By the sword he had lived, by the sword he perished. Was the murder the result of a drunken quarrel, or did some frenzied frontiersman with deathless woes bribe the hand of the assassin? The truth of this matter is unknown, and Pontiac's death remains a theme for fiction. What with struggles for power and Indian wars, One might think that the few hundred English colonists of Quebec and Montreal had all they could do. Not so. Their quarrels with the French Catholics and fights with the Indians are merely incidental to the main aim of their lives, to the one object that has brought them stampeding to Canada as to a new gold field, namely, quick way to wealth. And the only quick way to wealth was by the fur trade. In the wilderness of the up-country wander some 2,000 or 3,000 cast-off wood rovers of the old French fur trade. As the prodigals come down to Ottawa, down the Detroit, down the St. Lawrence, the English and Scotch merchants of Montreal and Quebec meet them. Mighty names those merchants have in history now. McGillivrys and Mackenzies and McGills and Henrys and McLeods and McGregors and Ogilvies and McTavishes and Camerons. But at this period of the game, the most of them were what we today would call petty merchants or peddlers. In their storehouses, small one-story frame affairs, were packed goods for trade. With these goods they quickly outfitted the French bush rover, $3,000 worth to a canoe, and packed the fellow back to the wilderness to trade on shares before any rival firm could hire him. Within 5 years of Wolfe's victory in 1759, all the French bushrovers of the up-country had been re-engaged by merchants of Montreal and Quebec. Then imperceptible changes came. The changes that work so silently they are like destiny. Because it is unsafe to let the rascal bushrovers and voyageurs go off by themselves with $3,000 worth to the canoe load, the merchants began to accompany them westward. Bourgeois, the voyageurs called their outfitters. Then, because success in fur trade must be kept secret, the merchants ceased to have their men come down to Montreal. They meet them with the goods halfway, at La Vérendrye's old stamping ground on Lake Superior, first at the place called Grand Portage, then, when the United States boundary is changed in 1783, at Kaministiquia, or modern Fort William, named after William McGillivray. Pontiac's war puts a stop to the new trade, but by 1766 the merchants are west again. Henry goes up the Saskatchewan to the Forks, and comes back with such wealth of furs he retires a rich magnate of Montreal. The Frobisher brothers strike for a new hunting ground. So do Peter Pond and Bostonius, Pagman, and the Mackenzies, Alexander and Roderick. Instead of following up the Saskatchewan, they strike from Lake Winnipeg northward for Churchill River and Athabasca, and they bring out furs that transform those peddlers into merchant princes. A little later the chief buyer of the Montreal furs is one John Jacob Astor of New York. Then another change. Rivalry hurts the fur trade, especially do different prices demoralize the Indians. The Montreal merchants pool their capital and become known as the Northwest Fur Company. They now hire their voyageurs outright on salary. No man is paid less than what would be $500 in modern money with board, and any man may rise to be clerk, trader, wintering partner, with shares worth £800, $4,000, that brings dividends of 200 and 300%. The petty merchants whom Murray and Carleton despised become in 20 years the opulent aristocracy of Montreal, holding the most of the public offices, dominating the government, filling the judgeships, and entertaining with a lavish hospitality that put vice-regal splendor in the shade. The Beaver Club is the great rendezvous of the Montreal partners. Fortitude in distress is the motto, and lords of the ascendant is their practice. No man, neither governor nor judge, may ignore these Nor'westers, and it may be added that they are a law unto themselves. One example will suffice. A French merchant of Montreal took into his head to have a share of this wealth-giving trade. He was advised to pool his interests with the Nor'westers, and he foolishly ignored the advice. In camp at Grand Portage on Lake Superior, he is told all the country hereabout belongs to the Nor'westers, and he must decamp. "Show me proofs this country is yours," he answers. "Show me the title deed, and I shall decamp." Next night a band of Nor'westers, voyageurs well plied with rum, came down the strand to the intruder's tents. They cut his tents to ribbons, scattered his goods to the four winds, and beat his voyageurs into insensibility. "Voila! There are our proofs," they say. The French merchant hastens down to Montreal to bring lawsuit. But the judges, you must remember, are shareholders in the Northwest Company, and many of the Legislative Council are Nor'westers. What with real delays and sham delays and put-offs and legal fees, justice is a bit tardy. While the case is pending, the French merchant tries again. This time he is not molested at Fort William. They let him proceed on his way up the old trail to Lake of the Woods, the trail found by La Vérendrye, and halfway through the wilderness, where the cataract offers only one path for portage, the Frenchman finds Nor'westers building a barricade. He tears it down. They build another. He tears that down. They build a third. Fast as he tears down, they build up. He must either go back baffled by the suave, smiling, lawless rivals, or fight on the spot to the death. But there is neither glory nor wealth being killed in the wilderness, where not so much as the sands of the shore will tell the true story of the crime. So the French merchant compromises, sells out to the Nor'westers at cost plus carriage, and retires to the St. Lawrence, cursing British justice. It may be guessed that the sudden eruption of the peddlers, these bush banty, these Scotch soldiers of fortune, with French bullies for fighters, roused the ancient and honorable Hudson Bay Company from its half-century slumber of peace. Anthony Henry, who had gone up the Saskatchewan far as the Blackfoot country of the foothills, they had dismissed as a liar in the 50s because he had reported that he had seen Indians on horseback, whereas the sleepy factors of the Bay ports knew very well they had never saw any kind of Indians except Indians in canoes. But now in the 60s it is noted by the company that not so many furs are coming down from up country. It is voted the French-Canadian paddlers of Montreal be notified of the company's exclusive monopoly to the trade of these regions. One Finlay is sent to Quebec to look after the Hudson's Bay Company's rights. But while the English company talks about its rights, the Nor'westers go into the field and take them. The English company rubs its eyes and sits up and scratches its heavy head, and passes an order that Mr. Moses Norton, chief factor of Churchill, and Mr. Samuel Hearne to explore the up-country. Hearne has heard of far-away Meadow River, far enough away in all conscience from the Canadian peddlers, and thither in December 1770 he finds his way after 2 futile attempts to set out. Matonabee, great chief of the Chippewyans, is his guide. Matonabee, who brings furs from Athabasca, is now accompanied by a regiment of wives to act as beasts of burden in the sledge traces, camp servants, and cooks. Hearne sets out in midwinter in order to reach the Coppermine River in summer, by which he can descend to the Arctic in canoes. Storm or cold, bog or rock, Matonabee keeps fast pace, So fast he reaches the Great Caribou Traverse before provisions have dwindled and in time for the spring hunt. Here all the Indian hunters of the north gather twice a year to hunt the vast herds of caribou going to the seashore for summer. Back to the up country for the winter, herds in countless thousands upon thousands, such multitudes the clicking of the horns sounds like wind in a leafless forest, the tramp of the hoofs like galloping cavalry. Store of meat is laid up for Hearne's voyage by Matabee's Indians, and a band of warriors joins the expedition to go down Coppermine River. If Hearne had known Indian customs as well as he knew the fur trade, he would have known that it boded no good when Matabee ordered the women to wait for his return in the Athabasca country of the west. Absence of women on the march meant only one of two things, a war raid or hunt, and which it was soon enough Hearne learned. They had come at last on July 12, 1771, on Coppermine River, a mean little stream flowing over rocky bed in the barren lands of the Little Sticks trees, when Hearne noticed, just above a cataract, the domed teepee tops of an Eskimo camp. It was night, but as bright as day in the long light of the north. Instantly, before Hearne could stop them, his Indians had stripped as for war, and fell upon the sleeping Eskimo in ruthless massacre. Men were brained as they dashed from the domed tents, women speared as they slept, children dispatched with less thought than a white man would give to killing a fly. In vain, Hearne, with tears in his eyes, begged the Indians to stop. They laughed him to scorn, and doubtless wondered where he thought they yearly got the 10,000 beaver pelts brought to Churchill. A few days later, July 17, 1771, Hearne stood on the shores of the Arctic, heaving to the tide and afloat with ice. But the horrors of the massacre had robbed him of an explorer's exultation. Though he was first of pathfinders to reach the Arctic overland, Manatonby led Hearne back to Churchill in June of 1772 by a wide westward circle through the Athabasca Bear Lake country, which the Hudson's Bay people thus discovered only a few years before the Nor'westers came. No longer dare the Hudson's Bay Company ignore the up country. Hearne is sent to the Saskatchewan to build Fort Cumberland, and Matthew Cocking is dispatched to the country of the Blackfeet, modern Alberta, to beat up trade, where his French voyageur Louis Primeau deserts him bag and baggage to carry the Hudson's Bay furs off to the Nor'westers. No longer does the English company slumber on the shores of its frozen sea. Yearly are voyageurs sent inland, Patoons of the woods, given bounty to stay in the wilds, luring any trade from the Nor'westers. End of section 31. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 32 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1763 to 1812, Part 3. The Quebec Act, guaranteeing the rights of the French Canadians, had barely been put in force before the Congress of the revolting English colonies set up proclamations to be posted on the church doors of the parishes, calling on the French to throw off the British yoke, to join the American colonies, to seize the opportunity to be free. Unfortunately for this alluring invitation, Congress had but a few weeks previously put on record its unsparing condemnation of the Quebec Act. Inspired by those New Englanders who, for a century, had suffered from French raids, Congress had expressed its verdict on the privileges granted to Quebec in these words: "Nor can we suppress our astonishment that a British Parliament should establish a religion that has drenched your island (England) in blood." This declaration was the cardinal blunder of Congress as far as Canada was concerned. Of the merits of this quarrel the simple French habitant knew nothing. He did what his curé told him to do, and the Catholic Church would not risk casting in its lot with a Congress that declared its religion had drenched England in blood. English habitants of Montreal and Quebec, who had flocked to Canada from the New England colonies, were far readier to listen to the invitation of Congress than were the French. Governor Carleton had fewer than 800 troops, and naturally the French did not rally as volunteers in the impending war between England and her English colonies. Should the Congress troops invade Canada? The question was hanging fire when Ethan Allen, with his 200 Green Mountain Boys of Vermont, marched across to Lake Champlain in May of 1775, hobnobbed with the guards of Ticonderoga, who drank not wisely but too well, then rode by night across the Narrows and knocked at the wicket beside the main gate. The sleepy guards, not yet sober from the night's carouse, admitted the Vermonters as friends. In rushed the whole 200. In a trice the Canadian garrison of 44 were all captured, and Allen was thundering on the chamber door of Laplace, the commandant. It was 5 a.m. Laplace sprang up in his nightshirt and demanded in whose name he was ordered to surrender. Ethan Allen answered in words that have gone down in history: "In the name of the great Jehovah and the Continental Congress." Later fell Crown Point. So began the war with Canada in the Great Revolution. And now, from May to September, Arnold's Green Mountain Boys sweep from Lake Champlain down the Richelieu to the St. Lawrence. As Iberville's bold bushrovers long ago swept through these woods, however, the American rovers take no permanent occupation of the different forts on the falls of the Richelieu River, preferring rather to overrun the parishes, dispatching secret spies, and waiting for the habitants to rally. And they came once too often, once too far, these bold banditti of the wilderness, clad in buckskin, musket over shoulder, coonskin cap. Montreal is so full of spies, so full of friendlies, so full of Bostonians in sympathy with the revolutionists, that Allen feels safe in paddling across the St. Lawrence one September morning to the Montreal side with only 150 men. Montreal has grown in these 10 years to a city of some 12,000, but the gates are fast shut against the American scouts. And while Allen waits in some barns of the suburbs, presto! Out sallies Major Garden with twice as many men armed to the teeth, who assault the barns at a rush. 5 Americans drop at the first crack of the rifles. The Canadians are preparing to set fire to the barns. Allen's men will be picked off as they rush from the smoke. Wisely, he saves his Green Mountain Boys by surrender. 35 capitulate. The rest have escaped through the woods. Carleton refuses to acknowledge the captives as prisoners of war. He claps irons on their hands and irons on their feet, and places them on a vessel bound for England, to be treated as rebels to the crown. It is said those of Allen's men who deserted were French Canadians in disguise, which may explain why Carleton made such severe example of his captives and at once purged Montreal of the disaffected by compelling all who would not take arms to leave. Carleton's position was chancy enough in all conscience. The habitants were wavering. They refused point-blank to serve as volunteers. They supplied the invaders with provisions. Spies were everywhere. Practically no help could come from England till spring, and scouts brought word that 2 American armies were now marching in force on Canada. One by way of the Richelieu, 1,200 strong, led by Richard Montgomery of New York, directed against Montreal. The other by way of the Kennebec, with 1,500 men under Benedict Arnold, to attack Quebec. Carleton is at Montreal. He rushes his troops, 690 out of 800 men, up the Richelieu to hold the forts at Chambly and St. John's against Montgomery's advance. Half September and all October Montgomery camps on the plains before St. John's. His rough soldiers, clad for the most part in their shirt sleeves, trousers, and coon cap, with badges of liberty or death, worked in the cap bands, or sprigs of green put in their hats in lieu of soldiers' uniform. Inside the fort, Major Preston, the English commander, has almost 700 men, with ample powder. It is plain to Montgomery that he can win the fort in only one of 2 ways: shut off provisions and starve the garrison out, or get possession of heavy artillery to batter down the walls. It is said that fortune favors the dauntless. So it was with Montgomery, for he was enabled to besiege the fort in both ways. Carleton had rushed Colonel Maclean to the relief of St. John's with a force of French volunteers, but the French deserted en masse. Maclean was left without any soldiers. This cut off St. John's from supply of provisions. At Chambly Fort was a Major Stopford with 80 men and a supply of heavy artillery. Montgomery sent a detachment to capture Chambly for the sake of its artillery. Stopford surrendered to the Americans without a blow, and the heavy cannon were forthwith trundled along the river to Montgomery at St. John's. Preston sends frantic appeal to Carleton for help. He has reduced his garrison to half rations, to quarter rations, to very nearly no rations at all. Carleton sends back secret express. He can send no help. He has no more men. Montgomery tactfully lets the message pass in. After siege of 45 days, Preston surrenders with all the honors of war, his 688 men marching out, arms reversed, and going aboard Montgomery's ships to proceed as prisoners up Lake Champlain. The way is now open to Montreal. Benedict Arnold, meanwhile, with the army directed against Quebec, has crossed from the Kennebec to the Chaudière, paddled across St. Lawrence River, and on the very day that Montgomery troops take possession of Montreal, November 13th, Arnold's army has camped on the Plains of Abraham behind Quebec walls, whence he scatters his foragers, ravaging the countryside far west as 3 Rivers for provisions. The trials of his canoe voyage from Maine to the St. Lawrence at swift pace have been terrific. More than half his men have fallen away either from illness or open desertion. Arnold has fewer than 700 men as he waits for Montgomery at Quebec. What of Guy Carleton, the English governor now? Canada's case seems hopeless. The flower of her army had been taken prisoners, and no help could come before May. Desperate circumstances either make or break a man, prove or undo him. As reverses closed in on Carleton, like the wrestlers of old, he but took tighter grip on his resolutions. On November 11th, 2 days before Preston's men surrendered, Carleton, with 2 or 3 military officers disguised as peasants, boarded one of 3 armed vessels to go down from Montreal to Quebec. All the cannon at Montreal had been dismounted and spiked. What powder could not be carried away was buried or thrown into the river. Amid funeral silence, shaking hands sadly with the Montreal friends who had gathered at the wharf to say farewell, the English governor left Montreal. That night the wind failed, and the 3 vessels lay with limp sails. At Sorel, at Three Rivers, at every hamlet on both sides of the St. Lawrence, lay American scouts to capture the English governor. All next day the vessels lay windbound. Desperate for the fate of Quebec, Carleton embarked on a river barge propelled by sweeps. Passing Sorel at night, Carleton and his disguised officers could see the campfires of the American army. Here oars were laid aside and the raft steadied down the tide by the rowers paddling with the palms of their hands. Three Rivers was found in possession of the Americans, and a story is told of Carleton, foredone from lack of sleep, dozing in an eating-house or tavern with his head sunk forward upon his hands, when 2 or 3 American scouts broke into the room. Not a sign did the English party in peasant disguise give of alarm or uneasiness, which might have betrayed the governor. "Come, come," said one of the English officers in French, slapping Sir Guy Carleton carelessly on the back. "We must be going," and the governor escaped unsuspected. November 19th, to the unexpressible relief of Quebec, Carleton reached the capital city. Quebec now had a population of some 5,000. All able-bodied men who would not fight were expelled from the city. What with the small garrison, some marines who happened to be in port, and the citizens themselves, 1,800 defenders were mustered. On the walls were 150 heavy cannon, and all the streets leading from Lower to Upper Town had been barricaded with cannon mounted above. At each of the city gates were posted battalions. Sentries never left the walls, and the whole army literally slept in its boots. It will be remembered that the natural position of Quebec was worth an army in itself. On all sides there was access only by steepest climb. In front, where the modern visitor ascends from the wharf to Upper Town by Mountain Street, steep as a stair, barricades had been built. To the right, where flows St. Charles River past Lower Town, platforms mounted with cannon guarded approach. To the rear was the wall behind which camped Arnold. To the left, sheer precipice, above which the defenders had suspended swinging lanterns that lighted up every movement on the path below along the St. Lawrence. Early in December comes Montgomery himself to Quebec, on the very ships which Carleton had abandoned. Carleton refuses even the letter demanding surrender. Montgomery is warned that forthwith any messenger sent to the walls would come at peril of being shot as a rebel. Henceforth what communication Montgomery has with the inhabitants must be by throwing proclamations inside, or bribing old habitant women as carriers. For the habitants continue to pass in and out of the city with provisions, and a deserter presently brings word that Montgomery has declared he will eat his Christmas dinner in Quebec or in hell. Whereupon Carleton retorts, he may choose his own place, but he shan't eat in Quebec. Montgomery was now in the same position as Wolfe at the Great Siege. His troops daily grew more ragged. Many were without shoes, and smallpox was raging in his camp. He could not tempt his foe to come out and fight. Therefore he must assault the foe in its own stronghold. It will be remembered Wolfe had feigned attack to the fore, and made the real attack to the rear. Montgomery reversed the process. He feigned attack to the rear gates of St. John and St. Louis, and made the real attack to the fore from the St. Charles and the St. Lawrence. While a few soldiers were to create noisy hubbub at St. John and St. Louis gates from the back of the city, Arnold was to march through Lower Town from the Charles River side, Montgomery along the narrow cliff below the citadel, through Lower Town to that steep mountain street which tourists today ascend directly from the wharves of the St. Lawrence. On the squares of Upper Town, the two armies were to unite and fight Carleton. The plan of attack practically encompassed the city from every side. Spies had brought rumors to Carleton that the signal for assault for the American troops was to be the first dark stormy night. Christmas passed quietly enough without Montgomery carrying out his threat, and on the night before New Year's all was quiet. Congress soldiers had dispersed among the taverns outside the walls, and Carleton felt so secure he had gone comfortably to bed. For a month shells from the American guns had been whizzing over Upper Town, with such small damage that citizens had continued to go about as usual. On the walls was a constant popping from the sharpshooters of both sides, and occasionally an English sentry, parading the walls at an imminent risk of being a target, would toss down a cheery "Good morrow, gentlemen," to a Congress trooper below. Then, quick as a flash, both men would lift and fire, but the results were small credit to the aim of either shooter, for the sentry would duck off the wall untouched, just as the American dashed for hiding behind barricade or house of Lower Town. Some of the Americans wanted to know what were the lanterns and lookouts which the English had constructed above the precipice of Cape Diamond. Some wag of a habitant answered these were the sign of a wooden horse with hay in front of it, and that the English general, Carleton, had said he would not surrender the town till the horse had caught up to the hay. Sulking riflemen of the Congress troops had taken refuge in the mansion of Bigot's former magnificence, the Intendant's Palace, and Carleton had ordered the cannoneers on his walls to knock the house down. So fell the house of Bigot's infamy. Towards 2 a.m. of December 31st, the wind began to blow a hurricane. The bright moonlight became obscured by flying clouds, and earth and air were wrapped in a driving storm of sleet. Instantly the Congress troops rallied to their headquarters behind the city. Montgomery at quick march swept down the steep cliff of the river to the shore road, and in the teeth of a raging wind led his men round under the heights of Cape Diamond to the harbor front. Heads lowered against the wind, coonskin caps pulled low over eyes, ash-colored flannel shirts buttoned tight to necks, gun casings and sacks wrapped loosely round loaded muskets to keep out the damp. The marchers tramped silently through the storm. Overhead was the obscured glare where the lanterns hung out in a blare of snow above Cape Diamond. Here rockets were sent up as a signal to Arnold on St. Charles River. Then Montgomery's men were among the houses of Lower Town, noting well that every window had been barricaded and darkened from cellar to attic. Somewhere along the narrow path in front of the town, Montgomery knew that barricades had been built with cannon behind, but he trusted to the storm concealing his approach till his men could capture them at a rush. At Prix de Ville, just where the traveler approaching harbor front may today see a tablet erected in memory of the invasion, was a barricade. Montgomery halted his men. Scouts returned with word that all was quiet and in darkness, the English evidently asleep, and uncovering muskets, the Congress fighters dashed forward at a run. But it was the silence that precedes the thunderclap. The English had known that the storm was to signal attack, and guessing that the rockets foretokened the assailants' approach, they had put out all lights behind the barricade. Until Montgomery's men were within a few feet of the log, there was utter quiet. Then a voice shrieked out, "Fire! Fire!" Instantly a flash of flame met the runners like a wall. Groans and screams split through the muffling storm. Montgomery and a dozen others fell dead. The rest had broken away in retreat, a rabble without a commander, carrying the wounded. Behind the barricade was almost as great confusion among the English, for Quebec's defenders were made up of boys of 15 and old men of 70, and the first crash of battle had been followed by a panic, when half the guards would have thrown down their arms if one John Coffin, an expelled royalist from Boston, had not shouted out that he would throw the first man who attempted to desert into the river. Meantime, how had it gone with Arnold? An English officer was passing near St. Louis Gate when, some time after 2 o'clock, he noticed rockets go up from the river beyond Cape Diamond. He at once sounded the alarm. Bugles called to arms, drums rolled, and every bell in the city was set ringing. In less than 10 minutes, every man of Quebec's 1,800 was in place. American soldiers marching through St. Roch, Lower Town, have described how the tolling of the bells rolling through the storm smote cold on their hearts, for they knew their designs had been discovered, and they could not turn back, for a juncture must be effected with Montgomery. A moment later the sham assaults were peppering the rear gates of Quebec, but Guy Carleton was too crafty a campaigner to be tracked by any sham. He rightly guessed that the real attack would be made on one of the two weaker spots leading up from Lower Town. "Now is the time to show what stuff you are made of," he called to the soldiers as he ordered more detachments to the place whence came crash of heaviest firing. This was at Sault-au-Malot Street, a narrow, steep thoroughfare barely 20 feet from side to side. Up this little tunnel of a street Arnold had rushed his men, surmounting one barricade where they exchanged their own wet muskets for the dry guns of the English deserters, dashing into houses to get possession of windows as vantage points over, some accounts say, yet another obstruction, till his whole army was cooped up in a canyon of a street, directly below the hill front on which had been erected a platform with heavy guns. It was a gallant rush, but it was futile, for now Carleton outgeneraled Arnold. Guessing from the distance of the shots that the attack to the rear was sheer sham, the English general rushed his fighters downhill by another gate to catch Arnold on the rear. Quebec houses are built close and cramped. While these troops were stealing in behind Arnold to close on him like a trap, it was an easy trick for another English battalion to scramble over house roofs, over back walls, and up the very stairs of houses where Arnold's troops were guarding the windows. Then Arnold was carried past his men badly wounded. "We are sold," muttered the Congress troops, caught like rats in a trap. Still they pressed toward in hand-to-hand scuffle, with shots at such close range the Boston soldiers were shouting, "Quebec men, do not fire on your true friends!" With absurd pitching of each other by the scruff of the neck from the windows, daylight only served to make plainer the desperate plight of the entrapped raiders. At 10 o'clock 500 Congress soldiers surrendered. It must not for one moment be forgotten that each side was fighting gallantly for what it believed to be right, and each bore the other the respect due to a good fighter and upright foe. In fact, with the exception of 2 or 3 episodes mutually regretted, It may be said there were fewer bitter thoughts that New Year's morning than have arisen since from this war. The captured Americans had barely been sent to quarters in convents and hospitals before a Quebec merchant sent them a gift of several hogsheads of porter. When the bodies of Montgomery and his fellow comrades in death were found under the snowdrifts, they were reverently removed and interred with the honors of war just inside St. Louis Gate. End of section 32. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 33 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1763 to 1812, Part 4. Though the invaders were defeated, Quebec continued to be invested till spring, the thud of exploding bombs doing little harm except in the case of one family, during spring, when the shell fell through the roof to a dining-room table, killing a son where he sat at dinner. As the ice cleared from the river in spring, both sides were on the watch for first aid. Would Congress send up more soldiers on transports, or would English frigates be rushed to the aid of Quebec? The Americans were now having trouble collecting food from the habitants, for the French doubled the invaders' success, and Congress paper money would be worthless to the holders. One beautiful clear May moonlight night, a vessel was espied between 9 and 10 at night, coming up the river full sail before the wind. Was she friend or foe? Carleton and his officers gazed anxiously from the citadel. Guns were fired as signal. No answer came from the ship. Again she was hailed, and again, yet she failed to hang out English colors. Carleton then signaled he would sink her, and set the rampart cannon sweeping her bows. In a second she was ablaze, a fire ship sent by the enemy loaded with shells and grenades and bombs that shot off like a fusillade of rockets. At the same time a boat was seen rowing from the far side of her with terrific speed. Carleton's precaution had prevented the destruction of the harbor fleet. 3 days later, at 6 in the morning, the firing of great guns announced the coming of an English frigate. At once every man, woman, and child of Quebec poured down to the harbor front, half-dressed, mad with joy. By midday Guy Carleton had led 800 soldiers out of the plains of Abraham to give battle against the Americans. But General Thomas of the Congress Army did not wait. Such swift flight was taken that artillery, stores, tents, uneaten dinners cooked and on the table were abandoned to Carleton's men. General Thomas himself died of smallpox at Sorel. At Montreal all was confusion. The city had been but marking time, pending the swing of victory at Quebec. In the spring of 1776, Congress had sent 3 commissioners to Montreal to win Canada for the new republic. One was the famous Benjamin Franklin, another a prominent Catholic, but the French-Canadian clergy refused to forget the attack of Congress on the Quebec Act and remained loyal to England. For almost a year, in desultory fashion, the campaign against Canada dragged on. Carleton reoccupying and fortifying Montreal, Three Rivers, St. John's, and Chambly, then pushing up Champlain Lake in October of 1776, with 3 large vessels and 90 small ones. Between Valcour Island and the mainland he caught Benedict Arnold with the Congress boats on October 11th, and succeeded in battering them to pieces before Arnold could extricate them. As the boats sank, the American crews escaped ashore, but the English went no farther south than Crown Point this year. If Carleton had failed at Quebec, there can be no doubt Canada would have been permanently lost to England, for the following year France openly espoused the cause of Congress, and proclamations were secretly smuggled all through Canada to be posted on church doors, calling on Canadians to remain loyal to France. Curiously enough, it was Washington, the leader of the Americans, who checkmated this move. With a wisdom almost prophetic, he foresaw that if France helped the United States and then demanded Canada as her reward, the old border warfare would be renewed with tenfold more terror. No longer would it be bushrover pitted against frontiersmen. It would be France against Congress, and Washington refused to give the aid of Congress to the scheme of France embroiling America in European wars. The story of how Clark, the American, won the Mississippi forts for Congress is not part of Canada's history, nor are the terrible border raids of Butler and Brant, the Mohawk, who sided with the English and left the Wyoming Valley south of the Iroquois Confederacy a blackened wilderness, and the homes of 1,000 settlers smoking ruins. It is this last raid which gave the poet Campbell his theme in Gertrude of Wyoming. By the Treaty of Versailles in 1783, England acknowledged the independence of the United States, and Canada's area was shorn of her fairest territory by one fell swath. Instead of the Ohio being the southern boundary, the middle line of the Great Lakes divided Canada from her southern neighbor. The river St. Croix was to separate Maine from New Brunswick. The sole explanation of this loss to Canada was that the American commissioners knew their business and the value of the ceded territory, and the English commissioners did not. It was one of the many conspicuous examples of what loyalty has cost Canada. England is to give up the western posts to the United States, from Miami to Detroit and Michilimackinac and Grand Portage. In return, the United States federal government is to recommend to the states' governments that all property confiscated from Royalists during the war be restored. General Haldimand, a Swiss who has served in the 7 Years' War, succeeds Carleton as governor in 1778. The times are troublous. There is still a party in favor of Congress. The great unrest, which ends in the French Revolution, disturbs habitants' life. Then that provision of the Quebec Act by which legislative councillors were to be nominated by the Crown works badly. Councillors, judges, Crown attorneys, even bailiffs are appointed by the Colonial Office of London, and find it more to their interest to stay currying favour in London than to attend to their duties in Canada. The country is cursed by the evil of absent office-holders, who draw salaries and appoint incompetent deputies to do the work. As for the social unrest that fills the air, Haldimand clasps the malcontents in jail till the storm blows over. But the tricks of speculators who have flocked to Canada give trouble of another sort. Naturally, the ring of English speculators, rather than the impoverished French, become ascendant in foreign trade, and during the American War the ring got such complete control of the wheat supply that bread jumped to famine price. Just as he had dealt with the malcontents soldier fashion, So Haldimand now had a law passing forbidding tricks with the price of wheat. Like Carleton, Haldimand too came down hard on the land jobbers, who tried to jockey poor French peasants out of their farms for bailiffs' fees. It may be guessed that Haldimand was not a popular governor with the English clique. Nevertheless, he kept sumptuous bachelor quarters at his mansion near Montmorency Falls, was a prime favorite with the poor and with the soldiers, and sometimes designed to take lessons in pickle-making and home-keeping from the grand dames of Quebec. In 1786, Carleton comes back as Lord Dorchester. Congress had promised to protect the property of those royalists who had fought on the losing side in the American Revolution. But for reasons beyond the control of Congress, that promise could not be carried out. It was not Congress but the local governments of each individual state that controlled property rights. In vain Congress recommended the states' governments to restore the property confiscated from the Royalists. The states' governments were in a condition of chaos, packed by jobbers and land-grabbers and the riffraff that always infest the beginnings of a nation. Instead of protecting the Royalists, the states' governments passed laws confiscating more property and depriving those who had fought for England of even holding office. It was easy for the tricksters who had got possession of Loyalist lands to create a social ostracism that endangered the very lives of the beaten Royalists, and there set towards Canada the great emigration of the United Empire Loyalists. To Nova Scotia, to Brunswick, to Prince Edward Island, to Ontario, they came from Virginia and Pennsylvania and New York and Massachusetts and Vermont, in thousands upon thousands. The story of their sufferings and far wanderings has never been told and probably never will, for there is little official record of it, but it can be likened only to the expulsion of the Acadians multiplied by 100-fold. To the maritime provinces along came more than 30,000 people. To the eastern townships of Quebec, to the regions of Kingston and Niagara and Toronto in Ontario, came some 20,000 more. It needs no trick of fancy to call up the scene, and one marvels that neither poet nor novelist has yet made use of it. Here were fine old Royalist officers of New York reduced from opulence to penury, from wealth to such absolute destitution they had neither clothing nor food, nor money to pay ship's passage away, now crowded with their families and such wrecks of household goods as had escaped raid and fire on some cheap government transport or fishing schooner bound from New York harbor to Halifax or Fundy Bay. Of the 13,000 people bound for Halifax, there can scarcely be a family that has not lost brothers or sons in the war. Family plate, old laces, heirlooms, even the father's sword in some cases, have long ago been pawned for food. If one finds, as one does find all through Nova Scotia, find old mahogany and walnut furniture brought across by the Loyalists, it is only because walnut and mahogany were not valued at the time of the Revolution as they are today, and instead of welcome at Halifax, the refugees met with absolute consternation. What is a town of 5,000 people to do with so many hungry visitants? Are they quartered about in churches, in barracks, in halls knocked up, till they can be sent to farms? And these are not common immigrants coming fresh from toil in the fields of Europe. They are gently nurtured men and women, representing the aristocracy and wealth and conservatism of New York. This explains why one finds among the prominent families of Nova Scotia the same names as among the most prominent families of Massachusetts and New York. To the officers and heads of families, the English government granted from 2,000 to 5,000 acres each, and to sons and daughters of Loyalists 200 acres each, besides £3,000,000 in cash, as necessity for it arose. On the north side of Fundy Bay, hardships were even greater, for the Loyalists landed from their ships on the homeless shores of the wildwood wilderness. Rude log cabins of thatch roof and plaster walls were knocked up, and there began round the log cabin that tiny clearing which was to expand into the farm. The coming of the Loyalists really peopled both New Brunswick and Prince Edward Island, the former becoming a separate province in 1784, named after the ruling house of England, the latter named after the Duke of Kent, who was in command of the garrison at Charlottetown. More strenuous still was the migration of the United Empire Loyalists from the south. Rich old planters of Virginia and Maryland, who had had their colored servants by the score, now came with their families in rude tented wagons, fine Chippendales jumbled with heavy mahogany furnishings, up the old Cumberland Army Road to the Ohio, and across from the Ohio to the southern townships of Quebec, to the backwoods of Niagara and Kingston and Toronto and modern Hamilton, and west as far as what is now known as London. I have heard descendants of these old Southern Loyalists tell how hopelessly helpless were these planter families, and used to hundreds of Negro servants, and now bereft of help in a backwoods wilderness. It took but a year or so to wear out the fine laces and pompous ruffles of their aristocratic clothing, and men and women alike were reduced to the backwoods costume of coon cap, homespun garments, and Indian moccasins. Often one could witness such anomalies in their log cabins, as gilt mirrors and spindly glass cabinets ranged in the same apartment as stove and cooking utensils. If the health of the father failed or the war had left him crippled, there was nothing for it but for the mother to take the helm, and many a Canadian can trace lineage back to a United Empire Loyalist woman who planted the first crop by hand with a hoe and reaped the first crop by hand with a sickle. Sometimes the jovial habits of the planter life came with the Loyalists to Canada, and winter witnessed furbishing up of old flounces and laces to celebrate all-night dance in log houses where partitions were carpets and tapestries hung up as walls. Sometimes, too, at least, I have heard descendants of the Eastern Township people tell the story. The jovial habits kept the father tippling and card-playing at the village inn, while the lonely mother kept watch and ward in the cabin of the snow-padded forests. Of necessity, the Loyalists banded together to help one another. There were sugarings off in the maple woods every spring for the year's supply of homemade sugar. Glorious nights and days in the spring forests, with the sap trickling from the trees to the scooped-out troughs, with the grown-ups working over the huge kettle where the molasses was being boiled to sugar, with the young of heart, big and little, gathering round the huge bonfires at night in the woods for the sport of a taffy pull, with molasses dripping on sticks and huge wooden spoons taken from the pot. There were threshings when the neighbors gathered together to help one another beat out their grain from the straw with a flail. There were harvest homes and quilting bees and loggings and barn raisings. Clothes were handmade, sugar was homemade, soap was homemade, and for years and years the only tea known was made from steeping dry leaves gathered in the woods. the only coffee made from burnt peas ground up. Such were the United Empire Loyalists, whose lives some unheralded poet will yet sing, not an unfit stock for a nation's empire builders. At the same time that the Loyalists came to Canada, came Joseph Brant, the Onondaga, the Mohawk, with the remnant of his tribe who had fought for the English. To them the government granted some 700,000 acres in Ontario. It is not surprising that the United Empire Loyalists objected to living under the French laws of the Quebec Act. They had fought for England against Congress, but they wanted representative government, and the Constitutional Act was passed in 1791, dividing the country into Upper and Lower Canada, each to have its own parliament consisting of a governor, a legislative council appointed by the crown, and an assembly elected by the people. There was to be no religious test. Naturally, old French laws would prevail in Quebec, English laws in Ontario or Upper Canada. By this act, too, land known as the clergy reserves was set apart for the Protestant Church. The first Parliament in Quebec met in the Bishop's Palace in December of 1792, the first Parliament of Ontario in Newark or Niagara in September of the same year, the most of the newly elected members coming by canoe and dugout, and, as the Indian summer of that autumn proved hot, holding many of the sessions in shirt-sleeves out under the trees. Lieutenant Governor Simcoe reporting that the electors seemed to have favored men of the lower order, who kept but one table and ate with their servants. The earlier sessions of the Ontario House were marked by acts to remove the capital from the boundary across to Toronto, and to legalize marriages by Protestant clergymen other than of the English Church. It is amusing to read how Governor Simcoe regarded the marriage bill as an opening of the floodgates to republicanism. But for all their shirt-sleeves, the legislators enjoyed themselves and danced till morning in Navy Hall, the governor's residence. Mad Tom Talbot, the governor's aide-de-camp, losing his heart to the fine eyes of Bryant's Indian niece, daughter of Sir William Johnson of the old Lake George battle. Down at Quebec, things were managed with more pomp, and no social event was complete without the presence of the Duke of Kent, military commandant, now living in Haldimand's old house at Montmorency, Nova Scotia, had held parliaments since 1758, when Halifax elected her first members. Besides the United Empire Loyalists, other settlers were coming to Canada. The Earl of Selkirk, a patriotic young Scotch nobleman, had arranged for the removal of evicted Highlanders to Prince Edward Island in 1803, and to Baldoon on Lake St. Clair. Then Mad Tom Talbot, Governor Simcoe's aide, descendants of the Talbots of Castle Malahide, and boon comrade of the young soldier who became the Duke of Wellington, becomes so enamored of wilderness life that he gives up his career in Europe, gains grant of lands between London and Port Dover, and lays foundations of settlements in Western Ontario, spite of the fact he remains a bachelor. The man who had danced at royalty's balls and drunk deep of pleasure at the beck of princes now lived in a log house of 3 rooms, laughed at difficulties, baked his own bread, milked his own cows, made his own butter, washed his own clothes, ironed his own linen, and taught colonists who bought his lands how to do without the rotten refuse of Manchester warehouses, the term he applied to the broadcloth of the newcomer. Under the French regime, Canada had consisted of a string of fur posts isolated in a wilderness. It will be noticed that it now consisted of 5 distinct provinces of nation builders. End of section 33. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 34 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 1. While Canada waged war for her national existence against her border neighbors to the south, as in the days of the bushrovers' raids of old, afar in the west, in the burnt wood, iron rock region of Lake Superior, on the lonely, wind-swept prairies, at the foothills where each night's sunset etched the long shadows of the mountain peaks in somber replica across the plains, in the forested solitude of the tumultuous Rockies, was the ragged vanguard of empire blazing a path through the wilderness, voyageur and burnt road runner, trapper and explorer, pushing across the hinterlands of earth's end, from prairie to mountains and mountains to sea. It was a side clap of the great American Revolution that the last French cannon were pointed against the English forts on Hudson Bay. When France sided with the American colonies, a fleet of French frigates was dispatched under the great Admiral La Pérouse against the fur posts of the English company. One sleepy August afternoon in 1782, when Samuel Hearne, governor of Fort Churchill, was sorting furs in the courtyard, gates wide open, cannon unloaded, guards dispersed, the fort was electrified by the sudden apparition of 3 men-of-war, sails full blown, sides bristling with cannon, plowing over the waves straight for the harbor gate. French colors fluttered from the masthead, sails rattled down, anchors were cast, and in a few minutes small boats were out sounding the channel for position to attack the fort. Hearne had barely 40 men, and the most of them were decreps, unfit for the hunting field. As sunset merged into the long white light of northern midnight, 400 French mariners landed on the sands outside Churchill. Hearne had no alternative. He surrendered without a blow. The fort was looted of furs, the Indians driven out, and a futile attempt made to blow up the massive walls. Hearne and the other officers were carried off captives. Matonabee, the famous Indian guide, came back from the hunt to find the wooden structures of Churchill in flame. He had thought the English were invulnerable, and his pagan pride could not brook the shame of such ignominious defeat. Withdrawing outside the shattered walls, Matonabee blew his brains out. A few days later, Port Nelson, to the south, had suffered like fate. The English officers were released by La Pérouse on reaching Europe. As for the fur company servants, they waited only till the French sails had disappeared over the sea. Then they came from hiding and rebuilt the burnt forts. Such was the last act in the great drama of contest between France and England for supremacy in the north. For 200 years, explorers have been trying to find a northern passage between Europe and Asia by way of America, from east to west. Now that Canada has fallen into English hands, now, too, that the Russian sea otter hunters are coasting down the west side of America towards that region which Drake discovered long ago in California, England suddenly awakens to a passion for discovery of that mythical northwest passage. Instead of seeking from east to west, she sought from west to east, and sent her navigator round the world to search for opening along the west coast of America. To carry out the exploration, there was selected as commander that young officer, James Cook, who helped to sound the St. Lawrence for Wolfe, and had since been cruising the South Seas. On his ships, the Resolution and the Discovery, was a young man whose name was to become a household word in America, Vancouver, a midshipman. March of 1778, the Resolution and Discovery came rolling over the long swell of the sheeny Pacific towards Drake's Land of New Albion, California. Suddenly, one morning, the dim sky resolved into the clear-cut edges of high land, but by night such a roaring hurricane had burst on the ships as drove them far out from land, too far to see the opening of Juan de Fuca, leading in from Vancouver Island, though Cook called the cape there Flattery, because he had hoped for an opening and been deluded. Clearer weather found Cook abreast a coast of sheer mountains, with snowy summits, jagging through the clouds in tent peaks. A narrow entrance opened into a two-horned cove. Small boats towed the ships in amid a flotilla of Indian dugouts, whose occupants chanted weird welcome to the echo of the surrounding hills. Women and children were in the canoes. That signified peace. The ships were moored to trees, and the white men went ashore in that harbor to become famous as the rendezvous of Pacific fur traders, Nootka Sound, on the seaside of Vancouver Island. Presently the waters were literally swarming with Indian canoes, and in a few days Cook's crews had received thousands of dollars worth of sea otter skins for such worthless baubles as tin mirrors and brass rings and bits of red calico. This was the beginning of the fur trade in sea otter with Americans and English. Some of the naked savages were observed wearing metal ornaments of European make. Cook did not think of the Russian fur traders to the north, but easily persuaded himself these objects had come from the English fur traders of Hudson Bay, and so inferred there must be a northwest passage. By April, Cook's ships were once more afloat, gliding among the sylvan channels of countless wooded islands, up past Sitka harbor, where the Russians later built their fort, round westward beneath the towering opal dome of Mount St. Elias, where Bering had named, to the waters bordering Alaska, but, as the world knows, through the ships penetrated up the channel of many roly waters, they found no open passage. Cook comes down to the Sandwich Islands, New Year of 1779. There the vices of his white crew arouse the enmity of the pagan savages. In a riot over the theft of a rowboat, Cook and a few men are surrounded by an enraged mob. By some mistake, the white sailors rowing out from shore fire on the mob surrounding Cook. Instantly a dagger rips under Cook's shoulder blade. In another second, Cook and his men are literally hacked to pieces. All night the conch shells of the savages blow their war challenge through the darkness, and the signal fires dance on the mountains. By dint of persuasion and threats, the white men compel the natives to restore the mangled remains of the commander. Sunday, February 21st, amid a silence as of death over the waters, the body of the dead explorer is committed to the deep. The chance discovery of the sea otter trade by Cook's crew at Nootka brings hosts of English and American adventurers to the Pacific coast of Canada. There is Meares, the English officer from China, who builds a rabbit hutch of a barracks at Nootka and almost involves England and Spain in a war because the Spaniards, having discovered this region before Cook, knock the log barracks into kindling wood and forcibly seize an English trading ship. There is Robert Gray, the Boston trader, who pushes the prow of his little ship, Columbia, up a spacious harbor south of Juan de Fuca in May of 1792, and discovers Columbia River, so giving the United States flag prior claim here. There is George Vancouver, the English commander, set out by his government in 1791 to 1793 to receive Nootka formally back from the Spaniards of California, and to explore every inlet from Vancouver Island to Alaska. As luck would have it, Vancouver, the Englishman, and Gray, the American, are both hovering off the mouth of the Columbia in April of 1792, but a gale drives the ships offshore through turgid water plainly indicates the mouth of a great river somewhere near. Vancouver goes on up north. Gray, the American, comes back, and so Vancouver misses discovering the one great river that remains unmapped in America. Up Puget Sound, named after his lieutenant, up Fuca Straits, round Vancouver Island, past all those inlets like seas on the mainland of British Columbia, coast Vancouver, rounding south again to Nootka in August. In Nootka lie the Spanish frigates from California, bristling with cannon, the red and yellow flag blowing to the wind above the palisaded fort. In solemn parade with Maquina, the Nootka chief, clad in a state of nature, as guest of the festive board, Don Quadra, the Spanish officer, dines and wines Vancouver. But when it comes to business, that is another matter. Vancouver understands that Spain is to surrender all sovereignty north of San Francisco. Don Quadra, with pompous bow, maintains that the international agreement was to surrender rights only north of Juan de Fuca, leaving the rest of the northwest coast free to all nations for trade. Incidentally, it may be mentioned, Don Quadra was right, but the two commanders agreed to send home to their respective governments for instructions. Meanwhile, Robert Gray, the American, comes rolling into port with news he has discovered Columbia River. Vancouver is skeptical and chagrined. Having failed to discover the river, he goes down coast to explore it. It may be added, he sends his men higher up the river than Gray has gone, and has England's flag of possession as solemnly planted as though Robert Gray had never entered Columbia's waters. The next 2 years Vancouver spends exploring every nook and inlet from Columbia River to Lynn Canal. Once and for all and forever he disapproves the myth of a Northwest Passage. His work was negative, but it established English rights where America's claims ceased and Russia's began, namely between Columbia River and Sitka, or what is now known as British Columbia. As the beaver had lured French bushrovers from St. Lawrence to the Rockies, so the sea otter led the way to the exploration of the Pacific coast. Artist brush and novelist pen have drawn all the romance and the glamour and the adventure of the beaver's hunter's life. But the sea otter's hunter's life is almost an untold tale. Pacific coast Indians were employed by the white traders for the wildest of hunting. The sea otter is like neither otter nor beaver, though possessing habits akin to both. In size, when full grown, it is about the length of a man. Its pelt has the ebony shimmer of seal tipped with silver. Cradled on the waves, sleeping on their backs in the sea, playful as kittens, the sea otters only come ashore when driven by fierce gales, but they must come above to breathe, for the wave-wash of storm would smother them. Their favorite sleeping grounds used to be the kelp beds of the Alaskan islands. Storm or calm, to the kelp beds rowed the Indian hunters in their boats of oiled skin, light as paper. If heavy surf ran, concealing sight and sound, the hunters stood along the shore shouting through the surf and waiting for the wave wash to carry in the dead body. If the sea were calm, The hunters circled in bands of 20 or 30, spearing the sea otter as it came up to breathe. But the best hunting was when hurricane gales churned sea and air to spray. Then the sea otter came to the kelp beds in herds, and through the storm, over the wave-dashed reefs, like very spirits of the storm incarnate, rushed the hunters, spear in hand. It is not surprising that the sea otter hunters perished by tens of thousands each year, or that the sea otter dwindled from a yield of 100,000 a year to a paltry 200 of the present day. Meanwhile, Nor'west traders from Montreal and Quebec, English traders from Hudson Bay, have gone up the Saskatchewan far as the Athabasca and the Rockies. What lies beyond? Whither runs this great river from Athabasca Lake? Whence comes the great river from the mountains? Will the river that flows north or the river that comes from the west, either of them lead to the Pacific coast, where Cook's crews found wealth of sea otter? The lure of the unknown is the lure of the siren. First you possess it, then it possesses you. Cooped up in his fort on Lake Athabasca, Alexander Mackenzie, the Nor'wester, begins wondering about those rivers. But you can't ask businessmen to bank on the unknown, to write blank checks for profits on what you may not find. And the Nor'westers were all stern businessmen. For every penny's outlay they exacted from their wintering partners and clerks not 10, but 100-fold. And Alexander Mackenzie received no encouragement from his company to explore these unknown rivers. The project got possession of his mind. Sometimes he would pace the little log barracks of Fort Chipewyan from sunset to day dawn, trying to work out a way to explore those rivers, or, sitting before the huge hearth place, he would dream and dream till, as he wrote his cousin Roderick, I did not know what I was doing or where I was. Finally he induced his cousin to take charge of the fort for a summer. Then, assuming all risk and outlay, he set out on his own responsibility June 3, 1789, to follow the great river down to the Arctic Ocean. English chief, who often went down to Hudson Bay for the rival company, went as Mackenzie's guide, and there were also in the canoes 2 or 3 white men, some Indians as paddlers, and squaws to cook and make moccasins. The canoes passed Peace River pouring down from the mountains, then 6 dangerous rapids, where many a Nor'west voyager had perished, one of Mackenzie's canoes going smash over the falls with a squaw, who swam ashore. Then Rampart shores came, broader and higher than the St. Lawrence or the Hudson, the boats skimming ahead with blankets hoisted for sails through foggy days and nights of driving rain. Cramped and rain-soaked, bailing water from the canoes with huge sponges, the Indians began to whine that the way was hard white man hard. Then the river lost itself in a huge lagoon, Slave Lake, named after defeated Indians who had taken refuge here, and the question was, which way to go through the fog across the marshy lake? Poking through rushes high as a man, Mackenzie found a current, and, hoisting a sail on his fishing pole, raced out to the river again on a hissing tide. Here lived the Dog-Rib Indians, and they frightened Mackenzie's men cold with gruesome tales of horrors ahead, of terrible waterfalls, of land of famine and hostile tribes. The effect was instant. Mackenzie could not obtain a guide till English chief hoisted a slave Indian into the canoe on a paddle handle. Though Mackenzie himself nightly slept with the vermin-infested guide to prevent desertion, the fellow escaped one night during the confusion of a thunderstorm. Again a chance hunter was forcibly put into the canoe as guide, and the explorer pushed on for another month, North of Bear Lake, Indian warriors were seen flourishing weapons alongshore, and Mackenzie's men began to remark that the land was barren of game. If they became winter-bound, they would perish. Mackenzie promised his men if he did not find the sea within 7 days, he would turn back. Suddenly the men lost track of day, for they had come to the region of Long Light. The river had widened to swamplands. Between the 13th and 14th of July, the men asleep on the sand were awakened by a flood of water lapping in on their baggage. What did it mean? For a minute they did not realize. Then they knew. It was the tide. They had found the sea. Hilarious as boys, they jumped from bed to man their canoes and chased whales. September 12th, all sails up before a driving wind. The canoes raced across Athabasca Lake to the fort landing. Roderick, his nephew, shouting a welcome. Mackenzie had laid one of the 2 ghosts that haunted his Peace. Now he must lay the other. Where did Peace River come from? His achievement on Mackenzie River had been greeted by the other Nor'west partners with a snub. Nevertheless, Mackenzie asked for leave of absence that he might go to London and study the taking of astronomic observations in order to explore that other river flowing from the mountains. And in London, though poor and obscure, he heard all about Cook's voyages and Meare's brush with the Spaniards at Nootka, and plans for Captain Vancouver to make a final exploration of the Pacific coast. Hurrying back to the Nor'westers' fort on Peace River, he was beset by the blue devils of despondency. What if Peace River did not lead to the Pacific Ocean at all? What if he were behind some other discoverer? What if the venture proved a fool's trip, leading to blind nowhere? He was only a junior partner and could ill afford either money or time for failure. End of section 34. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 35 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 2. Nevertheless, when the furs have been dispatched from Montreal, Mackenzie launches out on May 9th of 1793 with a 30-foot birch canoe, 6 voyageurs, and Alexander Mackay as lieutenant for the hinterland beyond the Rockies. This time the going was against stream, hard paddling, but safer than with a swift current in a river with dangerous rapids. 10 days later the river has become a canyon of tumbling cascades, the mountains sheer wall on each side, with snowy peaks jagged up through the clouds. To portage baggage up such cliffs was impossible, yet it was equally impossible to go on up the canyon, and Mackenzie's men became so terrified they refused to land. Jumping to foothold on the wall, a tow rope in one hand, an axe in the other, Mackenzie cut steps in the cliff, then signaled above the roar of the rapids for the men to follow. They stripped themselves to swim if they missed footing, and obeyed, trembling in every limb. The tow rope was warped round trees, and the loaded canoe tracked up the cascade. At the end of that portage the men flatly refused to go on. Mackenzie ignored the mutiny and ordered the best of provisions spread for a feast. While the crew rested, he climbed the face of a rocky cliff to reconnoiter. As far as eye could see were cataracts walled by mighty precipices. The canoe could not be tracked up such waters. Mackay, who had gone prospecting a portage, reported that it would be 9 miles over the mountain. Mackenzie did not tell his men what was ahead of them, but he led the way up the steep mountain, cutting trees to form an outer railing, and up this trail the canoe was hauled, tow-line round trees, the men swearing and sweating and blowing like whales. 3 miles was the record that day, the voyageurs throwing themselves down to sleep at 5 in the afternoon, wrapped in their blanket coats, lying close to the glacier's edges. 3 days it took to cross this mountain, and the end of the 3rd day found them at the foot of another mountain. Here the river forked. Mackenzie followed the south branch, or what is now known as the Parsnip. Often at night the men would be startled by rocketing echoes like musketry firing, and they would spring to their feet to keep guard with backs to trees till morning. But presently they learned the cause of the pistol-shot reports. They were now on the uplands among the eternal snows. The sharp splittings, the far boomings, the dull breaking thuds were frost cornices of overhanging snow crashing down in avalanches that swept the mountain slopes clear of forests. A short portage from the Parsnip over a low ridge to a lake, and the canoe is launched on a stream flowing on the far side of the divide. Bad River, a branch of the Fraser, though Mackenzie mistakes it for an upper tributary of the great river discovered by Gray, the Columbia. Then, before they realize it, comes the danger of going with the current on a river with rapids. The stream sweeps to a torrent, mad and unbridled. The canoe is as a chip in a maelstrom, the precipices racing past in a blur, the Indians hanging frantically to the gunwales, bawling aloud in fear, the terrified voyageurs reaching, grasping, snatching at trees overhanging from the banks. The next instant a rock has banged through the bottom, tearing away the stern. The canoe reels in a swirl. Bang goes a rock through the bow. The birch bark flattens like a shingle. Another swirl, and to the amazement of all, instead of the death that had seemed impending, smashed canoe, baggage, and voyageurs are dumped on the shallows of a sandy reach. One can guess the gasp of relief that went up. Nobody uttered a word for some time. One voyageur, who had grasped at a branch and been hoisted bodily from the canoe, now came limping to the disconsolate group, and had stumbled with light pipe in teeth across the powder that had been spread out to dry, when a terrific yell of warning brought him to his senses and relieved the tension. Mackenzie spread out a treat for the men and sent them to gather bark for a fresh canoe. Other adventures on Bad River need not be given. This one was typical. The record was but 2 miles a day, and now there was no turning back. The difficulties behind were as great as any could have been before. June 15th, Bad River led them westward into the Fraser, but somewhere in the canyon between modern Cornell and Alexandria the way became impassable. Besides, the river was leading too far south. Mackenzie struck up Blackwater River to the west. Caching canoe and provisions on July 4th, he marched overland. The Pacific was reached on July 22nd, 1793, near Bella Coola. By September, after perils too numerous to be told, Mackenzie was back at his fur post on Peace River. As his discoveries on this trip blazed the way to new hunting ground for his company, they brought both honor and wealth to Mackenzie. He was knighted by the English king for his explorations, and he retired to an estate in Scotland, where he died about 1820. Meanwhile, Napoleon has sold Louisiana to the United States. The American explorers, Lewis and Clark, have crossed from the Missouri to the Columbia, and now John Jacob Astor, the great fur merchant of New York, in 1811, sends his fur traders overland to build a fort at the mouth of the Columbia River. The Northwest Company, in frantic haste, dispatches explorers to follow up Mackenzie's work and take possession of the Pacific fur trade before Astor's men can reach the field. It becomes a race for the Pacific. Simon Fraser is sent in 1806 to build posts west of the Rockies in New Caledonia, and to follow that unknown river which Mackenzie mistook for the Columbia, on down to the sea. 2 years he passed building the posts that exist to this day as Fraser planned them. Fort McLeod at the head of Parsnip River, on a little lake set like an emerald among the mountains. Fort St. James on Stuart Lake, a reach of sheeny green waters like the Trossachs, dotted with islands and ensconced in mountains. Fraser Fort on another lake southward. Fort St. George on the main Fraser River. Then in May of 1808, with 4 canoes, Fraser descends the river named after him, accompanied by Stuart and Quesnel and 19 voyageurs. This was the river where the rapids had turned Mackenzie back, canyon after canyon tumultuous with the black whirlpools and roaring like a tempest. Before essaying the worst runs of the Cascades, Fraser ordered a canoe lightened at the prow and manned by the 5 best voyageurs. It shot down the current like a stone from a catapult. She flew from one danger to another, relates Fraser, who was watching the canoe from the bank, till the current drove her on a rock. The men disembarked, and we had to plunge our daggers into the bank to keep from sliding into the river as we went down to their aid, our lives hanging on a thread. Like Mackenzie, Fraser was compelled to abandon canoes. Each with a pack of 80 pounds, the voyageurs set out on foot down that steep gorge where the traveler today can see the trail along the side of the precipice like basketwork between Lillooet and Thompson River. In Fraser's day was no trail, only here and there bridges of trembling twig ladders across chasms, and over these swinging footholds the marchers had to carry their packs, the river rolling below, deep and ominous and treacherous. At Spuzzum, the river turned from the south straight west. Fraser knew it was not the Columbia. His men named it after himself. 40 days was Fraser going from St. George to Tidewater. Early in August he was back at his fur post of New Caledonia. Yet another explorer did the Nor'westers send to take possession of the region beyond the mountains. David Thompson had been surveying the bounds between the United States and what is now Manitoba, when he was ordered to explore the Rockies in the region of the modern Banff. Up on Canoe River, Thompson and his men built canoes to descend the Columbia. Following the Big Bend, they go down the rolling milky tide past Upper and Lower Arrow Lakes, a region of mountainous sheer on each side as walls, with wisps of mist marking the cloud line. Then a circular sweep westward through what is now Washington, pausing at Snake River to erect formal claim of possession for England. Then a riffle on the current, a smell of the sea, and at 1 p.m. on July 15, 1811, Thompson glides within a view of a little raw new fort, Astoria. In the race to the Pacific, the Americans have gained the ground at the mouth of the Columbia just 2 months before Thompson came. In Astor's fort, Thompson finds old friends of the Northwest Company hired over by Astor. After war has broken out in open flame, it is easy to ascribe the cause to this, that, or the other act, which put the match to the combustibles, but the real reason usually lies far behind the one act of explosion, in an accumulation of ill feeling that provided the combustibles. So it was the fratricidal war of 1812 between Canada and the United States. The war was criminal folly, as useless as it was unnecessary. What caused it? What accumulated the ill feeling, lying ready like the combustibles for the match? Let us see. The United Empire Loyalists have, by 1812, increased to some 100,000 of Canada's population, cherishing bitter memories of ruin and confiscation and persecution because Congress failed to carry out the pledge guaranteeing protection to the losing side in the Revolution. Then, because Congress failed to carry out her guarantee, England delayed turning over the western fur posts to the United States for almost 10 years, and whether true or false, the suspicion became an open charge that the hostility of the Indians to American frontiersmen was fomented by the British fur trader. Here, then, was cause for rankling anger on both sides, and the bitterness was unwittingly increased by England's policy. It was hard for the mother country to realize that the raw new nation of the United States, child of her very flesh and blood, kindred in thought and speech, was a power to be reckoned with, on even ground, looking on the level, eye to eye, and not just a bumptious underling nation, like a boy at the hobbledehoy age, to be hectored and chaffed and bullied and badgered and licked into shape, a sort of a protectorate appended to English interests. I once asked an Englishman why the English press was so virulently hostile to one of the most brilliant of her rising men. "Oh," he answered, "you must be English to understand that. We never think it hurts a boy to be well ragged when he is at school." Something of that spirit was in England's attitude to the new nation of the United States. England was hard pressed in life and death struggle with Napoleon. To recruit both army and navy, conscription was rigidly and ruthlessly enforced. Yet more, England claimed the right to impress British-born subjects in foreign ports, to seize deserters in either foreign ports or on foreign ships, and most obnoxious of all, to search neutral vessels on the ocean highway for deserters from the British flag. It was an era of great brutality in military discipline. Desertions were frequent. Also, thousands of immigrants were flocking to the new nation of the United States and taking out naturalization papers. England ignored these naturalization papers when taken out by deserters. Let us see how the thing worked out. A passenger vessel is coming up New York harbor. A English frigate with cannon pointed swings across the course, signals the American vessel on American waters to slow up, sends a young lieutenant with some marines across to the American vessel, searches her from stern to stern, or compels the American captain to read the roster of the crew, forcibly seizes half a dozen of the American crew as British deserters, and departs, leaving the Americans gasping with wonder whether they are a free nation or a tail to the kite of English designs. It need not be explained that the offense was often aggravated by the swaggering insolence of the young officers. They considered the fury of the unprepared American crew a prime joke. In vain the government at Washington complained to the government at Westminster. England pigeonholed the complaint and went serenely on her way, searching American vessels from Canada to Brazil. or an English vessel has come to Hampton Roads to wood and water. An English officer thinks he recognizes among the American crews men who have deserted from English vessels. 3 men defy arrest and show their naturalization papers. High words follow, broken heads and broken canes, and the English crew are glad to escape the mob by rowing out to their own vessel. It is surprising that the ill feeling on both sides accumulated till there lacked only the match to cause an explosion. The explosion came in 1807. HMS Leopard, cruising off Norfolk in June, encounters the United States ship Chesapeake. At 3 p.m. the English ship edges down on the American, loaded to the waterline with lumber, and signals a messenger will be sent across. The young English lieutenant going aboard the Chesapeake shows written orders from Admiral Berkeley of Halifax, commanding a search of the Chesapeake for 6 deserters. He is very courteous and pleasant about the disagreeable business. The orders are explicit. He must obey his admiral. The American commander is equally courteous. He regrets that he must refuse to obey an English admiral's orders, but his own government has given most explicit orders that American vessels must not be searched. The young Englishman returns with serious face. The ships were within pistol shot of each other, the men on the English decks all at their guns, the Americans off guard, lounging on the lumber piles. Quick as a flash, a cannon shot rips across the Chesapeake's bows, followed by a broadside, and another, and yet another that riddle the American decks to kindling wood before the astonished officers can collect their senses. 6 seamen are dead and 23 wounded when the Chesapeake strikes her colors to surrender. But the Leopard does not want a captive. She sends her lieutenant back, who musters the 400 American seamen, picks out 4 men as British deserters, learns that another deserter has been killed, and a 6th has jumped overboard rather than be retaken, takes his prisoners back to the Leopard, which proceeds to Halifax, where they are tried by court-martial and shot. It isn't exactly surprising that the episode literally set the United States on fire with rage, and that the American president at once ordered all American ports closed to British war vessels. The quarrel dragged on between the two governments for 5 years. England saw at once that she had gone too far and violated international law. She repudiated Admiral Berkeley's order, offered to apologize and pension the heirs of the victims, but as she would not repudiate either right of impressment or the right of search, the American government refused to receive the apology. End of section 35. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 36 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 3. Other causes fanned the flame of war. The United States was now almost the only nation neutral in Napoleon's wars. To cripple English commerce, Napoleon forbids neutral nations trading at English ports. By way of retaliation, England forbids neutral nations trading with French ports, and the United States strikes back by closing American ports to both nations. It means blue ruin to American trade, but the United States cannot permit herself to be ground between the upper and nether millstones of two hostile European powers. Then, sharp as a gamester playing his trump card, Napoleon revokes his embargo in 1810, which leaves England the offender against the United States. Then Governor Craig of Canada commits an error that must have delighted the heart of Napoleon, who always profited by his enemies' blunders. Well-meaning, but fatally ill and easily alarmed, Craig sends one John Henry from Montreal in 1809 as spy to the United States for the double purpose of sounding public opinion on the subject of war, and putting any Federalists in favor of withdrawing from the Union in touch with British authorities. Craig goes home to England to die. Henry fails to collect reward for his ignoble services, turns traitor, and sells the entire correspondence to the war party in the United States for $10,000. That spy business adds fuel to fire. Then there are other quarrels. A deserter from the American army is found teaching school near Cornwall in Canada. He is driven out of the little backwoods schoolhouse, pricked across the field with bayonets, out of the children's views, and shot on Canadian soil by American soldiers, an outrage almost the same in spirit as the British crew outrage on the Chesapeake. Also, in spite of apologies, the warships clash again. The English sloop Little Belt is cruising off Cape Henry in May of 1811, looking for a French privateer, when a sail appears over the sea. The Little Belt pursues till she sights the Commodore's blue flag of the United States frigate President. Then she turns about. But by this time the President has turned the tables on the little sloop, and is pursuing to find out what the former's conduct meant. Darkness settles over the two ships beating about the wind. "What sloop is that?" shouts an officer through a speaking trumpet from the American's decks. "What ship is that?" bawls back a voice through the darkness from the Little Englander. Then, before any one can tell who fired first, in fact, each accuses the other of firing first, the cannon are pouring hot shot into each other's hulls till 30 men have fallen on the decks of the Little Belt. Apologies follow, of course, and explanations, but that does not remedy the ill. In fact, when nations and people want to quarrel, they can always find a cause. War is declared in June of 1812 by Congress. It is war against England, but that means war against Canada, though there are not 4,500 soldiers from Halifax to Lake Huron. As for the American forces, they muster an army of some 150,000. But their generals complain they are untrained mob, and events justified the complaints. There is nothing for Canada to do but stand up to the war of England's making, and fight for hearth and home. Canada on the defensive, there is nothing for the States to do but invade, and the American generals don't relish the task with their untrained mob. Upper Canada or Ontario has not 400 soldiers from Kingston to Detroit River, but Major General Isaac Brock calls for volunteers. The clang of arms, of drill, of target practice resounds in every hamlet through Canada. At Kingston, at Toronto, at Fort George, Niagara, at Erie, where Niagara River comes from the lake, at Amherstburg, southwest of Detroit, are stationed garrisons to repel invasion, with hastily erected cannon and mortar commanding approach from the American side. And invasion comes soon enough. The declaration of war became known in Canada about the 20th of June, By July 3rd, General Hull of Michigan is at Detroit with 2,500 men preparing to sweep western Ontario. July 3rd, an English schooner captures Hull's provision boat coming up Detroit River, but Hull crosses with his army on July 12th to Sandwich, opposite Detroit, and issues proclamation calling on the people to throw off the yoke of English rule. How such an invitation fell on United Empire Loyalist ears may be guessed. Meanwhile comes word that the Northwest Company's voyageurs, with 400 Indians, have captured Michilimackinac without a blow. The fall of Michilimackinac, the failure of the Canadians to rally to its flag, the loss of his provision boat dampened Hull's ardor, and so that on August 8th he moves back with his troops to Detroit. 8 days later comes Brock from Niagara with 500 Loyalists and 1,000 Indians under the great chief Tecumseh to join Procter's garrison of 600 at Amherstburg. The Canadians have come by open boat up Lake Erie from Niagara through furious rains, but they are fighting for their homes, and with eager enthusiasm follow Brock on up Detroit River to Sandwich, opposite the American fort. Indians come by night and lie in ambush south of Detroit to protect the Canadians while they cross the river. Then the cannon on the Canadian side begin a humming of bombs overhead. While the bombs play over the stream at Sandwich, Brock rushes 1,300 men across the river south of Detroit, and before midday of August 16th is marching his men through the woods to assault the fort, when he is met by an officer carrying out the white flag of surrender. While Brock was crossing the river, something had happened inside the fort at Detroit. It was one of those curious cases of blind panic, when only the iron grip of the strong man can hold demoralized forces in hand. The American officers had sat down to breakfast in the mess room at day dawn, when a bomb plunged through the roof, killing 4 on the spot, and splattering the walls with the blood of the mangled bodies. Disgraceful stories are told of Hill's conduct. Ashy with fright and trembling, he dashed from the room, and before the other officers knew what he was about, had offered to surrender his army, 2,500 arms, 33 cannon, an armed brig, and the whole state of Michigan. The case is probably more an example of nervous hysterics than treason, though the other American officers broke their swords with rage and chagrin, declaring they had been sold for a price. It was but the first of many times the lesson was taught in this war, that however well-intentioned a volunteer's courage may be, it takes a seasoned man to make war. 10 minutes later, a boy had climbed the flagstaff and hung out the English flag over Detroit. Of the captured American army, Brock permitted the volunteer privates to go home on parole. The regulars, including Hull, were carried back prisoners on the boats to Niagara to be forwarded to Montreal. At Montreal, Hull was given back to the Americans in exchange for 30 British prisoners. He was sentenced by court-martial to be shot for treason and cowardice, but the sentence was commuted. At Niagara River, where the main troops of Ontario were centered, Brock's victory was greeted with simply a madness of joy. From the first it had been plain that the principal fighting in Ontario would take place at Niagara, and along the river Brock had concentrated some 1,600 volunteer troops, raw farm hands, most of them, with a goodly proportion of descendants from the United Empire Loyalists who had furbished out their fathers' swords. But the army was in rags and tatters. Many men had no shoes. Before Brock captured the guns at Detroit, there had not been muskets to go round the men, and there were not cannon enough to mount the batteries cast up along Niagara River facing the American defenses. As the boats came down Lake Erie and disembarked the American prisoners on August 24th at Fort Erie on the Canadian side, opposite Black Rock and Buffalo, wild yells of jubilation rent the air. By nightfall, every camp on the Canadian side for the whole 40 miles of Niagara River's course echoed to shout and counter-shout and a wild refrain which some poet of the haversack had composed on the spot. We'll subdue the mighty Democrats and pull their dwellings down, and have the states inhabited with subjects of the crown. Take a survey of the Niagara region. South is Lake Erie, north is Lake Ontario, between them Niagara River flowing almost straight north through a steep dark gorge hewn out of the solid rock by the living waters of all the upper lakes, crushed and cramped, carving a turbulent way through this narrow canyon. Midway in the river's course the blue waters begin to race. The race becomes a dizzy madness of blurred, whirring, raging waters. Then there is the leap, the plunge, the shattering anger of inland seas hurling their strength over the sheer precipice in resistless force. Then the foaming whirlpool below, and the shadowy gorge, and the undercurrent eddying away in the swift-flowing waters of the river coming out on Lake Ontario. On one side are the Canadian forts, on the other the American, slab-walled all of them, with scarcely a stone foundation, except in bastions used as powder magazines. Fort Erie on the Canadian side faces Buffalo, and Black Rock on the American side. Where the old French voyageurs used to portage past the falls, about halfway on the Canadian side, south of the precipice, is the village of Chippewa. Here Brock has stationed a garrison with cannon. Then halfway between the falls and Lake Ontario are high cliffs known as Queenston Heights, in plain view of the American town of Lewiston on the other side. Cannon line the river cliffs on both sides here. All about Lewiston the fields are literally white with the tents of General Van Rensselaer's army, now grown from 2,500 to almost 8,000. On the Canadian side, cannon had been mounted on the cliffs known as Queenston Heights, possibly because the 200 men would make poor showing in tents. Brock has his soldiers here take quarters in the farmhouses. For the rest, it is such a rural scene as one may witness any midsummer. Rolling yellow wheat fields surrounded by the zigzag rail fences, with square farmhouses of stone, and the fields invariably backed by the uncleared bushland. 6 miles farther down the river, where the waters join Lake Ontario, is the English post, Fort George, near the old capital, Newark, and just opposite the American fort of Niagara. With the exception of the Grand Island region of the river, it may be said that both armies are still in full view of each other. Sometimes when to the tramp, tramp, tramp of the sentry's tread a loud "All's well" echoes across the river from Lewiston to the Canadian side, some wag at Queenston will take up the cry throughout the dark and bawl back, "All's well here, too!" And all night long the two sentries bawl back and forward to each other through the dark. Sometimes, too, though strictest orders are issued against such ruffian warfare by both Van Rensselaer and Brock, the sentries chant shots at each other through the dark. Drums beat reveille at 4 in the morning, and the rub-a-dub-dub of Queenston Heights is echoed by rat-tat-too of Lewiston, though river mist hides the armies from each other in the morning. Iron baskets filled with oiled bark are used as telegraph signals, and one may guess how, when the light flared up of a night on the Canadian heights, scouts carried word to the officers on the American side. One may guess, too, the effect on Van Rensselaer's big untrained army when, with the sun aglint on scarlet uniform, they saw their fellow countrymen of Detroit marched prisoners between British lines along the heights of Queenston, opposite Lewiston. Rage, depression, shame knew no bounds, and the army was unable to vent anger in the heroic attack, for England had repealed her embargo laws. And when Brock came back from Detroit, he found that an armistice had been arranged, and both sides had been ordered to suspend hostilities till instructions came from the governments. The truce, it may be added, was only an excuse to enable both sides to complete preparations for the war. In a few weeks, ball and bomb were again singing their shrill songs in mid-air. Brock's victory demoralized the rabble under the American Van Rensselaer. Desertions increased daily, and discipline was so notoriously bad, Van Rensselaer and his staff dared not punish desertion for fear of the army, as one of them put it, falling to pieces. Van Rensselaer saw that he must strike, and strike at once, and strike successfully, or he would not have any army left at all. 2,000 Pennsylvanians had joined him, and on October 9th, at 1 in the morning, Lieutenant Elliott led 100 men with muffled paddles from the American side to 2 Canadian ships lying anchored off Fort Erie. One was the brig captured from Hull at Detroit, the other a sloop belonging to the Northwest Fur Company, loaded with peltries. Before the British were well awake, Elliott had boarded decks, captured the first ship with 40 prisoners, and was turning her guns on the other ship when Port Erie suddenly awakened with a belch of cannon shot. The Americans cut the cables and drifted on the captured ship downstream. The first ship was worked safely over to the American side, where it was welcomed with wild cheers. The brig was set on fire and abandoned. Van Rensselaer decided to take advantage of the elated spirit among the troops and invade Canada at once. Over on the Canadian side, Brock, at Fort George, wanted to offer an exchange of Detroit prisoners for the voyageurs on the captured fur ship, and Evans was ordered to paddle across to Lewiston with the offer, white handkerchief fluttering as a flag of truce. Evans could not mistake the signs as he landed on the American shore. Sentries dashed down to stop his advance at bayonet point. He was denied speech with Van Rensselaer and refused admittance to the American camp, and the reason was plain. A score of boats, capable of holding 30 men each, lay moored at the Lewiston shore. Along the rain-soaked road behind the shore floundered and marched troops, fresh troops joining Van Rensselaer's camp. It was dark before Evans returned to Queenston Heights, and close on midnight when he reached Major General Brock at Fort George. Brock thought Evans over-anxious, and both went to bed, or at least threw themselves down on a mattress to sleep. At 2 o'clock they were awakened by a sound which could not be mistaken, the thunderous booming of a furious cannonade from Queenston Heights. Brock realized that the 200 Canadians on the cliff must be repelling an invasion, but he was suspicious that the attack from Lewiston was a feint to draw off attention from Fort Niagara opposite Fort George, and he did not at once order troops to the aid of Queenston Heights. Evans' predictions of invasion were only too true. After one attempt to cross the gorge, which was balked by storm, Van Rensselaer finally got his troops down to the water's edge about midnight of October 12th to 13th. The night was dark, moonless, rainy, a wind which mingled with the roar of the river, drowning all sounds of marching troops. 300 men embarked on the first passage of the boats across the swift river, the poor old pilot literally groaning aloud in terror. 3 of the boats were carried beyond the landing on the Canadian side, and had to come back through the dark to get their bearings, but the rest, led by Van Rensselaer, had safely landed on the Canadian side, when the batteries of Queenston Heights flashed to life in sheets of fire, lighting up the dark tide of the river gorge and sinking half a dozen boatloads of men now coming on a second traverse. Instantly Lewiston's cannon pealed furious answer to the Canadian fire, and in the sheet-lightning flame of the flaring batteries, thousands could be seen on the American shore watching the conflict. As the Americans landed, they hugged the rock cliff for shelter, but the mortality on the crossing boats was terrible, and each passage carried back quota of wounded. Van Rensselaer was shot in the thigh almost as he landed, but still he held his men in hand. A second shot pierced the same side. A third struck his knee. 6 wounds he received in as many seconds, and he was carried back in the boats to the Lewiston side. Then began a mad scramble through the darkness up a fisherman's path steep as a trail of mountain goat, sheer against the face of a cliff. When day dawned misty and gray over the black tide of the rolling river, the Canadian batterymen of Queenston Heights were astounded to see American sharpshooters mustered on the cliff behind and above them. A quick rush, and the Canadian batterymen were driven from their ground, the Canadian cannon silenced, and while wild shootings of triumph rose from the spectators at Lewiston, the American boats continued to pour soldiers across the river. It was at this stage Brock came riding from Fort George, so spattered with mud from head to heel he was not recognized by the soldiers. One glance was enough. The Canadians had lost the day. Sending messages to bid General Sheaffe hurry the troops from Fort George and the other runners to bring up the troops from Chippewa behind the Americans on Queenston Heights, Brock charged up the hill amid shriek of bombs and clatter of sharpshooters. He had dismounted and was scrambling over a stone wall. "Follow me, boys," he shouted to the British grenadiers. Then, at the foot of the hill, waving his sword, "Now take a breath, you will need it. Come on, come on." And he led the rush of 200 men in scarlet coats to dislodge the Americans. A shot pierced his wrist. "Push on, York volunteers," he shouted. His portly figure in scarlet uniform was easy mark for the sharpshooters hidden in the brush of Queenston Heights. One stepped deliberately out and took aim. Though a dozen Canadian muskets flashed answer, Brock fell, shot through the breast, dying with the words on his lips, "My fall must not be noticed to stop the victory." Major Macdonell led in the charge up the hill, but the next moment his horse plunged frantically, and he reeled from the saddle fatally wounded. For a second time the British were repulsed, and the Americans had won the heights, if not the day. End of section 36. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 37 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 4. The invaders were resting on their arms, snatching a breakfast of biscuit and cheese, about midday, when General Sheaffe arrived from Fort George with troops breathless from running. A heart-shattering huzza from the village warned the Americans that help had come, and they were to arms in a second. But Sheaffe had swept round the heights, Indians on one side of the hill, soldiers on the other, and came on the surprised Americans as from the rear. There was a wild whoop, a dash up the hill, pause to fire, when the air was splinted by 900 instantaneous shots. Then through the smoke the British rushed the heights at bayonet point. For 3 hours the contest raged in full sight of Lewiston, a hand-to-hand butchery between Sheaffe's fresh fighters and the Americans, who had been on their feet since midnight. Indian tomahawk played its part, but it is a question if the scalping knife did as deadly work as the grenadiers' long bayonets. Cooped up between the enemy and the precipice, the American sharpshooters waited for the help that never came. In vain Van Rensselaer's officers prayed and swore and pleaded with the volunteer troops on the Lewiston side. The men flatly refused to cross, for boatloads of mangled bodies were brought back at each passage. Discipline fell to pieces. It was the old story of volunteers, brave enough at a spurt, going to pieces in panic under hard and continued strain. Driven from Queenston Heights, the invaders fought their way down the cliff path by inches to the waterside, and there were no boats. Pulling off his white necktie, an officer held it up on the point of his sword as signal of surrender. It was one of the most gallant fights on both sides in Canadian history, though officers over on the Lewiston shore were crying like boys at the sight of 900 Americans surrendering. Truce was then arranged for the burial of the dead. The bodies of Brock and MacDonald were laid on a gun wagon and conveyed between lines of sorrowing soldiers, with arms reversed, to the burial place outside Fort George. As the regimental music rang out the last march of the two dead officers, minute guns were fired in sympathy all along the American shore. "He would have done so much for us," said the American officers of the gallant Brock. Van Rensselaer at once resigns. Proclamation. Smythe, whose addresses resemble 4th of July backwoods orations, succeeds as commander of the American army, but Proclamation Smythe makes such a mess of a raid on Fort Erie, retreating with a haste suggestive of Hull at Detroit, that he is mobbed when he returns to the United States shore. But what the United States lose by land, they retrieve by sea. England's best ships are engaged in the great European war. From June to December, United States vessels sweep the sea, but this is more a story of the English Navy than of Canada. The year of 1812 closes with the cruisers of Lake Ontario chasing each other through many a wild snowstorm. As the year 1812 proved one of jubilant victory for Canada, so 1813 was to be one of black despair. With the exception of 4 brilliant victories wrested in the very teeth of defeat, the year passes down to history as one of the darkest in the annals of the country. The population of the United States at this time was something over 7 million, and it was not to be thought for one moment that a nation of this strength would remain beaten off the field by the little province of Ontario, Upper Canada, whose population numbered barely 90,000. General Harrison hurries north from the Wabash with from 6,000 to 8,000 men to retrieve the defeat of Detroit. At Presque Isle, on Lake Erie, hammer and mallet and forging iron are heard all winter preparing the fleet for Commodore Perry that is to command Lake Erie and the upper lakes for the Americans. At Sackett's Harbor, similar preparations are under way on a fleet for Chauncey to sweep the English from Lake Ontario, and all along both sides of the St. Lawrence, as winter hedged the waters with ice, lurk scouts. The Americans, for most part, uniformed in blue, the Canadians in Lincoln green with gold braid, watching chance for raid and counter-raid during the winter nights. The story of these thrilling raids will probably pass into the shadowy realm of legend handed down from father to son, for few of them have been embodied in the official reports. For being hard-pressed on the defensive, Canada has suddenly sprung into the position of jubilant victor, and if Brock had lived, she would probably have followed up her victories by aggressive invasion of the enemy's territory. But all effort was literally paralyzed by the timidity and vacillation of the Governor-General, Sir George Prevost's one idea seems to have been that as soon as the obnoxious embargo laws were revoked by England, the war would stop. When the embargo was revoked and the armistice of midsummer simply terminated in a resumption of war, this idea seems to have been succeeded by the single aim to hold off conclusions with the United States till England could beat Napoleon and come to the rescue. All winter long scouts and bold spirits among the volunteers craved the chance to raid the anchored fleets of Lake Ontario and Lake Erie, but Prevost not only forbade the invasion of the enemy's territory, but before the year was out, actually advocated the abandonment of Ontario. If his advice had been followed, it is no idle supposition to infer that the fate of Ontario would have been the same as the destiny of the Ohio and Michigan. One night in February, the sentry at the village of Brockville, named after the dead hero, was surprised by 200 American raiders dashing up from the frozen river bed. Before bugles could sound to arms, jails had been opened, stores looted, houses plundered, and the raiders were off and well away with 52 prisoners and a dozen sleigh-loads of provisions. Gathering some 500 men together from the Kingston region, MacDonell and Jenkins of the Glengarrys prepared to be revenged. Cannon were hauled out on the river from the little village of Prescott to cross the ice to Ogdensburg. The river here is almost 2 miles wide, and as it was the 23rd of February, the ice had become rotten from the sun glare of the coming spring. As the cannon were drawn to mid-river, though it was 7 in the morning, the ice began to heave and crack with dire warning. To hesitate was death, to go back as dangerous as to go forward. With a whoop the men broke from quick march to a run, unsheathing musket and fixing bayonet blades as they dashed ahead to be met with a withering crossfire as they came within range of the American batteries. In places the suck of the water told where the ice had given behind. Then bullets were peppering the river bed in a rain of fire. Jenkins and MacDonell to the fore, waving their swords. Then bombs began to ricochet over the ice. If the range of the Ogdensburg cannon had been longer, the whole Canadian force might have been sunk in mid-river. But the men were already dashing up the American shore, whooping like fiends incarnate. First a grape shot caught Jenkins' left arm, and it hung in bloody splinters. Then a second shot took off his right arm. Still he dashed forward, cheering his men, till he dropped in his tracks, faint from loss of blood. No answer came back to the summons to surrender, and taking possession of an outer battery, the Canadians turned its cannon full on the village. Under cover of the battery fire, and their own cannon now in position, the whole force of Canadians immediately rushed the town at bayonet point. Now the bayonet in a solid phalanx of 500 men is not a pleasant weapon to stand up against. As the drill sergeant's order, you not only stick the bayonet into your enemy, but you turn it round to let the air in, so he will die. And before the furious onslaught of bayonets, the defenders of Ogdensburg broke and fled for the woods. Within an hour the Canadians had burnt the barracks, set fire to 2 schooners iced up, and come off with loot of 12 cannon, stores of all sorts, and with prisoners to the number of 74. The ice had left Lake Ontario early this year, and by mid-April Commander Chauncey slipped out of Sackett's Harbor with 16 vessels, having on board 1,700 troops, besides the crews. It will be remembered that the capital of Ontario had been moved from Niagara, Newark, to York, Toronto, on the north side of Lake Ontario, then a thriving village of 1,000 souls on the inner shore of Humber Bay. On the sand reef known as the Island, in front of the harbor, had been constructed a battery with cannon. The main village lay east of the present City Hall. Westward less than a mile was Government House, on the site of the President residence. Between Government House and the village was not a house of any sort, only a wood road flanking the lake, and badly cut up by ravines. Just west of Government House, and close to the water, was a blockhouse, or tower used as powder magazine, mounted with cannon to command the landing from the lake. Some accounts speak of yet another little outer battery or earthwork farther westward. North of the Government House road, or what is now King Street, were dense woods. General Sheaffe, who had succeeded Brock at Queenston Heights, chanced to be in Toronto in April with some 600 men. Just where the snug quarters of the Toronto Hunt Club now stand, you may look out through the green foliage of the woods fringing the high cliffs of Lake Ontario, and there lies before your view the pure sky-blue surface of an inland sea washing in waves like a tide to the watery edge of the far skyline. Early in the morning of April 27th, a forest ranger, dressed in the customary Lincoln green, was patrolling the forested edge of the Scarborough Heights above the lake. The trees had not yet leafed out, but were in that venerable state when the branches between earth and sky take on the appearance of an aerial network, just budding to light and color, and in the ravines still lay patches of the winter snow. The morning was hazy warm, odoriferous of coming summer, with not a breath of wind stirring the water. As the sun came up over the lake, long lines of fire shot through the water haze. Suddenly the scout paused on his parade. Something was advancing shoreward through the mist, advancing in a circling line like the ranks of wild birds flying north, with a lap, lap, lap of water drip and a rap, rap, rap of rowlocks from a multitude of sweeps. The next instant the forest rang to a musket shot, for the scout had discovered Commodore Chauncey's fleet of 16 vessels being towed forward by rowers through a dead calm. The musket shot was heard by another scout nearer the fort. The signal was repeated by another shot, and another for the whole 12 miles, till General Sheaffe, sitting smoking a cigar in Government House, sprang to his feet and rushed out, followed by his officers, to scan the harbor of Humber Bay from the top of the fort bastions. Sure enough, there was the fleet, led by Chauncey's frigate, with 24 cannon poking from its sides, a string of rowboats in tow behind to land the army, coming straight across the harbor, over water calm as silk. It has been told how the fleet made the mistake of passing beyond the landing, but the chances are the mistake was intentional for the purpose of avoiding the cannon of the fort bastions. At all events, the report may be believed that the most of Toronto's people forgot to go back to breakfast that morning. A moment later, officers were on top of the bastion towers, directing battery men to take range for their cannons. A battalion variously given, as from 50 to 100, along with some Indians, was at once dispatched westward to ambush the Americans' landing. Another division was posted at the battery beyond Government House. Sheaffe saw plainly from the number of men on deck that he was outnumbered 4 to 1, and the flag on the Commodore's boat probably told him that General Dearborn, the commander-in-chief, was himself on board to direct the land forces. Sheaffe had been bitterly blamed for two things: for not invading Niagara after the victory on Queenston Heights, and for his conduct at Toronto. He now withdrew the main forces to a ravine east of the fort, plainly preparatory for retreat. Not thus would Brock have acted. Meanwhile, time had worn on to 9 o'clock. The American ships have anchored. The Canadian cannon are sending the bombs skipping across the water. The rowboats are transferring the army from the schooners, and the ambushed sharpshooters are picking the bluecoats off as they step from ships to boats. "By the powers," yells Forsyth, an American officer, "I can't stand seeing this any longer. Come on, boys, jump into our boats." And he bids the bugles blow till the echoes are dancing over Humber waters. Dearborn and Chauncey stay on board. Pike leads the landing, and Chauncey's cannon set such grape and canister flying through the woods as clear out those ambushed shooters, the Indians flying like scared partridges, and the advance is made along Government House Road at quick march. Just west of the Government House battery, the marchers halt to send forward demand for surrender. Firing on both sides ceases. The smoke clears from the churned-up waters of the bay, and Commander Pike has seated himself on an old cannon, when, before answer can come back to the demand, a frightful accident occurs that upsets all plans. Waiting for the signal to begin firing again, a batteryman in the near bastion was holding the lighted fuse in his right hand, ready for the cannon, when something distracted his attention, and he wheeled with the lighted match behind him. It touched a box of explosives. If any proof were needed that the tragedy was not designed, it is to be found in the fact that English officers were still on the roof of the blockhouse, and the apartment below crowded with Canadians. A roar shook the earth. A cloud of black flame shot into mid-air, and the next minute the ground for half a mile about was strewn with the remains, mangled to a pulp, of more than 300 men, 90 of whom were Canadians, 260 Americans, including Brigadier Pike, fatally wounded by a rock striking his head. In the horror of the next few moments, defense was forgotten. Wheelbarrows, trucks, gun wagons were hurriedly forward to carry wounded and dead to the hospital. Leaving his officers to arrange the terms of surrender, at 2 p.m. Sheaffe retreated a quick march for Kingston, pausing only to set fire to a half-built ship and some naval stores. Lying on a stretcher on Chauncey's ship, Pike is roused from unconsciousness by loud huzzas. "What is it?" he asks. "They are running up the Stars and Stripes, sir." A smile passed over Pike's face. When the surgeon looked again, the commander was dead. For 24 hours the haggle went on as to terms of capitulation. Within that time, 2 or 3 things occurred to inflame invading troops. They learned that Sheaffe had slipped away, as the American general's report put it. They got the shell, but the kernel of the nut got away. They learned that stores had been destroyed after the surrender had been granted. Without more restraint, and in defiance of orders, the American troops gave themselves up to plunder all that night. In their rummaging through the Parliament buildings, they found hanging above the Speaker's chair what Canadian records declare was a wig, what American reports say was a human scalp, sent in by some ranger from the West. From what I have read in the private papers of fur traders in that period regarding international scalping, I am inclined to think that wig may have been an American scalp. Certainly the fur traders of Michilimackinac wrapped no excuses round their savagery when the canoes all over the coasts of Lake Superior, in lieu of flags, had American scalps flaunting from their prows. At all events, word went out that an American scalp had been found above the Speaker's chair. It was night. The troops were drunk with success and perhaps with the plunder of the wine shops. All that night and all the next day and night the skies were alight with the flames of Toronto's public buildings on fire. Also the army chest with $10,000 in gold, which Sheaffe had forgotten, was dug up on pain of the whole town being fired unless money were delivered. Private houses were untouched. Looted provisions, which the fleet cannot carry away, Chauncey orders distributed among the poor. Then, leaving some 400 prisoners on parole not to serve again during the war, Chauncey sails away for Niagara. End of section 37. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 38 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820. Part 5. It is a month later. Down at Fort George on the Canadian side, General Vincent knows well what has happened at Toronto and is on the lookout for the enemy's fleet. On the American side of the Niagara River, from Lake Ontario to Lake Erie, are 7,000 troops eager to wipe out the stain of last year's defeat. On the Canadian side, from Fort George to Chippewa and Erie are 2,300 men, mostly volunteers from surrounding farms, and powder is scarce and provisions are scarce, for Chauncey's fleet has cut off help from St. Lawrence and Kingston way. All the last 2 weeks of May, heavy, hot fog lay on the lake and on the river between the hostile lines. But there was no mistaking what Chauncey's fleet was about. Red-hot shot showers on Fort George in a perfect rain. Standing on the other side of the river are thousands of spectators, among them one grand old swashbuckler fellow in a cocked hat, whose fighting days are past, taking snuff after the fashion of a former generation, and wearing an air of grand patronage to the American troops because he has seen service in Europe. "No, sir," says the grand old fighting cock pompously to his auditors. "Can't be done. Have seen it tried on the continent, and you can't do it. Lay a wager you can't do it. Can't possibly set fire to a fort by red-hot shot." Then, at night time, when the lurid glare of flame lights up the foggy darkness, the old gentleman is put to his trumps. "See," they say, "Fort George is on fire." And over at Fort George the bucket brigade works hard as the cannoneers. But the fog is too good a chance to be missed by Chauncey. Rowing out with muffled oars all the nights of May 24th and 25th, he has his men sounding in silence the channel, right within pistol shot of Fort George. The night of the 26th, troops and marines are bidden breakfast at 2 in the morning, and be ready for action with a single blanket and rations for 1 day. That is all they are told. They embark at 4. The waters are dead calm. The morning of the 27th, gray as wool with fog, sweeps out Chauncey's fleet, circles up to Fort George with 100 scows in tow, carrying 50 soldiers each. Vincent takes his courage in his teeth and gathers his 1,000 men inside the walls. Then the cannon of the frigates split fog and air and earth, and under cover of the fire, the scows gain the land by 9 a.m. First, Vincent's sharpshooters sally from the fort and fire. Then they fire from the walls. Then they overturn guns, retreat from the walls, throw what powder they cannot carry into the water, and retreat, fighting, behind stone walls and ditches. The contest of 1,000 against 6,000 is hopeless. Vincent sends couriers riding like the wind to Chippewa and Queenston and Erie, ordering the Canadians to retire to the back country. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Americans are in possession of the Canadian side from Fort George to Erie. Vincent retreats at quick march along the lake shore towards what is now Hamilton. June 1st, General Dearborn sends his officers, Chandler and Winder, in hot pursuit with 3,500 men. Vincent's soldiers have less than 90 rounds of powder to a man. He has only 1,000 men, for the garrisons of Chippewa and Queenston Heights and Erie have fallen back in a circle to the region of St. David's. June 5th, Vincent's Canadians are in camp at Burlington Bay. Only 7 miles away, at Stony Creek, lies the American army, out sentries posted at a church, artillery on a height commanding a field, officers and men asleep in the long grass. Humanly speaking, nothing could prevent a decisive battle the next day. The 2 American officers, Chandler and Winder, sit late into the night, candles alight over camp stools, mapping out what they think should be the campaign. It is a hot night. muggy with June showers, lighted up by an occasional flash of sheet lightning. Then all candles out, and pitch darkness, and silence as of a desert. The American army is asleep, in the dead sleep of men exhausted from long, hard, swift marching. The artillerymen on the hillocks, the sentries, the outposts at the church, they too are sound asleep. But the Canadians, too, know that, humanly speaking, nothing can prevent a decisive battle on the morrow. The stories run. I do not vouch for their truth, though facts seem to point to some such explanation, that Harvey, a Canadian officer, had come back to the American army that night disguised as a Quaker peddling potatoes, and noted the unguarded condition of the exhausted troops. Also that Fitzgibbons, the famous scout, came through the American lines dressed as a rustic selling butter. Whether these stories are true or not, or whether indeed the Canadians knew anything about the American camp, they plucked resolution from desperation. If they waited for the morrow's battle, they would be beaten. Harvey proposed to Vincent that 700 picked men go back through the dark and raid the American camp. Vincent left the entire matter to Harvey. Setting out at 11:30 along what is now Main Street, Hamilton, the Canadians marched in perfect silence. Harvey had given orders that not a shot should be fired, not a word spoken, the bayonet alone to be used. By 2 in the morning of June 6, the marchers came to the church where the sentries were posted. 2 were stabbed to death before they awakened. The third was compelled to give the password, then bayoneted in turn. The Canadian raiders might have come to the very midst of the American army if it had not been for the jubilant hilarity of some young officers, who, capturing a cannon, uttered a wild huzza. On the instant, bugles sounded alarm, drums beat a crazy tattoo, and every man leaped from his place in the grass, hand on pistol. The next second the blackness of the night was ablaze with musketry. The soldiers were firing blindly. Officers were shouting orders that nobody heard. Troops were dashing here, there, everywhere, lost in the darkness. The heavy artillery horses breaking tether ropes and stampeding over the field. Major Penderleith, with a company of young Canadians, suddenly found himself in the midst of the American camp. One of the young raiders stabbed 7 Americans to death. A brother bayoneted 4, and before daylight betrayed the smallness of the forces, the raiders came safely off with 3 guns and 100 prisoners, including the 2 American officers, Winder and Chandler. The loss to the British was 115 killed and wounded, but there would be no battle the next day. The Battle of Stony Creek sent the Americans retreating back down the lakefront to Fort George, harried by the English fleet under Sir James Yeo from Kingston. 100 episodes might be related of the Stony Creek raid. For years it was to be the theme of campfire yarns. For instance, in the flare of musketry fire, a Canadian found himself gazing straight along the blade of an American's bayonet. "Sir, the password," demanded the American sentry. Luckily the scout, instead of wearing an English red coat, had on a blue jacket resembling that of the American Marines, and he instantly took his cue. "Rascal!" he thundered back. "What do you mean? Off your line? Go back to your post." The sentry's bayonet dropped. There was momentary darkness, and the Canadian literally bolted. Then ludicrous ill luck befell all the generals. Vincent had accompanied the raiders on horseback. When the bugle sounded "retire," he gave his horse the bit, and in the pitch darkness the brute carried him pell-mell along the wrong road, over fences and hayfields, some 15 miles into the back country. Next day, when Vincent was missing, under flag of truce messengers went to the retreating American army to find if he were among the dead. At 4 in the afternoon his horse came limping into the Canadian camp. Chandler, the American officer, on awakening had sprung on horseback and spurred over the field shouting commands. In the darkness his horse fell and threw him. When Chandler came to himself, he was prisoner among the Canadians. Winder's ill luck was equally bad. By the flare of the firing he saw what he thought was a group of artillerymen deserting a gun. Dashing up, he laid about him with his pistol, shouting, "Come on! Come on!" Another flare of fire, and he found himself surrounded by a circle of Canadian bayonets. "Drop your pistol, sir, or you are a dead man," ordered a young Canadian, and Winder surrendered. It will be recalled that the garrisons of Queenstown below the falls, and Chippewa above, and Erie at the head of the river, had retreated from the invading Americans to the back country, now traversed by Welland Canal. From different posts beyond what was known as the Black Swamp, these bands of the dispersed Canadian army swooped down on the American outposts, harrying the whole American line from Lake Ontario to Lake Erie. Of all the raiders none was more daring than Lieutenant Fitzgibbons, posted beyond the beaver dams at a stone house near Deque's Falls. Space forbids more than one episode of his raids. Once, while riding along Lundy's Lane alone, he was recognized by the wife of a Canadian captain, who dashed from the cottage, warning him to retreat, as 150 Americans had just passed that way. Standing in front of the roadside inn was the cavalry horse of an American. Fitzgibbons couldn't resist the temptation for a bout with the foe, and dismounting, was entering the door when a soldier in blue dashed at him with leveled musket. Naturally not keen to create alarm, Fitzgibbons knocked the weapon from the man's hand, and without a sound had thrown him on the ground, when another American rifleman dashed from behind. Strong as a lion, Fitzgibbons threw the first man violently against the second, and was holding both at bay beneath his leveled rifle when one of the downed men snatched the Irishman's sword from the scabbard. He was in the very act of thrusting the sword point into Fitzgibbons when the innkeeper's wife, with a dexterous kick, sent the weapons whirling out of his hand. Fitzgibbons disarmed the men, tied them, threw them across his horse, and himself mounting, galloped to the woods with a laugh, though 150 Americans were within a quarter a mile. The American commanders at Niagara determined to clean out this nest of raiders from the back country, and Lieutenant Boerstler was ordered to march from Fort George with some 600 men. Leaving Fort George secretly at night, Boerstler came to Queenston at 11 on the night of June 23rd. Here all Canadian soldiers free on parole were seized, to prevent word of the attack reaching the back country. The troops were not even permitted to light camp fire or candles. The great secrecy of the American marchers at once roused suspicion among the Canadians between Queenston and the village of St. David's that the expedition was directed against Fitzgibbons' scouts. At his home, between Queenston and St. David's, dwelt a United Empire Loyalist, James Secord, recovering from dangerous wounds received in the Battle of Queenston Heights. He was too weak himself to go by night and forewarn Fitzgibbons, but his wife, Laura Ingersoll, a woman of some 30 years, was also of the old United Empire Loyalist stock. She immediately set out alone for the back country to warn Fitzgibbons. Many and contradictory stories are told of her march. Whether she tramped 2 nights and 2 days, or only 1 night and 1 day, whether her march led her 20 or only 12 miles, matters little. She succeeded in passing the first sentry on the excuse she was going out to milk a cow, and she eluded a second by telling him she wished to visit a wounded brother, which was true. Then she struck away from the beaten path through what was known as the Black Swamp. It had rained heavily. The cedar woods were soggy with moisture, the swamp swollen, and the streams running a mill race. Through the summer heat, through the windfall, over the quaking forest bog, tramped Laura Secord. It may be supposed that the most of wild animals had been frightened from the woods by the heavy cannonading for almost a year. But the hoot of screech owl, the eldritch scream of wildcat, the far howl of the wolf pack hanging on the trail of the armies for carrion, were not sounds quieting to the nerves of a frightened woman flitting through the forest by moonlight. It was clear moonlight when she came within range of Beaver Dam and Decou's house. She had just emerged in an open field when she was assailed with unearthly yells, and 1,000 ambushed Indians rose from the grass. "Woman, a woman! What does a white woman here?" demanded the chief, seizing her arm. She answered that she was a friend and it was matter of life and death for her to see Fitzgibbons at once. So Laura Secord delivered her warning and saved the Canadian Army. The episode has gone down to history, one of the national legends, like the story of Madeleine Verchères on the St. Lawrence. Fitzgibbons posts his 40 men in place, and Ducharme, commander of the Indians, scatters his 1,000 redskins in ambush along the trail. Also, word is sent for 2 other detachments to come with all speed. June 24th, at 7 in the morning, Boerstler is moving along a narrow forest trail through the beech woods of Beaver Dams. The men are advancing single file, mounted infantrymen first with muskets slouched across saddle pommels, then the heavy wagons, then cavalry to rear. The timber is heavy, the trail winding. Here the long line deploys out from the trail to avoid jumping windfall. There halt is made to cut a way for the wagons. Then the long line moves sleepily forward, yellow sunlight shafted through the green foliage across the riders' blue uniforms. Suddenly a shot rings out, and another, and another. The forest is full of unseen foes, before, behind, on all sides, the cavalry forces breaking rank and dashing forward among the wagons. Boerstler sees it will be as unsafe to retreat as to go on. Sending messages back to Fort George for aid, he pushes forward in an open wheat field. 56 men have fallen, and the bullets are still raining from an invisible foe. Looking back, he sees mounted men in green coats passing and repassing across his trail, filing and refiling. It is a trick of Fitzgibbons to give an impression he has 10 times 40 men, but the Americans do not know. There is no retreat, and Indians are to the fore. In the midst of confusion, Fitzgibbons comes forward with a white handkerchief on his sword point, and begs Boerstler to prevent bloodshed by instant surrender. Boerstler demands to see the number of his enemies. Fitzgibbons says he will repeat the request to his commanding officer. Luck is with Fitzgibbons, for just as he goes back, a small party of reinforcements arrives, and one of its captains acts the part of commanding officer, telling Boerstler's messenger hotly that the demand to see the enemy is an insult. An answer must be given in 5 minutes, or the Canadians will not be responsible for the Indians. The fight has lasted 3 hours. Boerstler surrenders with his entire force. Such was the Battle of Beaver Dams. End of section 38. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 39 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 6. Ever since Brock had captured Detroit in 1812, General Procter, with 2,500 Canadians, had been holding the western part of Ontario, and the defeat of the English at Fort George had placed him in a desperate position. His men had been without pay for months. Their clothes were in tatters, and now, with the Americans in possession of Niagara region, there was danger of Procter's food supply being cut off. Procter himself had not been idle these 6 months. In fact, he had been too active for the good of his supplies. Space forbids a detailed account of the raids directed by him and carried out with the aid of Tecumseh, the great Shawnee chief. January of 1813 saw a detachment of Procter's men up Raisin River, west of Detroit, where they defeated General Winchester and captured nearly 500 prisoners, to be set free on parole. Harrison, the American general, is on his way to Lake Erie to rescue Detroit. Procter hastens in May to meet him with 1,000 Canadians and 1,500 Indians. The clash takes place at a barricade known as Fort Meigs on Maumee River, south of Lake Erie, when again, by the aid of Tecumseh, Procter captures 450 prisoners. It was on this occasion that the Indians broke from control and tomahawked 40 defenseless American prisoners. August sees Procter raiding Sandusky, but the Americans refuse to come out and battle, and the axes of the Canadians are too dull to cut down the ironwood pickets. And when at night Procter's bugles sound retreat, he has lost nearly 100 men. At last, in September, the fleets being built for the Canadians at Amherstburg and for the Americans at Presque Isle are completed. Whichever side commands Lake Erie will control supplies, and though Captain Barclay, the Canadian, is short of men, Procter cannot afford to delay the contest for supremacy any longer. He orders Barclay to sell out and seek Commodore Perry, the American, for decisive battle. On Barclay's boats are only such old land guns as had been captured from Detroit. His crews consist of lake sailors and a few soldiers, all in some 384 men on 6 vessels. September 10th, at midday, at Put-in Bay, Barclay finds Perry's fleet of 7 vessels with 650 men. For 2 hours the furious cannonading could be heard all the way to Amherstburg. Space forbids details of the fight so celebrated in the annals of the American Navy. After broadsides that tore hulls clean of masts and decks, setting sails in flame and the waters seething in mountainous waves, the two fleets got within pistol shot of each other, and Perry's superior numbers won. 1/3 of Barclay's officers were killed and 1/3 of his men. The Canadian fleet on Lake Erie was literally exterminated before 3 in the afternoon. Procter's position was now doubly desperate. He was cut off from supplies. At a council with the Indians, through Tecumseh, the chief was for fighting to the bitter death. It was decided to retreat up the Thames to Vincent's army near modern Hamilton. All the world knows the bitter end of that retreat. Procter seems to have been so sure that General Harrison would not follow, that the Canadian forces did not even pause to destroy bridges behind them, and behind came Harrison, hot foot, with 4,000 fighters from the Kentucky backwoods. October 1st, the Canadians had retreated as far as Chatham, provisions and baggage coming in boats or sent ahead on wagons. Procter's first intimation of the foe's nearness was a breathless messenger with word the Americans just a few miles behind had captured the provision boats. Sending on his family and the women with a convoy of 250 soldiers, Procter faced about on the morning of October 5th to give battle. On the left was the River Thames, on the right a cedar swamp, to rear on the east the Indian mission Moraviantown. The troops formed in line across a forest road. Procter seems to have lost both his heart and his head, for he permitted his fatigued troops to go into the fight without breakfast. Not a barricade, not a hurdle, not a log was placed to break the advance of Harrison's cavalry. The American riders came on like a whirlwind. Crack went the line of Procter's men in a musketry volley. The horses plunged, checked up, reared, and were spurred forward. Another volley from the Canadians. But it was too late. Harrison's 1,500 riders had galloped clean through the Canadian lines, slashing swords as they dashed past. Now they wheeled and came on the Canadians' rear. Indians and Canadians scattered to the woods before such fury, like harried rabbits. Poor Tecumseh in the very act of tomahawking an American colonel when a pistol shot brought him down. The brave Indian chief was scalped by the white backwoodsmen and skinned and the body thrown into the woods, a prey to wolves. Flushed with victory and without Harrison's permission, the Kentucky men dashed in and set fire to Moraviantown, the Indian mission. As for Procter, he had mounted the fleetest horse to be found, and was riding in mad flight for Burlington Heights. It is almost a pity he had not fallen in some of his former heroic raids, for he now became a sorry figure in history, reprimanded and suspended from the ranks of the army. The only explanation of Procter's conduct at Moraviantown is that he was anxious for the safety of his wife and daughters, perhaps needlessly fearing that the rough backwoodsmen would retaliate on them for the treachery of the Indians tomahawking American prisoners of war. And it had fared almost as badly with the Canadian fleet on Lake Ontario. The boats under Sir James Yeo, the young English commander, were good only for close-range fighting. The boats under Commander Chauncey best for long-range firing. All July and August the fleets maneuvered to catch each other off guard. Between times each raided the coast of the other for provisions, Chauncey paying a second visit to Toronto, Yeo swooping down on Sodus Bay. All September the game of hide-and-seek went on between the two Ontario squadrons. Sunday night, the 8th of September, in a gale, 2 of Chauncey's ships sank, with all hands but 16. 2 nights later, in a squally wind, by the light of the moon, 2 more of his slow sailors, unable to keep up with the rest of the fleet, were snapped up by the English off Niagara, with 100 captives. Again, on September 27th, at 8 in the evening, 6 miles off Toronto Harbor, Chauncey came up with the English, and 2 fleets poured broadsides into each other. Then Yeo's crippled brigs limped into Toronto Harbor, while Chauncey sailed gaily off to block all connection with Montreal, and to help to convey troops from Niagara down the St. Lawrence for the master stroke of the year. The way was now clear for the twofold aim of the American staff, to starve out Ontario and concentrate all strength in a signal attack on Montreal. The autumn campaign was without doubt marked by the most comical and heroic episodes of the war. Wilkinson was to go down the St. Lawrence from Lake Ontario with 8,000 men to join General Hampton coming by the way of Lake Champlain, with another 5,000 men in united attack against Montreal. November 5th, Wilkinson's troops descended in 300 flat boats through the Thousand Islands, now bleak and leafless and somber in the gray autumn light. It seemed hardly possible that the few Canadian troops cooped up in Kingston would dare to pursue such a strong American force. But history is made up of impossibles. Feeling perfectly secure, Wilkinson's troops scattered on the river. By November 10th, at 9 in the morning, half the Americans had run down the rapids of the Long Sault, and were in the region of Cornwall, pressing forward to unite with Hampton, where Chateauguay River came into Lake St. Louis, just above Montreal. The other half of Wilkinson's army was above the Long Sault, near Chrysler's farm. From the outset, the rear guard of the advancing invaders had been harried by Canadian sharpshooters. November 11th, about midday, it was learned that a Canadian battalion of 800 was pressing eagerly on the rear. Chance shots had been a rattling fusillade. Quick as flash, the Americans land and wheel face about to fight, posted behind a stone wall and along a dried gully with sheltering cliffs at Chrysler's farm. By 2:30 the foes are shooting at almost hand-to-hand range. Then, through the powder smoke, the Canadians break from a march to a run and charge with all the dauntless fury of men fighting for hearth and home. Before the line of flashing bayonets, the invaders break and run. 200 have fallen on each side in action of less than 2 hours. Then the boats go down to the other half of the army at Cornwall, and here is worse news. News that sends Wilkinson's army back to the American side of the St. Lawrence, without attempting attack on Montreal. General Hampton, on his way from Lake Champlain, has been totally discomfited. Finding the way to the St. Lawrence barred by the old raiders' trail of Richelieu River, Hampton had struck across westward from Lake Champlain to join Wilkinson on the St. Lawrence, west of Montreal, somewhere near the road of Chateauguay River. With 5,000 infantry and 180 cavalry, he has advanced to a ford beyond the fork of Chateauguay. Uncertain where the blow would be struck, Canada's governor had necessarily scattered his meager forces. To oppose advance by the Chateauguay, he has sent a young Canadian officer, de Salaberry, with 150 French-Canadian sharpshooters and 100 Indians. De Salaberry does not court defeat by neglecting precautions because he is weak. Windfall is hurriedly thrown up as barricade along the trail. Where the path narrows between the river and the bleak forest, de Salaberry has tree trunks laid spike end toward the foe. At the last moment comes Macdonell of Brockville with 600 men, but de Salaberry's 300 occupy the front line facing the ford. Macdonell is farther along the river. By the night of October 25th, the American army is close on the dauntless little band hidden in the forest. On the morning of the 26th, 3,000 Americans crossed the south bank of the river, with the design of crossing north again farther down and swinging round on de Salaberry's rear. At the first shot of the bluecoats, poor de Salaberry's forlorn little band broke in panic fright and fled. But de Salaberry on the river bank had grabbed his bugle boy by the scruff of the neck with a grip of iron, and in terms more forcible than polite, bade him sound, 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 the advance, till the forest was filled with flying echoes of bugle calls. Macdonell behind hears the challenge, and mistaking the cheering call for note of victory, bids his buglers blow, blow, advance, blow and cheer like devils. The Americans pour shot into the forest. The bugle calls multiply till the woods seem filled with an advancing army, and the yells split the sky. Also Macdonell has ordered his men to fire kneeling, so that few of the American shots take effect. The advancing host became demoralized. At 2:30 they sounded retreat, and it may truly be said that the Battle of Chateauguay was won by de Salaberry's bugle boy, held to the sticking point, not because he was brave, but because he could not run away. It is said that Hampton simply would not believe the truth when told of the numbers by whom he had defeated. It is also said that immediately after the victory, de Salaberry fell ill from a bad attack of nerves, brought on by lack of sleep. However that may be, the Canadian governor, Prevost, did not suffer from an attack of conscience, for in his report to the English government he ascribed the victory to his own management and presence on the field. The year of 1813 closes darkly for both sides. Before withdrawing from Niagara region, the invaders ravaged the country and set fire to the village of Newark, driving 400 women and children roofless to December snows. Sir Gordon Drummond, who has just come to command in Ontario, retaliates swiftly and without mercy. He crosses the Niagara by night. The fort is carried at bayonet point, 300 men captured and 3,000 arms taken. Next Lewiston is burned, then Black Rock, and on the last day of the year, Buffalo. Down on the Atlantic coast, both fleets win victories, but the English work the greater hurt, for they blockade the entire coast south of New York. On the English squadron are European mercenaries, who have been given the name of Canadian battalions, because their work is to harry the American coast in order to draw off the American army from Canada. European mercenaries have been the same the world over, riff-raff blackguards guilty of infamous outrages the moment they are out from under the officer's eye. These were the troops, misnamed Canadians, whose infamous conduct left a heritage of hate long after the war. But this is a story of the Navy rather than of Canada. The contest has now lasted for almost 2 years, and both sides are as far from decisive victory as when war was declared in June of 1812. Long since the embargo laws of France and England against neutral nations have been rescinded, and the American coast has suffered more from the blockade of this war than it ever did from the wars between France and England. The year 1814 opens with Napoleon defeated and England pouring aid across the Atlantic into Canada. Wilkinson's big army hovers inactive round Lake Champlain, and Prevost is afraid to weaken Montreal by forwarding aid to Drummond at Niagara. The British fleet blockades Sackett's Harbor, and the American fleet blockades Kingston. The Canadians raid Oswego on Lake Ontario for provisions. The Americans raid Port Dover on Lake Erie, leaving the country a blackened waste, and Tom Tabot's Castle Malahide of logs a smoking ruin, with the determined aim of cutting off all supplies in Ontario. Drummond sends his troops scouring the country inland from Niagara for provisions. Military law is established for the seizure of cattle and grain, but for the latter as high a price is paid as $2.50 a bushel, and many a pioneer farmer back from York, Toronto, and Burlington, Hamilton, dates the foundation of his fortune from the famine prices paid for bread during the War of 1812. Of course, the United States did not purpose leaving the frontier of Niagara because Drummond had burnt the forts. By May, Major General Brown had taken command of the United States troops at Buffalo. The next 2 months pass, drilling and training, and bringing forward provisions. July 3rd, at day dawn, during fog thick as wool on the lake, 5,000 American troops crossed to the Canadian side. Fort Erie's English garrison capitulates on the spot, and the English retreat down Niagara River towards Chippewa by the falls. At Chippewa, at Queenston, at Fort George, in all to guard the Canadian frontier, are only some 2,800 men. 3/4 of these are kept doing garrison duty, leaving only 700 men free afield. Just beside Chippewa, a creek some 20 feet wide comes into Niagara River. The Canadians have destroyed the bridge as they retreat, but the Americans pursue, and at midnight of the 4th the two armies are facing each other across the brook. Ominous, dreadful silence through the darkness, but for the sentries' arms or the lumbering advance of artillery wagons dragged cautiously near the Canadians. The bridge is repaired under peppering shot from the British. By 4 on the afternoon of the 5th, the Americans have crossed the stream. Their artillery is in place, and another battalion has forded higher up and swept round to take the Canadians on the flank. The Canadians must either flee in such blind panic as Procter displayed at Moraviantown, or turn and fight. Indians in ambush, reinforcements from Fort George and Queenston formed in 3 solid columns. The English wheel to face the foe. First there is the rattling clatter of musketry fire from shooters behind in the grass. Then the solid columns break from a march to a run and charge with their bayonets. The artillery fire of the Americans meets the runners in a terrible death blast. But as the front lines drop, the men behind step in their places till the armies are not 100 yards apart. Then another blast from the heavy guns of the Americans literally tears the Canadian columns to tatters. As the smoke lifts, there are no columns left,
only scattered groups of men retreating across a field strewn thick with the mangled dead. Out of 1,200 men, the Canadians have lost 500. The charge of the forlorn 1,200 at Chippewa against the artillery of 4,000 Americans has been likened to the charge of the Light Brigade in the Russian War. Though the Canadians were defeated, their heroic defense had for a few days at least checked the advance of the invaders. And now the position of the beleaguered became desperate. At Fort George, at Queenston, and at Burlington Heights, the men were put on half rations. End of section 39. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 40 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1820, Part 7. Why did the Americans not advance at once against Queenston and Fort George? For 3 weeks they awaited Chauncey's fleet to attack from the water side, so the army could rush the fort from the land side. But Chauncey was ill and could not come, and the interval gave the hard-pressed Canadians their chance. Drummond comes from Kingston with 400 fresh men. He calls on the people to leave their farms and rally as volunteers to the last desperate fight. This increased his troops by another 1,000, though many of the volunteers were mere boys, who scarcely knew how to hold a gun. Then, from a dozen signs, Drummond's practised eye foresaw that a forward movement was being planned by the enemy without Chauncey's cooperation. All the American baggage was being ordered to rear. False attacks to draw off observation are made on Fort George outposts. American scouts are seen reconnoitering the back country. Drummond rightly guessed that the attack was being planned in one of two directions. By rounding through the back country, either to fall in great numbers on Fort George, or to cut between the Canadian Army of Hamilton region and of Niagara region, taking both battalions in the rear. From Fort George to Queenstown, Canadian troops are posted by Drummond, and where the road called Lundy's Lane runs from the falls at right angles to the back country, more battalions are ordered on guard against the advance of the invaders. Fitzgibbons, the famous scout, climbing to a tree on top of a high hill, sees the Americans. 5,000 of them, gray coats, blue coats, white trousers, moving up from Chippewa towards Lundy's Lane. Quickly 1,600 Canadian troops under General Riel take possession of a hill fronting Lundy's Lane and the falls. On the hill is a little brown church and an old-fashioned graveyard. In the midst of the graves the Canadian cannon are posted. Round the cemetery runs a stone wall screened by shrubbery, and on both sides of Lundy's Lane are endless orchards of cherry and peach and apples, the fruit just beginning to redden in the summer sun. Whether the enemy aim at Fort George or Hamilton, the Canadian position on Lundy's Lane must be passed and captured. As soon as Drummond had Fitzgibbons' report, he sent messengers galloping for Hercules Scott, who had been ordered to retreat to the lake, to come back to Lundy's Lane with his 1,200 men. It may be imagined that the Americans guessed what message the horseman, in the slather of foam, was bearing back to Hercules Scott, for they at once attacked the Canadians in Lundy's Lane with fury, to capture the guns on the hill before Hercules Scott's reinforcements could come. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening on July 25th, a sweltering hot night, and the troops on both sides were parched for water, though the roar of whole inland oceans of water could be heard pouring over the falls of Niagara. As the Canadians had charged against the American guns at Chippewa, so now the Americans charged uphill against the guns of the Canadians, hurling their full strength against the enemy's center. Creeping under shelter of the cemetery stone walls, the bluecoats would fire a volley of musketry, jump over the fence, dash through the smoke, bayonet in hand, to capture the Canadian guns. Time again, the rush was dauntlessly made, and time again, met by the withering blast. Before 9 o'clock the attacking lines had lost more than 500 men, and as many Canadians had fallen on the hill. The dead and mangled lay literally in heaps. As darkness deepened, lit only by the wan light of a fitful moon and the awesome flare of volley after volley, the fearful screams of the dying could be heard above the roar of the falls and the whistle of cannonball. Riel, the commander of the Canadians, had been wounded and captured. Of his 1,600 Canadians, Drummond had now left only 1,000, and he was himself bleeding from a deep wound in the neck. Half the American officers had been carried from the field injured, and still the command was repeated to rush the hill before Scott's reinforcements came, and each time the advancing line was driven back, shattered and thinned, Canadians dashing in pursuit, cheering and whooping till both armies were so inextricably mixed it was impossible to hear or heed commands. It was in one of these melees that Riel, the Canadian, found himself among the American lines and was captured to the wild and jubilant shouting of the boys in blue and gray. Pause fell at 9 o'clock. The Americans were mustering for the final terrible rush. The moon had gone behind a cloud, and the darkness was inky. Then a shout from the Canadian side split the very welkin. Hercules Scott had arrived with his 1,200 men on a run, breathless and tired from a march and countermarch of 20 miles. The Americans took up the yell, for fresh reserves had joined them, too, and Lundy's Lane became a bedlam of ear-shattering sounds. Heavy artillery wagons forcing up the hill at a gallop over dead and dying, bombs from the Canadian guns exploding in the darkness, horses taking fright and bolting from their riders, carrying American guns clear across the lines among the Canadians. A wild yell of triumph told that the Americans had captured the hill. For the next 2 hours it was a hand-to-hand fight in pitchy darkness. Drummond, the Englishman, could be heard right in the midst of the American lines, shouting, "Stick to them, men! Stick to them! Don't give up! Don't turn! Stick to them! You'll have it!" And American officers were found amidst Canadian battalions, shouting stentorian command, "Level low! Fire at their flashes! Watch the flash! And fire at their flashes!" The Americans have captured the Canadian guns, but in the darkness they cannot carry them off. Each side thinks the other beaten, and neither will retreat. In the confusion it is impossible to rally the battalion, and men are attacking their own side by mistake. Both sides claim victory, and each is afraid to await what daylight may reveal. For it is no exaggeration to say that at the Battle of Lundy's Lane the blood of 1/3 of each side dyed the field. The Canadians as defenders of their own homes, fighting in the last ditch, dare not retire. The Americans, having more risk in numbers, withdraw their troops at 2 in the morning. Of her 2,800 men, Canada had lost 900, and the American loss is as great. Too exhausted to retire, Drummond's men flung themselves on the ground and slept lying among the dead, heedless alike of the drenching rain that follows artillery fire, of the roaring cataract, of the groans from the wounded. Men awakened in the grey dawn to find themselves unrecognizable from blood and powder smoke, to find, in some cases, that the comrade whose coat they had shared as pillow lay cold in death by morning. While Drummond's men bury the dead in heaps and carry the wounded to Toronto, the invaders have retreated with their wounded to Fort Erie. It now became the dauntless Drummond's aim to expel the enemy from Fort Erie. 5 days after the Battle of Lundy's Lane, he had moved his camp halfway between Chippewa and Fort Erie, but in addition to its garrison of 2,000, Fort Erie is guarded by 3 armed schooners lying at anchor on the lakefront. Captain Dobbs of Drummond's forces makes the first move. At the head of 75 men, he deploys far to the rear of the fort, through the woods, carrying 5 flatboats over the forest trail 8 miles, and on the night of the 12th of August, slips out through the water mist towards the American schooners. "Who goes?" challenges the ship's watchman. "Provision boats from Buffalo," calls back the Canadian oarsman, and the rowboats pass round within the shadow of the schooner. A moment later the American ships are boarded. A trampling on deck calls the sailors aloft, but Dobbs has mastered 2 vessels before the fort wakes to life with a rush to the rescue. Delay means almost inevitable loss to Drummond, for Prevost will send no more reinforcements, and the Americans are daily strengthening Fort Erie. Bastions of stone have been built. Outer batteries command approach to the walls, and along the narrow margin between the fort and the lake, earthworks have been thrown up, mounted with cannon elbowing to the water's edge. Taking advantage of the elation over Dobbs' raid of the schooners, Drummond plans a night assault on the 15th of August. Rain had been falling in splashes all day. The fort trenches were swimming like rivers, and it may be mentioned that Drummond's camp was swimming too, boding ill for his men's health. One of the foreign regiments was to lead the assault round by the lakeside, while Drummond and his nephew rushed the bastions. It will be remembered these foreign regiments of Napoleonic wars were composed of the offscourings of Europe. The fighters were to depend on bayonet alone, giving no quarter. Splashing along the rain-soaked road in silence and darkness, scaling ladders over shoulders, bayonets in hand, the foreign troops came to the earthwork elbowing out into the lake. This was passed by the men wading out in the lake to their chins, but the noise was overheard by the fort sentry, and a perfect blaze of musketry shattered the darkness and drove the mercenaries back pell-mell, bellowing with terror. A few of the English and Canadian troops pressed forward, only to find that they could not reach within ladder distance of the walls at all, for spiked trees had been placed above the trenches, in a perfect criss-cross hurdle of sharpened ends. In old letters of the period one reads how the trenches were literally heaped with a jumbled mass of the dead. The other attacking columns fared almost as badly. One of the bastions had been entered by the cannon embrasures. Drummond, Jr., shouting to "Give no quarter! Give no quarter!" when from the cross-firing in the courtyards the powder magazine below this bastion was set on fire and exploded with a terrific crash, killing the assailants almost to a man. In all, killed, wounded, missing, the assault cost Drummond's army 900 men. September proved a rainy month. Drummond's camp became almost a marsh, and the health of the troops compelled a move to higher ground. It was then the Americans sallied out in assault. Neither side could claim victory, but the skirmish cost each army more than 500 men. Sir James Yeo now comes sailing up Lake Ontario with some of the 16,000 troops sent from England. The weather had become unfavorable to movement on either side. Rain and sleet continuously. Drummond foresaw that the season would compel the abandonment of Fort Erie, and on November 5th a scout came in with word that the invaders had crossed to the American side and Fort Erie had been blown up. While Drummond is fighting for the very life of Canada along the Niagara frontier, the war continues in desultory fashion elsewhere. Kentucky riflemen raid western Ontario from Detroit to Port Dover. Up on the lakes is a story of the war that reads like a page from Border Raiders. American fur traders destroy Sault Ste. Marie. Canadian fur traders retaliate by swooping on Mississippi fur posts. Out on the Pacific coast, an English gunboat has captured John Jacob Astor's fur post on the Columbia, and now in the fall of 1814, the Northwest Fur Company of Montreal are conveying from Astor's fort the furs, worth millions of dollars, in canoes across the upper lakes to Ottawa River. 2 armed American schooners hiding on the north shore of Lake Huron lie in wait for the gay raiders of the Northwest Company, but at the Sault the Northwest voyageurs get wind of the danger. They in turn hide their canoes in some of the blue coves of the north shore. Then, stealing out at night, in canoes with muffled paddles, the Nor'westers come on one schooner while the watch is asleep. They board her, bayonet the crew, pinion some of the wounded to the decks, and with the captured vessel sidle up to the other vessel, and, before she is aware of the new masters on board, have captured her too. Then, scalps flaunting at the prows of their canoes, the Nor'west fur traders gaily go their way. Down at Lake Champlain occurs the great fiasco of the war, the blot on Canada's escutcheon. Prevost, with 10,000 reinforcements, has been ordered by the English governor to proceed from Montreal against the Americans by both water and land. While an English fleet attacks the Americans, Prevost is to lead the troops against Plattsburgh. But the Canadian fleet meets terrible disaster. The commander is killed by a rebounding cannonball just as the action begins, and 12 of the gunboats manned by the hired foreigners desert en masse. The rest of the fleet is literally destroyed. Instead of seconding attack by a battle on land, Prevost sits behind his trenches waiting for the little fleet to win the battle for him, and when the fleet is defeated, Prevost's courage sinks with the sinking ships. He gathers up his troops and retreats in a scare of haste. Such a fright of unseemly, unsoldierly haste that nearly 1,000 of his soldiers desert in sheer disgust. Down at Nova Scotia are raid and counter-raid too. The British and American fleets wage fierce war that is not part of Canada's story. But in the contest, the public buildings of Washington are burned in retaliation for the burning of Newark, and down at New Orleans the English suffer a crushing defeat. Meanwhile the peace commissioners have been at work. and the war that ought never to have taken place, that settled not one jot of the dispute which caused it, was closed by the Treaty of Ghent, Christmas Eve of 1814. All captured forts, all plunder, all prisoners are to be restored. Michilimackinac and Fort Niagara and Astoria on the Columbia go back to the United States, but of impressment and right of search and embargo of neutrals, not a word. The waste of life and happiness accomplished not a feather's weight, unless it were the lesson of the criminal folly of war between nations akin in aim and speech and blood. End of section 40. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 41 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1846. Part 1. When Sir Alexander Mackenzie, the discoverer, went home to retire on an estate in Scotland, he found the young nobleman and philanthropist, Lord Selkirk, keenly interested in accounts of vast, new, unpeopled lands, which lay beyond the Great Lakes. A change in the system of farming, which dispossessed small farmers to turn the tenantries into sheep runs, had caused terrible poverty in Scotland at this period. Here in Scotland were people starving for want of land. There in America were lands idle for lack of people. Selkirk had already sent out some colonists to the Lake of St. Clair region of Ontario and to Prince Edward Island, but what he heard from Mackenzie turned his attention to the new empire of the prairie. Then in Montreal, where he had been dined and wined by the Northwest Company's Beaver Club, he had heard still more of this vast new land, of its wealth of furs, of its untimbered fields, where man had but to put in the plowshare to sow his crop. The one great obstruction to settlement there would be the claims of the Hudson's Bay Company to exclusive monopoly of the country. But as Selkirk listened to the descriptions of the Red River Valley given by Colin Robertson, who had been dismissed by the Nor'westers, he thought he saw a way of overcoming all difficulties which the fur traders could put in the way of settlement. Owing to competition, Hudson's Bay stock had fallen from 250 to 50 pounds sterling a share. On returning to Scotland, Lord Selkirk had begun buying up Hudson's Bay stock in the market, along with Sir Alexander Mackenzie. But when Mackenzie learned that Selkirk's object was colonization first, profit second, he broke in violent anger from the partnership in speculation, and besought William McGillivray to go on the open market and buy against Selkirk to defeat the plans for settlement. What with shares owned by his wife's family of Colville Wedderburns, and those he had himself purchased, Selkirk now owned a controlling interest in the Hudson's Bay Company. Early in 1811, the company deeds to Lord Selkirk the country of Red River Valley, exceeding in area the British Isles and extending, though the ignorance of its donors, far south into American territory. Colin Robertson, the former Nor'wester, who first interested Selkirk in Red River, has meanwhile been gathering together a party of colonists. Miles Macdonell, retired from the Glengarry Regiment, has been appointed by Selkirk governor of the new colony. What of the Nor'westers while these projects went forward? Writes McGillicuddy from London, where he has been stirring up enmity to Selkirk's project. Selkirk must be driven to abandon his project at any cost, for his colony would prove utterly destructive of our fur trade. How he purposed doing this will be seen. Writes Selkirk to the governor of his colony, Miles Macdonell, "The Northwest Company must be compelled to quit my lands. If they refuse, they must be treated as poachers." Selkirk believed that the Hudson's Bay Company charter to the Great Northwest was legal and valid. He believed that the vast territory granted to him was legally his own as much as his parks in Scotland. He believed that he possessed the same right to expel intruders on this territory as to drive poachers from his own Scotch parks. It was the spirit of feudalism. As for the Nor'westers, let us look at their rights. They disputed that the charter of the Hudson's Bay Company applied beyond the bounds of Hudson's Bay. Even if it did so aptly, they pointed out that by the terms of the charter it applied only to lands not possessed by any other Christian power. And who would dispute that French fur traders and Nor'westers, as their successors, had ascended the streams of the interior long before the Hudson's Bay men? It was the spirit of democracy. It needed no prophet to foresee when these two sets of claims came together there would be a violent clash. It is evening in the little harbor of Stornoway, off the Hebrides, north of Scotland, July 25, 1811. Waning midsummer has begun to shorten the long days, and lying at anchor in the twilight a few yards offshore are the 3 Hudson's Bay Company boats, outward bound. For a week the quiet little fishing hamlet has been in turmoil, for Governor Miles Macdonell and Colin Robertson have ordered the Selkirk settlers here, 129 of them, 70 farmers, 59 clerks, to join the Hudson's Bay boats as they swing out westward on their far cruise to the north, and the atmosphere has literally been on fire with vexations created by spies of the Northwest Company. In the first place, as the settlers wait for the ships coming up from London, troublemakers pass from group to group, scattering a miserable little sheet called the Highlander, warning the deluded people against going to a polar land of Indian hostiles. Besides, dark hints are uttered that the settlers are not wanted for colonists at all, but for armed battalions, to fight the Nor'westers for the Hudson's Bay Company, in proof whereof the prophets of evil point ominously to the cannon and munitions of war on board the 3 old fur boats. Then there is too much whiskey afloat in Stornoway that week. Settlers are taken ashore and farewelled and farewelled and farewelled till unable to find their way down to the rowboats, and then they are easily frightened into abandoning the risky venture altogether. On the settlers who have come as clerks to the company governor Macdonell can keep a strong hand, for they have been paid their wages in advance and are seized if they attempt to desert. Then the excise officer here is a friend of the Nor'westers, and he creates endless trouble rowing round and round the boats, bawling out, to know if all who are barking are going of their own free will, till the ship's hands, looking over decks, become so exasperated they heave a cannonball over rails, which goes splash through the bottom of the harbor officer's rowboat and sends him cursing ashore to dispatch a challenge for a duel to Governor Macdonell. Macdonell sees plainly that if he is to have any colonists left, he must sail at once. Anchors up and sails out at 11 that night. The ships glide from shore so unexpectedly that one faint heart, desperately resolved on flight, has to jump overboard and swim ashore, while two other settlers, who have been lingering over farewells, must be rowed across harbor by Colin Robertson to catch the departing ships. Then Robertson is back on the wharf trumpeting a last cheer through his funnelled hands. The Highlanders on decks lean over the vessel railings waving their bonnets. The Glasgow and Dublin lads, indentured as clerks, give a last huzza, and the Selkirk settlers are off for their promised land. As long ago Cartier's first colonists to the St. Lawrence had their mettle tested by tempestuous weather and pioneer hardships, so now the first colonists to the great Northwest must meet the challenge that fate throws down to all who leave the beaten path. Though the season was late, the weather was extraordinarily stormy. 61 days the passage lasted, the tubby old fur ships lying waterlogged, rolling to the angry sea. MacDonald was furious that the colonists had been risked on such unseaworthy craft. But those old fur ship captains, with 50 years ice battling to their credit, probably knew their business better than MacDonald. The fur ships had not been built for speed and comfort, but for cargoes and safety, and when storms came they simply lowered sails, turned tails to the wind, and rolled till the gale had passed, to the prolonged woe of the Highland landsmen, for the first time suffered seasick pains. Then, when Governor MacDonald attempted drills to pass the time, he made the discovery that the setious talk had gone the rounds of the deck. The Hudson's Bay had no right to this country. The Nor'westers owned that country. The Hudson's Bay couldn't compel any man to drill and fight. Selkirk could not give clear deed to their lands, and much more to that same effect, all of which proved that some Nor'wester agent in disguise had been busy on board. September 24th, amid falling snow and biting frost, the ships anchored at 5 fathoms hole off York Factory, Port Nelson. The Selkirk settlers had been 61 days on board, and they were still a year away from their promised land. Champlain's colonists of Acadia and Quebec had come to anchorage on a land set like a jewel among silver waters and green hills, but the Selkirk settlers have as yet seen only rocks barren of verdure as a billiard ball, vales amidst the doomed hills of Hudson Straits, dank with muskeg, and silent as the very realms of death itself. But for the flacker of wild fowl, the roaring of the floundering walrus herds, or the lonely tinkling of mountain streams running from the ice fields to the mossy valleys bordering the northern sea. It needed a robust hope, or the blind faith of an almost religious zeal, to penetrate the future and see beyond these sterile shores of the promised land, where homes were to be built and plenty to abound. If pioneer struggles leave a something in the blood of the race that makes for national strength and permanency, the difference between the home finding of the West and the home finding of the East is worth noting. There were, of course, no preparations for the colonists at York Fort, for the factor could not know they were coming, or anything of Selkirk's plans, till the annual ships arrived. On the chance of finding better hunting farther from the fort, MacDonald withdrew his people from the Hayes River, north across the marsh to a sheltered bank on the River Nelson. Winter had set in early. A whopping blizzard met the pilgrims as they marched along an Indian trail through the bushwood. There is a legend of Miles MacDonald, the governor, becoming benighted between York Fort and Nelson River, and losing his way in the storm. According to the story, he beat about the brushwood for 24 hours before he regained his bearings. Rude huts of rough timber and thatch roof with logs extemporized for berths and benches were knocked up for wintering quarters on Nelson River, and the next 9 months were passed hunting deer for store of provisions and building flatboats to ascend the interior. All winter a mutinous spirit was at work among the young clerks, which MacDonell no doubt ascribed to the machinations of Nor'westers, but the chief factor quickly quelled mutiny by cutting off supplies, and all hands were ready to proceed when the fur brigades set out for the interior on the 21st of June, 1812. Up Hayes River, up the whole length of Winnipeg Lake, then in August the flatboats are ascending the muddy current of Red River, through what is now Manitoba, and for the first time the people see their promised land. High banks fringed with maple and oak line the river at what is now Selkirk. Then the cliffs lower, and through the woods are broken gleams of the rolling prairie intersected by ravines, stretching far as an eye can see, where sky and earth meet. From the lateness of the season, one can guess that the river was low at the boulder reach known as St. Andrew's Rapids, and that while the boats were tracked upstream, the people would disembark and walk along the Indian trails of the west bank. There was no Fort Garry near the rapids, as a few years later. Buffalo skin teepees alone broke the endless sweep of russet prairie and sky, clear swimming blue as the purest lake. Then the people are back aboard, laboring hard as the oar now, for they know they are nearing the end of their long pilgrimage. The river banks rise higher. Then they drop gradually to the flats now known as Point Douglas. Another bend in the sinuous red current, looping and curving and circling fantastically through the prairie, and the Selkirk settlers are in full view of the old Cree graveyard, bodies swathed in skins on scaffolding, down at the junction of the Assiniboine. Hard by they see the towered bastions of the Northwest Company's post, Fort Gibraltar. Somewhere between what are known today as Broadway Bridge and Point Douglas, the Selkirk settlers land on the west side. Chief Peguis and his Cree warriors ride wonderingly among the white-faced newcomers, marveling at men who have crossed the great waters to dig gardens and work land. The barracks knocked up hastily is known after Selkirk's family name as Fort Douglas, but the store of deer meat has been exhausted, and the colonists are on the verge of a second winter. They at once join the Plain Rangers, or Bois Brûlés, burnt wood runners, half-breed descendants of French and Northwest fur traders, who have been retainers of the Montreal Company. With them the Selkirk settlers proceed south to Pembina and the boundary to hunt buffalo. No instructions had yet come to Red River of the Northwest Company's hostility to the colony, and the lonely Scotch clerks of Fort Gibraltar were glad to welcome men who spoke their own Highland tongue. Volumes might be written of this, the colonists' first year in the Promised Land, how the rude Plain Rangers conveyed them to the buffalo hunt in their creaking Red River carts made entirely of wood, hub, tire, axle, and all, or else on loaned ponies, how when storm came the white settlers were welcomed to the huts and skin tents of the French half-breeds, given food and buffalo blankets, how many a young Highlander came to grief in the wild stampede of the first buffalo hunt,
how when the hunters returned to Fort Gibraltar, Winnipeg, on Red River with store enough of pemmican for all the fur posts of the Nor'westers, many a wild happy winter night was passed dancing mad Indian jigs to the piping of the Highland piper and the crazy scraping of some Frenchman's fiddle. How when morning came in a grey dawn of smoking frost mist, a long line of the colonists could be seen winding along the ice of Red River home to Fort Douglas, Piper Green or Hector McLean leading the way, still prancing and blowing a proud national air. How when the spring opened, 10-acre plots were assigned to each settler, close to the fort at what were known as the colony buildings, and 100-acre farms farther down the river. All this and more are part of the story of the coming of the first colonists to the great Northwest. The very autumn that the first settlers had reached Red River in 1812, more colonists had arrived on the boats at Hudson Bay. These did not reach Red River till October 1812 and in the spring of 1813. By 1813 and on till 1817, more colonists yearly came. The story of each year, with its plot and counterplot, I have told elsewhere. Spite of Nor'westers' threats, spite of the fact there would be no market for the colonists when they had succeeded in transforming wilderness prairie into farms, Selkirk's mad dream of empire seemed to be succeeding. The cardinal mistake in the contest between Hudson's Bay Company and Nor'westers, between feudalism and democracy, was now committed by the governor of the colony, Miles Macdonell. The year 1813 had proved poor for the buffalo hunters. Large numbers of colonists were coming, and provisions were likely to be scarce. Also, note it well, while the War of 1812 did not cut off supplies through Hudson Bay to the English Company, it did threaten access to the west by the Great Lakes, and cut off all supplies by way of Detroit and Lake Huron for the Nor'westers. Was Macdonell scoring a point against the Nor'westers when they were at a disadvantage? Who can answer? Selkirk had ordered him to expel the Nor'westers from his lands, and if the violent contest had not begun in this way, it was bound to come in another. What Macdonell did was issue a proclamation in January of 1814, forbidding taking provisions from Selkirk's territory of Assiniboia. It practically meant that the Plain Rangers must not hunt buffalo in the limits of modern Manitoba, and must not sell supplies to the Nor'westers. It also meant that all the upper posts of the Nor'westers, the fur posts of Athabasca and British Columbia, which depended on pemmican for food, would be without adequate provisions. The Plain Rangers were enraged beyond words, and doubly enraged when some Hudson's Bay men began seizing buffalo meat at Pembina River, which was beyond the limits of Selkirk's territory. Writes Peter Fiddler, one of the Hudson's Bay factors, "If Macdonell only perseveres, he will starve the Nor'westers out." One can guess the anger in the annual meeting of the Nor'westers at Fort William in July of 1814. Like generals on field of war, they laid out their campaign. Duncan Cameron, a United Empire Loyalist officer of the 1812 war, is to don his red regimentals and proceed to Red River, where his knowledge of the Gaelic tongue may be trusted to win over Selkirk settlers. "Nothing but the complete downfall of the colony will satisfy some," wrote one of the fiery Nor'westers to a brother officer. Such was the mood of the Nor'westers when they came back from their annual meeting,
on Lake Superior to Red River, and MacDonell fanned this mood to dangerous fury by threatening to burn the Nor'westers' forts to the ground unless they moved from Selkirk's territory. For the present Duncan Cameron contents himself with striking up a warm friendship with the Highlanders of the settlement, and offering to transport 200 of them free of cost to eastern Canada. MacDonell seizes still more provisions from northwest forts. Cameron, the Nor'wester, comes back from the annual meeting of 1815 still more bellicose. He carries the warrant to arrest Governor Miles MacDowell for the seizure of those provisions. MacDowell, safe behind the palisades of Fort Douglas, laughs the warrant to scorn. But it is another matter when the Plain Rangers ride across the prairie from Fort Gibraltar armed, and pour such hot shot into Fort Douglas that the colonists, frenzied with fear, huddle to the fort for shelter. To ensure the safety of the colonists, MacDonell surrenders to the Nor'westers and is sent to eastern Canada for a trial which never takes place. No sooner has Governor MacDowell been expelled than Cuthbert Grant, warden of the Plain Rangers, rides over to the colony and warns the colonists to flee for their lives from Indians enraged at these land workers spoiling the hunting fields. What the Indians thought of this defense of their rights is not stated. They were silent and unacting witnesses of the unedifying spectacle of white men ready to fly at each other's throats. It was too late for the colonists to reach Hudson Bay in time for the annual ships of 1815. So the houseless people dispersed amid the forests of Lake Winnipeg, where they could be certain of at least fish for food. End of section 41. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 42 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1846, Part 2. Word of the 200 settlers having been moved from Red River by the Nor'westers, of MacDowell's forcible expulsion, and of the dispersion of the rest of the colony had, of course, been sent to Selkirk and his agents in both Montreal and London. Swift retaliation is prepared. Colin Robertson, who speaks French like a Canadian and knows all the Nor'west voyageurs of the St. Lawrence, is sent to gather up 200 French boatmen under the very noses of the Nor'westers at Montreal. With these, Robertson is to invade the far-famed Athabasca, whence come the best furs, the very heart of the Nor'westers' stamping ground. Robert Semple is appointed governor of the colony on Red River, with instructions to resist aggressions of the Nor'westers even to the point of a shock that may be felt from Montreal to Athabasca. Selkirk himself comes to Canada to interview the Governor-General about military forces to protect his colony. Robertson, with his 200 voyageurs for Athabasca, follows the old Ottawa Trail of the French explorers from the St. Lawrence to the Great Lakes, and from the Great Lakes to Red River by way of Winnipeg Lake. Whom does he find on the shores of the lake but Selkirk's dispersed colonists? Ordering John Clark, an old campaigner of Astor's company on the Columbia, to lead the 200 French voyageurs on up to Athabasca, Colin Robertson rallies the colonists together and leads them back to Red River for the winter of 1815 to 1816. Feeling sure that he had destroyed Selkirk's scheme root and branch, Cameron has remained at Fort Gibraltar with only a few men, when back to the field comes Robertson, stormy, capable, robust, red-blooded, fearless, breathing vengeance on Selkirk's foes. By the spring of 1816, the tables have been turned with a vengeance. Cameron, the Nor'wester, has been seized and sent to Hudson Bay to be expelled from the country. Fort Gibraltar has been pulled down and the timbers used to strengthen Fort Douglas, whose pointed cannon command all passage up and down Red River. It was hardly to be supposed that the haughty Nor'westers would submit to expulsion without a blow. From Athabasca, from New Caledonia, from Qu'Appelle, they rally their doughtiest fighters under Cuthbert Grant, the half-breed Plain Ranger. From Montreal and Fort William come spurring the leading partners, with 170 French-Canadian bullies, and a brass cannon concealed under oilcloth in a long boat. The object of the Plain Rangers is to meet the upcoming partners with supplies for the year. But is that any reason for the riders who are striking eastward from Assiniboine to Red River, decking themselves out in war paint and stripping like savages before battle? The object of the partners is to meet the Plain Rangers on Red River. But is that any reason for bringing a cannon concealed under oilcloth all the way from Lake Superior? Or do men fighting a life-and-death struggle for the thing the world calls success ever acknowledge plain motives within themselves at all? Is it not rather the blind brute instinct of self-protection, forfend what may? Listen, white men, beware, beware, the Cree chief Peguis warns Governor Semple. What means the spectacle of white brothers who preach peace, preparing for war over a few beaver pelts? Chief Peguis cannot understand except this is the way of white men. And now, unluckily for Governor Semple, he quarrels with his adviser, Colin Robertson. Robertson, from his early training in Northwest ranks, reads the signs, and is for striking a blow before the enemy can strike him. Semple is still talking peace. Robertson leaves Red River in disgust, and departs for Hudson Bay to take ship for England. The Plain Rangers, it may be explained, have uttered the wild threat that if they can catch Robertson, they will avenge the destruction of Fort Gibraltar by skinning him alive and feeding him to the dogs. Also, it is well known, Nor'westers of Qu'Appelle have muttered angry prophecies about the ground being drenched with the blood of colonists. Still, Semple talks peace, which is a good thing in its place, but this isn't the place. My governor, please an old hunter of the Hudson's Bay with Semple, are you not afraid? The half-breeds are gathering to kill you. Semple laughs. Pshaw! He has law on his side. Law? What is law? The old hunter of the lawless wilds doesn't know that word. The word doesn't come as far west as the Pays d'en Haut. It is sunset of June 18th, 1816. Old Chief Peguis comes again to the Hudson's Bay fort on Red River. Governor of the gardeners, he solemnly warns, governor of the land workers and gardeners, listen. Not much does he add after the fashion of his race, only this. Let me bring my warriors to protect you. Semple laughs at such fears. It is sunset of June 19th. A soft west wind has set the prairie grass rippling like a green sea between the fort and the sun hanging low at the western skyline. A boy on the lookout above one of the bastion towers of Fort Douglas suddenly shouts, "The half-breeds are coming!" Semple ascends the tower and looks through a field-glass. There is a line of 60 or 70 horsemen, all armed, not coming to the fort, but moving diagonally across from the Assiniboine to the Red towards the colony. And then, north towards the colony, is wildest clamor. People in ox carts, people on horseback, people on foot, stampeding for the shelter of the fort. And up to this moment absolutely nothing has occurred to create this terror. "Let 20 men follow me," orders Semple, and he marches out, followed by 27 armed men. As they wade through the waist-high hay fields, they meet the fleeing colonists. "Keep your back to the river," shouts one colonist, conveying his family. "They are painted, Governor. Don't let them surround you." Semple sends back to the fort for a cannon to be trundled out. Young Lieutenant Holt's gun goes off by mistake. Semple turns on him with fury and bids him have a care. There is to be no firing. The half-breeds have turned from their trail and are coming forward at a gallop. "There's Grant, the Plain Ranger, Governor. Let me shoot him," pleads one Hudson's Bay man. "God have mercy on our souls," mutters one of the colonists, counting the foe. "But we are all dead men." All the world knows the rest. At the knoll where grew some trees, a spot now known in Winnipeg on North Main Street as 7 Oaks, Grant the Ranger sent a half-breed, Boucher, forward to parley. "What do you want?" demands Semple. "We want our fort." "Go to your fort, then." "Rascal, you have destroyed our fort. Dare you speak so to me? Arrest him." Boucher slips from his saddle. The Plain Rangers think he has been shot. Instantaneously from both sides crashes musketry fire. Semple falls with a broken thigh. Before Grant can control his murderous crew or obtain aid for the wounded Governor, a scamp of a half-breed has slashed the fallen man to death. 2 or 3 Hudson's Bay men escape through the long grass and swim across Red River. 2 or 3 more save themselves by instant surrender. For the rest of the 27, they lie where they have fallen. They are stripped, mutilated, cut to pieces. Only one Nor'wester is killed, only one wounded. Later, in order to save the lives of the settlers, Fort Douglas is surrendered. For a second time the colonists are dispersed. Before going down Red River in flatboats, 2 of the Hudson's Bay people go out with Chief Peguis by night and bury the dead. But they have no time to dig deep graves, and a few days later the wolves have ripped up the bodies. Near Lake Winnipeg, the fleeing colonists meet the Northwest partners with 170 men. No need to announce what the spectacle of the terrified colonists means. A wild whoop rents the air. "Thank Providence it was all over before we came," writes one devotee Nor'wester, "for we intended to storm the fort." Both crews pause. The Nor'westers interrogate the settlers. Semple's private papers are seized. Also, 2 Hudson's Bay men who took part in the 7 Oaks fight are arrested, to be carried on down to Northwest headquarters on Lake Superior. Then the settlers go on to Lake Winnipeg. At the various camping places on the way down to Fort William, those 2 Hudson Bay prisoners overhear strange threats. It is night on the Lake of the Woods. Voices of Northwest partners sound through the dark. They are talking of Selkirk coming to the rescue of his people with an armed force. Says the wild voice of a Nor'wester, whose brother had been killed by a Hudson Bay man some years before, "There are fine quiet places along Winnipeg River if he comes this way." Then scraps of a conversation. Then, "The half-breeds could capture him when he is asleep." Then words too low to be heard. Then, "They could have the Indians shoot him." then in voice of authority restraining the wild folly of a bloodthirst for vengeance, "Things have gone too far, but we can throw the blame on the Indians." The wild words of a man gone mad for revenge must not be taken as the policy of a great commercial company. Meantime, where is Selkirk? He had arrived in Montreal. Secret courier, whose advances I had told elsewhere, had carried him word of the dangers impending over his colony. He at once appealed to the Governor-General for a military force to protect the settlers, but it must be recalled how Upper and Lower Canada were to be governed under the Act of 1791. There were to be the governor, the Legislative Council appointed by the Crown, and the Representative Assembly. The Legislative Council was entirely dominated by the Northwest Company. Of the different Quebec courts, there was scarcely a judge who was not interested directly or indirectly in the Northwest Company. Lord Selkirk could obtain no aid which would conflict with that company's policy. Then Selkirk petitioned the governor that, in view of the threats against himself, he might be granted the commission of a justice of the peace and permission to take a personal bodyguard at his own cost to the west. These requests the governor granted. Thereupon Selkirk gathers up some 200 of the de Meuron and de Watteville regiments, mercenaries disbanded after the War of 1812, and sets out for the west. Not aware that Robertson has left Red River, he sends him word to keep the colonists together and to expect help by way of the States from the Sault in order to avoid touching the Nor'westers' post at Fort William. The courier with this message is waylaid by the Nor'westers, but Selkirk himself, preceded by his former governor, Miles Macdonell, has gone only as far as the Sault when word comes back of the Seven Oaks massacre. What to do now? He can obtain no justice in eastern Canada. 2 justices of the peace at the Sault refused to be involved in the quarrel by accompanying him. Selkirk goes on without them, accompanied by the 200 hired soldiers. But instead of proceeding to Red River by Minnesota, as he had first planned, he strikes straight for Fort William, the headquarters of the Nor'westers. He arrives at the fort August 12th, only a few days after the Northwest partners had come down from the scene of the massacre at Red River. Cannon are planted opposite Fort William. Things have gone too far. The Nor'westers capitulate without a stroke. Then, as justice of the peace, my Lord Selkirk arrests all the partners but one and sends them east to stand trial for the massacre of Seven Oaks. The one partner not sent east was a fuddled old drunkard long since retired from active work. This man now executes a deed of sale to my Lord Selkirk for Fort William and its furs. The man was so intoxicated that he could not write, so the aforetime governor, Miles Macdonell, writes out the bargain, which one could wish so great a philanthropist as Selkirk had not touched with tongs. Before midwinter of 1817 had passed, the de Meuron soldiers have crossed Minnesota and gone down Red River to Fort Douglas. One stormy night they scale the wall and bundle the Northwest usurpers out, bag and baggage. July 1817 comes Selkirk himself to the Promised Land. There is no record that I have been able to find of his thoughts on first nearing the ground for which so much blood had been shed, and for which he himself was yet to suffer much, but one can venture to say that his most daring hope did not grasp the empire that was to grow from the seed he had planted. He meets the Indians in treaty for their lands. He greets his colonists in the open one sunny August day, speaking personally to each and deeding over to them land free of all charge. "This land I give you for your church," he said, standing on the ground which the cathedral now occupies. "That plot shall be for your school," pointing across the gully, "and in memory of your native land, let the parish be called Kildonan." Of the trials and counter-trials between the two companies there is not space to tell here. Selkirk was forced to pay heavy damages for his course at Fort William, but the courts of eastern Canada record not a single conviction against the Nor'westers for the massacre of Seven Oaks. Selkirk retired shattered in health to Europe, where he died in 1820. The same year passed away Alexander Mackenzie, his old-time rival. The truth is, each company had gone too far and was on the verge of ruin. From Athabasca came the furs that prevented bankruptcy, and whichever company could drive the other from Athabasca could practically force its rival to ruin or union. When Colin Robertson had rallied the dispersed colonists from Lake Winnipeg, he had left John Clark to conduct the 200 Canadian voyageurs to Athabasca for the Hudson's Bay Company. Clark had been a Nor'wester before he joined Astor, and was a born fighter, idolized by the Indians. So confident was he of a success now that he galloped his canoes up the Saskatchewan without pause to gather provisions. Once on the ground of Athabasca Lake, he divided his party into 2 or 3 bands and sent them foraging to the Nor'westers' forts and hunting grounds up Peace River, down Slave Lake, at Athabasca itself. Weakened by division and without food to keep together, his men fell easy prey to the wily Northwesters. Of those on Slave Lake, 18 died from starvation. Those on Peace River were captured and literally whipped out of the country, signing oaths never to return. Those at Athabasca, being leading officers, were held prisoners. Meanwhile, the Hudson's Bay Company is defeated at Seven Oaks and victorious at Fort William. The Nor'westers at Athabasca were keen to keep the frightened Indians of the north ignorant that Selkirk had triumphed at Fort William, but the news traveled over the 2,000 miles of prairie in that strange hunter fashion known as moccasin telegram, and the story is told how the captured Hudson's Bay officers let the secret out for the benefit of the Indians now afraid to carry their hunt to a Hudson's Bay man. Revels and all-night carousals marked the winter with the triumphant Nor'westers of Athabasca Lake. Often, when wild drinking songs were ringing in the Nor'westers' dining hall, the Hudson's Bay men would be brought in to furnish a butt for their merciless victors. One night, when the hall was full of Indians, one of the Northwest bullies began to brawl out a song in celebration of the Seven Oaks affair. The HBC came up a hill, and up a hill they came. The HBC came up a hill, but down they went again. Tired of their rude horseplay, one of the Hudson's Bay officers spoke up. "Ye niver asked me for a song. I have a varse o' me and compassion." Then, to the utter amaze of the drunken listeners and astonishment of the Indians, the game old officer trolled off this stave. "But Selkirk brave went up a hill and to Fort Williams came. When in he popped and out from the thence he could not be driven again." The thunderstruck Nor'wester leapt to his feet with a yell. "100 guineas for the name of the men who brought the news here." "100 guineas for 12 lines of me en compassion." "Extravagant, sir," returned the canny Scot. From accounts held by the Hudson's Bay Company's Montreal lawyers, it is seen that Clark's expedition cost the company £20,000. End of section 42. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 43 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1812 to 1846. Part 3. Before the massacre of Seven Oaks, Colin Robertson had gone down to Hudson Bay in high dudgeon with Semple, intending to take ship for England, but the fall of ice drive prevented one ship from leaving the bay, and Robertson was stranded at Moose Factory for the winter, whither couriers brought him word of the Seven Oaks tragedy and Selkirk's victory at Fort William. Taking an Indian for guide, Robertson set out on snowshoes for Montreal, following the old Ottawa trail traversed by Radisson and Iberville long ago. Montreal he found in a state of turmoil, almost verging on riot over the imprisonment of the Northwest partners, whom Selkirk had sent east. Nightly the goals were illuminated as for festivals. Nightly sound of wandering musicians came from the cell windows, where loyal friends were serenading the imprisoned partners. They were released, of course, and acquitted from the charge of responsibility for the massacre of Seven Oaks. Presently Robertson finds himself behind the bars for his part in destroying Fort Gibraltar and arresting Duncan Cameron. He too is acquitted, and he tells us frankly that a private arrangement has been made beforehand with the presiding judge. Probably if the Nor'westers had been as frank, the same influence would explain their acquittal. Robertson found himself free just about the time Lord Selkirk came back from Red River by way of the Mississippi, in order to avoid those careful plans for his welfare on the part of the Nor'westers at the quiet places along Winnipeg River. The Governor of Canada had notified members of both companies unofficially that the English government advised the rivals to find some basis of union, which practically meant that if the investigations under way were pushed to extremes, both sides might find themselves in awkward plight. But the fight had gone beyond the period of pure commercialism. It was now a matter of deadly personal hate between man and man, which, I am sorry to say, has been carried down by the descendants of the old fighters almost to the present day. Each side hoped to drive the other to bankruptcy, and the last throes of the deadly struggle were to be in Athabasca, the richest fur field. While Selkirk is fighting his cause in the courts, he gives Robertson carte blanche to gather 200 more French voyageurs and proceed to Athabasca. Midsummer of 1819 finds the stalwart Robertson crossing Lake Winnipeg to ascend the Saskatchewan. At the mouth of the Saskatchewan a miserable remnant of terrified men from the last Athabasca expedition is added to Robertson's party, and John Clark, breathing death and destruction against the Nor'westers, goes along as lieutenant to Robertson. Everywhere are signs of the lawless conditions of the fur trade. Not an Indian dare speak to a Hudson's Bay man on pain of horsewhipping. Instead of canoes gliding up and down the Saskatchewan like birds of passage, reign a silence and solitude of the dead. Though Robertson bids his voyageurs sing and fire off muskets as signals for trade, not a soul comes down to the river banks till the fleet of advancing traders is well away from the Saskatchewan and halfway across the height of land towards the Athabasca. The amazement of the Northwesters at Fort Chipewyan in Athabasca when Robertson pulled ashore at the conglomeration of huts known as Fort Wedderburn may be guessed. 2 or 3 of the partners ran down to the shore and called out that they would like to parley, but John Clark, filled with memory of a former outrage, and rocking the canoe in his fury so that it almost upset, met the overtures with a volley of stentorian abuse that sent the Nor'westers scampering and set Robertson laughing till the tears ran down his cheeks. The change of spirit on part of the Nor'westers was easily explained. The most of their men were absent on the hunting field. In a few weeks Robertson had his huts in order and had dispatched his trappers down to Slave Lake and westward up Peace River. Then, in October, came more Nor'west partners from Montreal. The Nor'westers were stronger now and not so peacefully inclined. Nightly the French bullies, well plied with whiskey, would come across to the Hudson's Bay fort, bawling out challenge to fight, but Robertson held his men in hand and kept his powder dry. Early on the morning of October 11th, Robertson's valet roused him from bed with word that a man had been accidentally shot. Slipping a pistol in his pocket, and all unsuspicious of trickery, Robertson dashed out. It happened that the most of his men were at a slight distance from his fort. Before they could rally to his rescue he was knocked down, disarmed, surrounded by Nor'westers, thrown into a boat and carried back to their fort a captive. In vain he stormed almost apoplectic with rage, and tried to send back Indian messengers to his men. The Nor'westers laughed at him good-naturedly and regulated him to quarters in one room of a long hut, where sole furnishings were a berth-bed and a fireplace without a floor. Robertson's only possessions in captivity were the clothes on his back, a jackknife, a small pencil, and a notebook. But he probably consoled himself that his men were now on guard, and outnumbering the Nor'westers 2 to 1, could hold the ground for the Hudson's Bay that winter. As time passed, the captive Robertson began to rack his brains how to communicate with his men. It was a drinking age, and the fur traders had the reputation of capacity to drink any other class of men off their legs. Robertson feigned an unholy thirst. Rapping for his guard, he requested that messages might be sent across to the Hudson's Bay fort for a keg of liquor. It can be guessed how readily the Nor'westers complied, but Robertson took good care, when the guard was absent and the door locked, to pour out most of the whiskey on the earth floor. Then taking sips of paper from his notebook, he cut them in strips the width of a spool. On these he wrote cipher and mysterious instructions, which only his men could understand, giving full information of the Nor'westers' movements, bidding his people hold their own, and ordering them to send messages down to the new Hudson's Bay governor at Red River, William Williams, to place his De Meuron soldiers in ambush along the Grand Rapids of the Saskatchewan to catch the Northwest partners on their way to Montreal next spring. These slips of paper he rolled up tight as a spool and hammered into the bunghole of the barrel. Then he plastered clay all over to hide the paper, and bade the guard carry this keg of whiskey back to the HBC fort, for it was musty. Robertson complained, let the men rinse out the keg and put in a fresh supply. All that winter Robertson, the Hudson's Bay man, captive in the Nor'westers' fort, sent weekly commands to his men by means of the whiskey kegs. But in the spring his trick was discovered, and the angry Nor'westers decided he was too clever a man to be kept on the field. They would ship him out of the country when their furs were sent east. On the way east he succeeded in escaping at Cumberland House. Waiting only a few hours, he launched out in his canoe and followed on the trail of the Northwest partners, on down to see what would happen at Grand Rapids, where the Saskatchewan flows into Lake Winnipeg. A jubilant shout from a canoe turning a bend in the river presently announced the news. All the Northwest partners captured. When Robertson came to Grand Rapids, he found Governor Williams and the De Meurons in possession. Cannon pointed across the river below the rapids. The Northwest partners were prisoners in a hut. The voyageurs were allowed to go on down to Montreal with the furs. This last act in the great struggle ended tragically enough. What was to be done with the captured partners? They could not be sent to Eastern Canada. Pending investigations for the union of the companies, Governor Williams sent them to York Factory, Hudson's Bay, whence some took ship to England, others set out overland on snowshoes for Canada. But in the scuffle at Grand Rapids, Frobisher, one of the oldest partners, with a reputation of great cruelty in his treatment of Hudson's Bay men, had been violently clubbed on the head with a gun. From that moment he became a raving maniac, and the Hudson's Bay people did not know what to do with such a captive. He must not be permitted to go home to England. His condition was too terrible evidence against them, so they kept him prisoner in the outhouses of York Factory, with 2 faithful Nor'wester half-breeds as personal attendants. One dark cold night towards the 1st of October, Frobisher succeeded in escaping through the broken bars of his cell window. A leap took him over the pickets. By chance an old canoe lay on Hayes River. With this he began to ascend stream for the interior, paddling wildly, laughing wildly, raving and singing. The 2 half-breeds knew that a voyage to the interior at this season, without snowshoes, food, or heavy clothing, meant certain death, but they followed their master faithfully as black slaves. Wherever night found them, they turned the canoe upside down and slept under it. Fish lines supplied food, and the deserted hut of some hunter occasionally gave them shelter for the night. Winter set in early. The ice edging of the river cut the birch canoe. Abandoning it, they went forward on foot. From York Fort, Hudson Bay, the nearest northwest post was 700 miles. By the end of October they had not gone half the distance. Then came one of those changes so frequent in northern climes, a sunburst of warm weather following the first early winter, turning all frozen fields to swimming marshes, and the travelers had no canoe. By this time Frobisher was too weak to walk. As his body failed, his mind rallied, and he begged the 2 half-breeds to go on without him, as delay meant the death of all 3. But the faithful fellows carried him by turns on their backs. They themselves were now so emaciated they were making but a few miles a day. Their moccasins had been worn to tatters, and all 3 looked more like skeletons than living men. Then, the 3rd week of November, Frobisher could go no farther, and the servants' strength failed. Building a fire in a sheltered place for their master, the 2 faithful fellows left Frobisher somewhere west of Lake Winnipeg. 2 days later they crept into a northwest post, too weak to speak, and handed the Northwesters a note scrawled by Frobisher, asking them to send a rescue party. Frobisher was found lying across the ashes of the fire. Life was extinct. In 1820, the union of the companies put an end to the ruinous and criminal struggle. George Simpson, afterwards knighted, who had been sent to look over matters in Athabasca, is appointed governor, and Nicholas Gary, one of the London directors, comes out to appoint the officers of the United Companies to their new districts. The scene is one for artist's brush. The last meeting of the partners at Fort William, Hudson's Bay men and Nor'westers, such deadly enemies they would not speak, sitting in the great dining hall, glowering at each other across tables. George Simpson at one end of the tables, pompously dressed in ruffles and satin coat and silk breeches, vainly endeavoring to keep up suave conversation. Nicholas Gary at the other end of the table, also very pompous and smooth, but with a look on his face as if he were sitting above a powder mine. The Highland pipers dressed in tartans, standing at each end of the hall, filling the room with the drone and skirl of the bagpipes. By the union of the companies, both sides avoided proving their rights in the law courts. Most important of all, the Hudson's Bay Company escaped proving its charter valid, for the charter applied only to Hudson Bay and adjacent lands, not occupied by other Christian powers. But on the union taking place, the British government granted to the new Hudson's Bay Company license of exclusive monopoly to all the Indian Territory, meaning 1. Hudson Bay Country, 2. the interior, 3. New Caledonia as well as Oregon. In fact, the Union left the fur traders 10 times more strongly entrenched than before. By this new arrangement, Dr. John McLaughlin was appointed new chief factor of the Western Territories known as Oregon and New Caledonia. When the War of 1812 closed, treaty provided that Oregon should be open to the joint occupancy of English and American traders till the matter of the western boundary could be finally settled. Oregon roughly included all territory between the Columbia and the Spanish fort at San Francisco, namely Washington, Oregon, Northern California, Idaho, Utah, Nevada, parts of Montana, and Wyoming. It was cheaper to send provisions round by sea to the fur posts of New Caledonia, in modern British Columbia, than across the continent by way of the Saskatchewan, so McLaughlin's district also included all the territory as far as the Russian possessions in Alaska. This part of the Hudson's Bay Company's history belongs to the United States rather than Canada, but it is interesting to remember that just as the French fur traders explored the Mississippi far south as the Gulf of Mexico, so English fur traders first explored the western states far south as New Spain. This western field was perhaps the most picturesque of all the Hudson's Bay Company's possessions. Fort Vancouver, 90 miles inland from the sea on the Columbia, was the capital of this trans-Montane kingdom, and yearly till 1846 the fur brigades set out from Fort Vancouver 200 or 300 strong by pack-horse and canoe. Well-known officers became regular leaders of the different brigades. There was Ross, who led the Rocky Mountain Brigade inland across the Divide to the Buffalo Ranges of Montana. There was Ogden, son of the Chief Justice in Montreal, who led the Southern Brigade up Snake River to Salt Lake and the Nevada Desert and Humboldt River and Mount Shasta, all of which regions except Salt Lake he was first to discover. There was Tom Mackay, son of the Mackay who had crossed to the Pacific with Mackenzie, who, dressed as a Spanish cavalier, led the pack-horse brigades down the coast past the Rogue River Indians and the Klamath Lakes to San Francisco, where Dr. Glenn Ray had opened a fort for the Hudson's Bay Company. Then there was the New Caledonia Brigade, 200 strong, which set out from Fort Vancouver up the Columbia in canoes to the scream of the bagpipes through the rocky canyons of the river. Close to the boundary, shift was made from canoe to pack-horse, and leaving the Columbia, the brigade struck up the Okanagan Valley to Kamloops, bound for the bridle trail up the Fraser River. This brigade in later days was under Douglas, who became the knighted governor of British Columbia. Tricked out in gay ribbons, the long file of pack ponies 200 with riders, 200 more with packs, moved slowly along the forest trail with a drone as of bees humming in midsummer. So well did ponies know the way that riders often fell asleep, to be suddenly jarred awake by the horses jamming against a tree, or running under a low branch to brush riders off, or hurdle jumping over a windfall. Each of these brigades has its own story, and each story would fill a book. For instance, Glen Ray at San Francisco has a difficult mission. The company has a plan to take over the debts of Mexico to British capitalists and exchange them for California. Glen Ray is sent to watch matters, but he commits the blunder of furnishing arms to the losing side of a revolution. The debt for arms remains unpaid. Glen Ray suicides, and the company withdraws from California. Presently come American settlers and missionaries over the mountains. The American government delays settling that treaty of joint occupancy, for the more American settlers that come, the stronger will be the American claim to the territory. McLaughlin helps the settlers who would have starved without his aid, and McLaughlin receives such sharp censure from his company for this that he resigns. When the American settlers set up a provisional government, the foolish cry is raised, 54, 40, or fight, which means the Americans claim all the way up to Alaska, and for this there is no warrant either through their own occupation or discovery. The boundary is compromised by the Treaty of Oregon in 1846 at the 49th parallel. When settlers come, fur-bearing animals leave. Long ago the Hudson's Bay Company had foreseen the end and moved the capital of its Pacific Empire up to Victoria. A string of fur posts extends up the Fraser River to New Caledonia. End of section 43. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 44 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1820 to 1867, Part 1. It will be recalled that on the coming of the United Empire Loyalists to Canada, the form of government was changed by the Constitutional Act of 1791, dividing the country into Upper and Lower Canada, the government of each province to consist of a governor, the Legislative Council, and the Assembly. Unfortunately, self-government for the colonies was not yet a recognized principle of English rule. While the assemblies of the two provinces were elected by the people, the power of the assemblies was practically a blank, for the governor and council were the real rulers, and they were appointed by the Crown, which meant Downing Street, which meant in turn that the two Canadas were regarded as the happy hunting ground for incompetent office-seekers of the great English parties. From the Governor-General to the most insignificant postal clerk, all were appointed from Downing Street. Influence, not merit, counted, which perhaps explains why one can count on the fingers of one hand the number of governors and lieutenants from 1791 to 1841 who were worthy of their trust and did not disgrace their position by blunders that were simply notorious. Prevost's disgraceful retreat from Lake Champlain in the War of 1812 is a typical example of the mischief a political jobber can work when placed in a position of trust. But the life-and-death struggle of the war prevented the people turning their attention to questions of misgovernment, and it is hardly an exaggeration to say that the Act of 1791 reduced Canadian affairs to the chaos of a second Ireland and retarded the progress of the country for a century. It has become customary for English writers to slur over the disorders of 1837 as the results of the ignorant rabble following the bad advice of the hotheads, Mackenzie and Papineau, but it is worth remembering that everything the rabble fought for and hanged for has since been incorporated in Canada's Constitution as the very woof and warp of responsible government. Let us see how the system worked out in detail. After the War of 1812, Prevost dies before court-martial can pronounce on his misconduct at Plattsburgh, and Sir Gordon Drummond, the hero of Fort Erie siege, is sworn in. Canada is governed from Downing Street, and it is my Lord Bathurst's brilliant idea that forever after the war there shall be a belt of 20 miles left waste, forest, and prairie between Canada and the United States, presumably to prevent democracy rolling across the northern boundary. Fortunately, the rough horse sense of the frontiersman is wiser than the wisdom of the British statesman, and settlement continues along the boundary in spite of Bathurst's brilliant idea. Those who fought in the War of 1812 are to be rewarded by grants of land, rewarded, of course, by the Crown, which means the governor, but the governor must listen to the advice of his councillors, who are appointed for life, and to the heroes of 1812 the councillors grant 50 acres apiece, while to themselves the said councillors vote grants of land running from 20,000 to 80,000 acres apiece. After the war it is agreed that neither Canada nor the United States shall keep war vessels on the lakes, except such cruisers as shall be necessary to maintain order among the fisheries. But the credit for this wise arrangement does not belong to the councils at Toronto or Quebec, for the suggestions came from Washington. As the legislative councillors are appointed for life, they control enormous patronage, recommending all appointments to government positions and meeting any applicants for office who are outside the family ring, with the curt refusal that has become famous for its insolence, no one but a gentleman. Judges are appointed by favor, so are local magistrates, so are collectors at the different ports of entry. Smaller cities like Kingston are year after year refused incorporation, because incorporation would confer self-government, and that would oust members of the family compact who held positions in these places. Office holders are responsible to the Crown only, not to the people. Therefore, when Receiver-General Cadwell of Quebec does away with £96,000, or 2 years' revenue of Lower Canada, he accounts for the defalcation to his friends with the explanation of unlucky investments, and goes scot-free. Quebec is a French province, but appointments are made in England, so that out of £71,000 paid to its civil servants, £58,000 go to the English office holders, £13,000 to French. Out of £36,000 paid to judges, only £8,000 go to the French. And in Upper Canada, Ontario, it was even worse. In Quebec there was always the division of French against English, and Catholic against Protestant. But in Upper Canada, the family compact of councillors against commoners was a solid and unbroken ring. When the Assembly raises objections to some items of expense set down by the Council, writes Lieutenant Governor Simcoe in High Dudgeon, I will send the rascals, meaning the commoners, packing about their business, and he prorogues the House. Not all the governors and their lieutenants are foolishly blind to the faults of the system as Simcoe of Ontario. Sir John Sherbrooke of Quebec, who succeeds Drummond in Lower Canada, knows very well he is surrounded by a pack of thieves, but they are his counselors, appointed for life, and there he is, bound to abide by their advice. Nevertheless, he kicks over traces vigorously now and then, like the old war-horse that he is. The commissary general comes to him with word that 600 pounds is missing from the military chest, and he needs a warrant for search. "Search indeed!" roars Sir John. "There's not the slightest need. Wherever there is a robbery in your department, it is among yourselves. Go find it." Curious it is how good men reared in the old school, where the masses exist for the benefit of the classes, and the governed are to be allowed to exist only by favor of those who govern, curious how men fail to read the sign of the times. Colonel Tom Talbot's settlement in West Ontario has, by 1832, increased to 50,000 people, and the mad harum-scarum of court days is becoming an old man. Talbot has been a legislative councillor for life, but it is not on record that he ever attended the council in Toronto. Still he views with high disfavor this universal discontent with being governed. The secret meetings held to agitate for responsible government Tom Talbot regards as a pestilence, leading on to the worst disease from which humanity can suffer, namely democracy. The old bear stirs uneasily in his lair, as reports come in of louder and louder demands that the colony shall be permitted to govern itself. What would become of kings and colonels and land grants by special favor, if colonies governed themselves? Colonel Tom Talbot doffs his homespun and his coon cap, and he dons the satin ruffles of 25 years ago, and he mounts his steed, and he rides pompously forth to the marketplace of St. Thomas Town on St. George's Day of 1832. Bands play, flags wave, the country people from 20 miles round come riding to town. Banners inscribed with "Loyalty to the Constitution" are carried at the head of parades. The venerable old colonel is greeted with burst after burst of shouting as he comes prancing on horseback up the hill. The band plays "The British Grenadiers," the Highland bagpipes skirl a welcome. Then the old man mounts the rostrum and delivers a speech that ought to be famous as an exposition of good old Tory doctrine. "Some black sheep have slipped into my flock, and very black they are, and what is worse, they have got the rot, a distemper not known in this settlement till some I shall call for short rebels began their work of darkness under cover of organizing blanked cold water drinking societies, where they meet at night to communicate their poisonous schemes and circulate the infection and delude the unwary. Then they assumed a more daring aspect under mask of a grievance petition, which, when it was placed before me, I would not take the trouble to read, being aware it was trash founded on falsehood, fabricated to create discontent. At the end of a half-hour's tirade, of which these lines are a sample, the good old Tory raised his hands, and in the words of the Church's benediction blessed his people and prayed heaven to keep their minds untainted by sedition. Looking back less than a century, it is almost impossible to believe that the Colonel's speech, it cannot be called reasoning, was applauded to the echo and regarded as a masterly justification of people being governed, rather than governing themselves. Perhaps, after all, it was not so much the Constitution of Canada that caused the conflict as the clash between the old-time feudalism and the spirit of modern aggressive democracy. The United States fought this question out in 1776. Canada wrestled, it cannot be called a fight, the same question out in 1837. It is necessary to give one or two cases of individual persecution to understand how the disorders flamed to open rebellion. One Matthews, an officer of the 1812 war, living on a pension, had incurred the distrust of the governing ring by expressing sympathy with the agitators. Now, to be an agitator was bad enough in the eyes of the family compact, but for one of their own social circle to sympathize with the outsiders was snobocracy clique of the little city of 10,000 at Toronto, almost an unpardonable sin. Such sins were punished by social ostracism, by the grand dames of Toronto not inviting the officer's wife to social functions, by the families of the upper clique literally freezing the sinner's children out of the foremost circles of social life. Many a Canadian family is proud to trace lineage back to some old lady of this tempestuous period, whose only claim to recognition is that she waged pretty persecution against the heroes of Canadian progress. Now the annals of the times do not record that this special sinner's wife and children so suffered. At all events, Matthew's spirits were not cast down by social snobbery. He continued to sympathize with the agitators. The family compact bided their time, and their time came a few months later when a company of American actors came to Toronto. A band concert had been given. When the British national air struck up, all hats were off. Then someone called for Yankee Doodle, and in compliment to the visitors, when the American air struck up, Matthew shouted out for hats off. For this sin, the Legislative Council ordered the Lieutenant Governor to cut off Matthew's pension, and, to the everlasting shame of Sir Peregrine Maitland, the advice was taken, though Matthews had 27 years of service to his credit. Matthews appealed to England, and his pension was restored, so that in this case the family compact, for political reasons, was pretending to be more British than Great Britain. It was not to be the last occasion on which the loyalty cry was to be used as political dodge. The persecution of Robert Gourlay was yet more outrageous. He had come to Canada soon after the War of 1812, and in the course of collecting statistics for a book on the colony was quick to realize how Canada's progress was being literally gagged by the policy of the ruling clique. Gourlay attacked the local magistrates in the press. He pointed out that the land grants were notorious. He had advocated bombarding the evils from two sides at once, by appealing to the home government and by holding local conventions of protest. The pass to which things had come may be realized by the attitude of the council. It held that the colony must hold no communications with the imperial government except through the Governor-General. In other words, individual appeals not passing through the hands of the Legislative Council were to be regarded as illegal. It is sad to have to acknowledge that such a palpably dishonest measure was ever countenanced by people in their right minds. But the family compact went a step farther. It passed an order forbidding meetings to discuss public grievances. This part of Canada's story reads more like Russia than America, and shows to what length men will go when special privileges rather than equal rights prevail in a country. Gourlay met these infamous measures by penning some witty doggerel, headed, gagged gagged by Jingo. The editor in whose paper Gourlay's writings had appeared was arrested, and the offending sheet was compelled to suspend. Gourlay himself is arrested for sedition and libel at least 4 times, but each time the jury acquits him. At any cost the governing clique must get rid of this scribbling fellow, whose pen voices the rising discontent. An alien act, passed before the War of 1812, compelling the deportation of seditious persons, is revived. Under the terms of the act, Gourlay is arrested, tried, and sentenced to be exiled, but Gourlay declares he is not an alien. He is a British subject, and he refuses to leave the country. He is thrown in jail at Niagara, and for a year and a half left in a mouldy, close cell. One dislikes to write that this outrage on British justice was perpetrated under Chief Justice Powell, whose failure to obtain decisions from the jury in the Red River trials brought down such harsh criticism on the bench. At the end of 20 months, Gourlay is again hauled before the jury and sentenced to deportation on pain of death if he refuses. He was calmly asked if he had anything to say, if there was any reason why sentence should not be pronounced. Anything to say? Any reason why sentence should not be pronounced? From 1818 to 1820, Gourlay had been having things to say, had been giving good and sufficient reasons why sentence should not be pronounced. The question is repeated. Robert Gourlay, stand up. Have you anything to say? The court waits. Chief Justice Powell, bewigged and wearing his grandest manner, all unconscious that the scene is to go down to history with a blot of ignominy against his name, not Gourlay's. Gourlay's face twitches, and he breaks into shrieks of maniacal laughter. The petty persecutions of a provincial tyranny have driven a man who is true patriot out of his mind. As Gourlay drops out of Canada's story here, it may be added that the English government later pronounced the whole trial an outrage, and Gourlay was invited back to Canada. If at this stage a man had come to Canada as governor, big enough and just enough to realize that colonies had some rights, there might have been remedy, for this imperial government, eager to right the wrong, was misled by the legislative councillors, and all at sea as to the source of the trouble. While men were being actually driven out of Canada by the governing ring on the charge of disloyalty, the Colonel Minister of England was sending secret dispatches to the Governor-General, instructing him plainly that if independence was what Canada wanted, then the mother country, rather than risk a second war with the United States or press conclusions with Canada themselves, would willingly cede independence. It is as well to be emphatic and clear on this point. It was not the tyranny of England that caused the troubles of 1837. It was the dishonesty of the ruling rings at Quebec and Toronto, and this dishonesty was possible because of the Constitutional Act of 1791. Unfortunately, just when imperial statesmen of the modern school were needed, governors of the old school were appointed to Canada. After Sir John Sherbrooke came, the Duke of Richmond to Quebec, and his son-in-law, Sir Peregrine Maitland, as lieutenant governor to Ontario. Men of more courtly manners never graced the viceregal chairs of Quebec and Toronto. Richmond, who was some 50 years of age, had won notoriety in his early days by a duel with a prince of the blood royal, honor on both sides being satisfied by Richmond shooting away a curl from the royal brow. But presto, an Irish barrister takes up the quarrel by challenging Richmond to a second duel for having dared to fight a prince, and here Richmond satisfies claims of honor by a well-directed ball aimed to wound, not kill. Long years after, when the Duke became Viceroy of Ireland, the Irishman appeared at one of Richmond's state balls. "Ha!" laughed the barrister, "the last time we met, your grace gave me a ball." "Best give you a brace of 'em now," retorted the witty Richmond, and he sent his quondam foe invitation to 2 more balls. Richmond it was who gave the famous ball before the defeat of Napoleon at Waterloo. The story of his daughter's love match with Sir Peregrine Maitland is a piece with rest of the romance in Richmond's life. Richmond and Maitland had been friends in the army, but when the Duke began to observe that his daughter, Lady Sarah, and the younger man were falling in love, he thought to discourage the union with the poor man by omitting Maitland's name from invitation lists. When Lady Sarah came downstairs to a ball, she surmised that Maitland had not been invited, and, withdrawing from the assembled guests, drove to her lover's apartments. She married Maitland without her father's consent, but a reconciliation had been patched up. Father and son-in-law now came to Canada as governor and lieutenant governor. The military and social life of both unfitted them to appreciate the conditions of Canada. Socially both were the lions of the hour. A man and gentleman, Richmond was simply adored, and Quebec's love of all the pomp and monarchy was glutted to the full. No more distinguished governor ever played host in the old Chateau St. Louis, but as rulers, as pacifiers, as guides of the ship of state, Richmond and Maitland were dismal failures. To them Canada's demand for responsible government seemed the rallying cry of an impending republic. "We must overcome democracy or it will overcome us," pronounced Richmond. He failed to see that resistance to the demand for self-government would bring about the same results in Canada as resistance had brought about in the United States, and if he could not guess, for the thing was new in the world's history, that the grant of self-government would but bind the colony the closer to the motherland. It is sad to write of 2 such high-minded, well-intentioned rulers that the worst acts of misgovernment in Canada took place in their regime. End of section 44. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section number 45 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1820 to 1867, Part 2. Richmond's death was as unusual as his life. 2 accounts are given of the cause. One states that he permitted a pet dog to touch a cut in his face. The other account has it that he was bitten by a tame fox at a fair in Sorel, and the date of Richmond's death, late in August of 1819, exactly 2 months from the time he was bitten at Sorel, which is the length of time that hydrophobia takes to develop in a grown person, would seem to substantiate the latter story. He was traveling on horseback from Perth to Richmond on the Ottawa, and had complained of feeling poorly. A small stream had to be crossed. The sight of the stream brought the strange water delirium to Richmond, when he begged his attendants to take him quickly to Montreal. It needs scarcely to be explained here that hydrophobia is not caused by lack of water, but by contagious transmission. The feeling passed, as the first terrors of the disease are usually spasmodic, and the governor was proceeding through the woods with his attendants, when he suddenly broke away deliriously, leading them a wild race to a farm shed. There he died during the night, crying out as the lucid intervals broke the delirium of his agonies. For shame, Lennox! Richmond, be a man! Can you not bear it? Public affairs are meanwhile passing from bad to worse. William Lyon Mackenzie has become leader of the agitators in his newspaper, The Advocate, of Toronto. A band of young vandals, sons of the ruling clique, wreck his newspaper office and throw the type into Toronto Bay, but Mackenzie recovers $3,000 damages and goes on agitating. 4 times he is publicly expelled from the House, and 4 times he is returned by the electors. What they are asking, these agitators, branded as rebels, expelled from the Assembly, in some cases cast in prison by the councillors, in others threatened with death. Control of public revenues, reform in the land system, municipal rights for towns and cities, the exclusion of judges from Parliament, that the council be directly responsible to the people rather than the Crown. Since 1818 the reformers have been agitating to have wrongs righted, and for 19 years the clique has prevented official inquiry, gagged the press, bludgeoned conventions out of existence, and thrown leaders of opposition in prison. Mackenzie now makes the mistake of publishing in his papers a letter from the English radical Hume, advocating the freedom of Canada from the baneful domination of the mother country. At once, with a jingo whoop, the loyalty cry is emitted by the Family Compact. It is not this what they have been telling the governor from the first. These reformers are Republicans in disguise? By trickery and manipulation they swing the next election so that Mackenzie is defeated. From that moment Mackenzie's tone changed. It may be that, losing all hope of reform, he became a Republican. If this were treason, then the English ministers, who were advocating the same remedy, were guilty of the same treason. With Mackenzie, secretly and openly, are a host of sympathizers. Dr. Rolfe, Tom Talbot's old friend, come up from the London district to practice medicine in Toronto, and Van Egmond, who has helped to settle the Huron tract of the Canada Company, founded by John Galt, the novelist, and some 4,000 others whose names Mackenzie has on a list in his carpet-bag. All the autumn of 1837 Fitzgibbons, now commander of the troops in Toronto, hears vague rumors of farmers secretly drilling, of workmen extemporizing swords out of skies, of old soldiers furbishing up their arms of the 1812 war. What does it mean? Sir Francis Bondhead, the new governor of Ontario, refuses to believe his own ears. Neither does the Family Compact realize that there is any danger to their long tenure of power. They affect to sneer at those poor patriots of the plough, little dreaming that the rights which those poor patriots of the scythe swords are burning to defend will, by and by, be the pride of England's colonial system. The story of plot and counterplot cannot be told in detail here. It is too long. But on the night of Monday, December 4th, Toronto wakes up to a wild ringing of college bells. The rebel patriots have collected at Montgomery's Tavern outside Toronto and are advancing on the city. Poor Mackenzie's plans have gone all awry. 4,000 patriots have pledged themselves to assemble at the tavern on December 7th, but Dr. Rolfe, or some other friend in the city, sends word that the date has been discovered.
The only hope of seizing the city is for them to come sooner, and Mackenzie arrives at the tavern on December 3rd with only a few hundred followers, who have neither food nor firearms, and I doubt much if they had even definite plans. Of such there are no records. Before Van Egmond comes from Seaforth, doubt and dissension and distrust of success depress the insurgents, and it doesn't help their spirits any to have 4 Toronto scouts break through their lines in the dark and back again with word of their weakness, though they plant a fatal bullet neatly in the back of one poor loyalist. If they had advanced promptly on the 4th, as planned, they might have given Sir Francis Bond Head and Fitzgibbons a stiff tussle for possession of the city, for Toronto's defenders at this time numbered scarcely 300. But during the days Mackenzie's followers delayed north of Yonge Street, Allan McNab came up from Hamilton with more troops. By Wednesday the 6th, there were 1,200 Loyalist troops in Toronto, and noon of the 7th, out marches the Loyalist army by way of Yonge Street, bands playing, flags flying, horses prancing under Fitzgibbons and McNab. It was a warm, sunny day. From the windows of Yonge Street, women waved handkerchiefs and cheered. At street corners the rabble shouted itself hoarse, just as it would have cheered Mackenzie had he come down Yonge Street victorious. Mackenzie's sentries had warned the insurgents of the Loyalists' coming. Mackenzie was for immediate advance. Van Egmond thought it stark madness for 500 poorly armed men to meet 1,200 troopers in pitched battle. But it was too late now for stark madness to retreat. The Loyalist bands could be heard from Rosedale. The Loyalist bayonets could be seen glittering in the sun. Mackenzie posted his men a short distance south of the tavern in some woods, 150 on one side, on the road west of Yonge Street, 100 on the other side. The rest of the insurgents, being without arms, did not leave the rendezvous. In the confusion and haste the tragic mistake was made of leaving Mackenzie's carpet-bag with the list of patriots at the tavern. This gave the Loyalists a complete roster of the agitators' names. 15 minutes later it was all over with Mackenzie. The big guns of the Toronto troops shelled the woods, killing 1 patriot rebel and wounding 11, 4 fatally. In answer, only a clattering spatter of shots came from the rebel side. The patriots were in headlong fight with the mounted men of Toronto in pursuit. It was over with Mackenzie, but, as the sequence of events will show, it was not all over with the cause. A book of soldiers' yarns might be told of hairbreadth escapes, the aftermath of the rebellion. Knowing his side was doomed to defeat, Dr. Rolfe tried to escape from Toronto. He was stopped by a Loyalist sentry, but explained he was leaving the city to visit a patient. Farther on he had been arrested by a Loyalist picket, when luckily a young doctor who had attended Rolfe's medical lectures, all unconscious of Mackenzie's plot, vouched for his loyalty. Riding like a madman all that night, Rolfe reached Niagara and escaped to the American frontier. A reward of £1,000 had been offered for Mackenzie, dead or alive. He had waited only till his followers fled, when he mounted his big bay horse and galloped for the woods, pursued by Fitzgibbons' men. The big bay carried him safely to the country, where he wandered openly for 4 days. It speaks volumes for the staunch fidelity of the country people to the cause which Mackenzie represented, that during these wanderings he was unbetrayed, spite of the £1,000 reward. Finally, he too succeeded in crossing Niagara. Van Egmond was captured north of Yonge Street, but died from disease contracted in his prison cell before he could be tried. Laut, another
of the leaders had succeeded in reaching Long Point, Lake Erie. With a fellow patriot, a French voyageur, and a boy, he started to cross Lake Erie in an open boat. It was wintry, stormy weather. For 2 days and 2 nights the boat tossed, a plaything of the waves, the drenching spray freezing as it fell, till the craft was almost ice-logged. For food they had brought only a small piece of meat, and this had frozen so hard that their numbed hands could not break it. Weakening at each oar-stroke, they had at last saw the south shore of Lake Erie rise on the skyline. But before the close-muffled refugees had dared to hope for safety on the American side, a strong south wind had sprung up that drove the boat back across the lake towards Grand River. To remain exposed longer meant certain death. They landed, were mistaken for smugglers, and thrown into jail, where Laut was at once recognized. In West Ontario one Dr. Durham had acted as Mackenzie's lieutenant. Allan McNab had come west with 600 men to suppress the rebellion. Realizing the hopelessness of further resistance, Durham had tried to save his men by ordering them to disperse to their homes. He himself, with his white horse, took to the woods where he lay in hiding all day, and it was a Canadian December, and foraged at night for berries and roots. Judge Ermatinger gives the graphic story of Durham's escape. Starvation drove him to the house of a friend. The friend was out, and when the wife asked who he was, Durham laid his revolver on the table and made answer, "I am Durham, and I must have food." Here he lay disguised so completely with nightcap, nightdress, and all, as the visiting grandmother of the family, that loyalists who saw his white horse and came in to search the house looked squarely at the recumbent figure beneath the bedclothes and did not recognize him. Durham at last reached his sister's home near London. "Don't you know me?" he asked, standing in the open door, waiting for her recognition. In the few weeks of exposure and pursuit his hair had turned snow-white. His friend suggested that he cross to the American frontier dressed as a woman, and the disguise was so perfect, curls of his sister's hair bobbing from beneath his bonnet, that 2 loyalist soldiers gallantly escorted the lady's sleigh across unsafe places in the ice. Durham waited till he was well on the American side, and his escorts on the way back to Sarnia. Then he emitted a yell over the back of the cutter. "Go tell your officers you have just helped Dr. Durham across." Having lost the fight for a cause which events have since justified, it is not surprising that the patriots on the American frontier now lost their heads. They formed organizations from Detroit to Vermont for the invasion of Canada and the establishment of a republic. These bands were known as hunters' lodges. Rolfe and Durham repudiated connection with them, but Mackenzie was head and heart for armed invasion from Buffalo. Space forbids the story of these raids. They will fill a book with such thrilling tales as made up the border wars of Scotland. The tumultuous year of 1837 closed with the burning of the Caroline. Mackenzie had taken up quarters on Navy Island in Niagara River. The Caroline, an American ship, was being employed to convey guns and provisions to the insurgents' camp. On the Canadian side of the river camped Allan McNab, with 2,500 Loyalist troops. Looking across the river with field glasses, McNab sees the boat landing field guns on Navy Island for Mackenzie. "I say," exclaims the future Sir Allan, "this won't do. Can't you cut that vessel out, Drew?" addressing a young officer. "Nothing easier," answers Drew. "Do it then," orders McNab. In spite of the fact nothing was easier,
Drew's men came near disaster on their midnight escapade. The river below Navy Island was 3 miles wide, and only a mile and a half from the rapids above the falls, with a current like a mill race. Secretly 7 boats, with 4 men in each, set out at 11:30. A few friends on the river bank wishing Drew Godspeed. Out from shore Drew draws his boats together, and tells the men the perilous task they have to do. If anyone wishes to go back, let him do so now. Not a man speaks. Halfway across, firing from the island drives 2 of the boats back. The rest get under shadow from the bright moonlight and go on. The roar of the falls now become deafening, and some of the rowers call out they are being drawn down the center of the river astern. Drew fastens his eyes on a light against the American shore to judge of their progress. For a moment, though the men were rowing with all their might, the light ashore and the boats in mid-river seemed to remain absolutely still. Finally the boats gained an oar's length, then a mighty pull, and all forge ahead. A strip of land hides approach to the Caroline. The Canadian boatmen lie in hiding till the moon goes down, then glide in on the Caroline, when Drew mounts the decks. 3 unarmed men are found on the shore side. Drew orders them to land. One fires point blank. Drew slashes him down with a single saber cut. The rest of the crew are roused from sleep and sent ashore. The Caroline is set on fire in 4 places. She is moored to the shore ice. Axes chop her free. She is adrift. Drew, the last to jump from her flaming decks to his place in the small boats. The flames are seen from the Canadian side, and huge bonfires light up the Canadian shore. By their gleam Drew steers back for McNab's army, and is welcomed with cheers that split the welkin. Slowly the flaming vessel drifted down the channel to the falls. Suddenly the lights went out. The Caroline had either sunk on a reef or gone over the falls. 1 man had been killed on the decks. As the vessel was American and had been raided in American ports, the episode raised an international dispute that might in another mood have caused war. Laut and Matthews pay for the rebellion on the gallows, upon which the imperial government expressed regret that the Toronto executive found such severity necessary. Later, when the Hunters' Lodges raid Prescott, and Van Schultz, the Polish leader, with 9 others, is executed at Kingston, a great revulsion of feeling takes place against the family compact. The execution of the patriots did more for their cause than all their efforts of 20 years. The Canadian people had supported the agitators up to the point of armed rebellion. That gave British blood pause, for the Britisher reveres the law next to God. But when the governing ring began to glut its vengeance under cloak of loyalty, that was another matter. After the execution of Laut and Matthews, the family compact could scarcely count a friend outside its own circle in Upper Canada. It is worth remembering that the young lawyer who defended Van Schultz in the trial at Kingston was John A. Macdonald, who later took foremost part in framing a new constitution for Canada. End of section 45. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Section 46 of Canada, the Empire of the North. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Canada, the Empire of the North by Agnes C. Laut. From 1820 to 1867, Part 3. Affairs had gone faster in Quebec. There the rebellion almost became war. Papineau was leader of the agitators. Papineau, fiery, impetuous, eloquent, followed by the bold boys in the bonnets blue, marching the streets of Montreal singing revolutionary songs and planting liberty trees. In Lower Canada, too, things have come to the pass where the agitators advocate armed resistance. From the first, in Quebec, the struggle has waged round two questions, the exclusion of the French from the Council, and the right of the colony to spend its own revenues, but boiled down the 92 resolutions of 1834, and the demands of the agitators in Lower Canada are the same as in Upper Canada, for complete self-government. A dozen clashes of authority lead up to the final outbreak. For instance, the House elects Papineau, the agitator, Speaker. The Governor-General refuses to recognize him, and Parliament is dissolved. Failing to obtain redress by constitutional methods, the agitators now advocate the right of a colony to abolish government unsuited to it. The Constitutional Party takes alarm and organizes volunteers. Papineau's party, early in 1837, began violently advocating that all French magistrates resign their commissions from the English government. On Richelieu River and up in two mountains, north of Montreal, are the strongholds of the agitators, where men had been drilling, and the boys in the bonnets blue rioting through the villages to the great scandal of parish priests. There were riots in Montreal early in November of 1837, and the Sons of Liberty are chased through the town. Then in the third week of November, a troop of Montreal cavalry is sent to St. John's to arrest 3 agitators, who have been threatening a magistrate for refusing to resign his commission. The agitators are arrested and handcuffed, and at 3 in the morning the troops are moving along across country towards Longueuil with the prisoners in a wagon, when suddenly 300 armed men rise on either side of the road to the fore. Shots are exchanged. In the confusion, the prisoners jump from the wagon. This is not resistance to authority. It is open rebellion. Papineau entrusts the management of affairs in St. Eustache, north of Montreal, to Giraud, a Swiss, and to Dr. Chenier, a local patriot. Papineau himself and Dr. Nelson and O'Callaghan are down on the Richelieu at St. Denis. Take the Richelieu region first. Colonel Gore is to strike up the river southward to St. Denis. Colonel Wetherill is to cross country from Montreal and strike down the river north to St. Charles, thus hemming in the insurgents between Gore on the north and himself on the south. There are 800 rebels at St. Denis, 150 armed, and 1,200 at St. Charles. Papineau and O'Callaghan, for safety's sake, slip across the line to Swanton in Vermont. One could wish that, having led their faithful followers up to the sticking point of stark madness, the agitators had remained shoulder to shoulder with the brave fellows on the field. Colonel Gore came from Montreal by boat to the mouth of the Richelieu. At 7:30 on the night of November 22nd, 250 troopers landed to march up the Richelieu road to St. Denis. Rain turning to sleet was falling in a deluge. The roads were swimming knee-deep in slush. Bridges had been cut, and in the darkness the Loyalists had to diverge to fording places, which lengthened out the march 24 miles. At St. Denis was Dr. Nelson with the agitators in a 3-story stone house, windows bristling with muskets. By dawn, Papineau and O'Callaghan had fled, and at 9 o'clock came Colonel Gore's Loyalist troops.
exhausted from the march, soaked to the skin, their water-sagged clothes freezing in the cold wind. The Loyalists went into the fight unfed, and with a whoop, but it is not surprising that the peppering of bullets from the windows drove the troopers back, and Gore's bugles sounded retreat. Unaware of Gore's defeat, one Lieutenant Weir has been sent across country with dispatches. He is captured and bound, and, in a futile attempt to escape, shot and stabbed to death. Wetherell comes down the river from Chambly with 300 men. He finds St. Charles village protected by outworks of felled trees, and the houses are literally loopholed with muskets. But Wetherell has brought cannon along, and the cannon begin to sing on November 25th. Then Wetherell's men charge through the little village with levelled bayonets. The poor habitants scatter like frightened sheep. They surrender. 100 perish. It is estimated that on both sides 300 are wounded, though some English writers give the list of wounded as low as 40. Messengers gallop with news of the patriots' defeat at St. Charles to Dr. Nelson at St. Denis. The habitants fled to their homes. Nelson was left without a follower. He escaped to the woods, and for 2 weeks wandered in the forests of the boundary, exposed to cold and hunger, not daring to kindle a fire that would betray him, afraid to let himself sleep for fear of freezing to death. He was captured near the Vermont line and carried prisoner to Montreal. And still worse fared the fortunes of war with the patriots north of Montreal. Their defense and defeat were almost pitiable in childish ignorance of what war might mean. Boys' marbles had been gathered together for bullets. Scythes were carried as swords, and old flintlocks that had not seen service for 20 years were taken down from the chimney places. With their bonnets blue hanging down their backs, rusty firearms over their shoulders, and the village fiddler leading the march, 1,000 Sons of Liberty had paraded the streets of St. Eustache, singing, rollicking, speechifying, unconscious as children playing war that they were dancing to ruin above a volcano. Chenier, the beloved country doctor, is their leader. Giraud, the Swiss, has come up to show them how to drill. They take possession of a newly built convent. Then on Sunday, the 3rd of December, comes word of the defeat down on the Richelieu. The moderate men plead with Chenier to stop now before it is too late, but Chenier will not listen. He knows the cause is right, and with the credulity or faith of a simple child hopes some mad miracle will win the day. Still he is much moved. Tears stream down his face. Then on December 14th the church bells ring a crazy alarm. The troops are coming, 2,000 of them from Montreal under Sir John Colborne, the governor. The insurgent army melts like frost before the sun. Less than 100 men stand by poor Chenier. At 11:30 the troops sweep in at both ends of the village at once. Giraud, the Swiss commander, suicides in panic flight. Cooped up in the church steeple with the flames mounting closer round them and the troopers whooping jubilantly outside, Chenier and his 80 followers call out, "We are done! We are sold! Let us jump!" Chenier jumps from the steeple, is hit by the flying bullets, and perishes as he falls. His men cower back in the flaming steeple, till it falls with a crash into the burning ruins. Amid the ash heap are afterwards found the corpses of 72 patriots. The troopers take 100 prisoners in the region, then set fire to all houses where Loyalist flags are not waved from the windows. Matters have now come to such an outrageous pass that the British government can no longer ignore the fact that colony has been goaded to desperation by the misgovernment of the ruling clique. Lord Durham is appointed special commissioner with extraordinary powers to proceed to Canada and investigate the whole subject of colonial government. One may guess that the ruling clique were prepared to take possession of the new commissioner and prime him with facts favorable to their side. But Durham was not a man to be monopolized by any faction. When he arrived in May of 1838, he quickly gave proof that he would follow his own counsels and choose his own counselors. His first official declaration was practically an act of amnesty to the rebels, 8 only of the leading prisoners, among them Dr. Nelson, being punished for banishment to Bermuda, the rest being simply expelled from Canada. This act was tantamount to a declaration that the rebels possessed some rights and had suffered real grievances, and the government rings in both Toronto and Quebec took furious offense. Complaints against Durham poured into the English colonial office. Complaints, oddly enough, that he had violated the spirit of the English Constitution by sentencing subjects of the Crown without trial. Though everyone knew that in Canada's turbulent condition, trial by jury was impossible, Durham's political foes in England took up the cry. In addition to political complaints were grudges against Durham for personal slight, and it must be confessed that the haughty Earl had ridden roughshod over all the petty prejudice and little dignities of the colonial magnates. The upshot was, Durham resigned in high dudgeon and sailed for England in November of 1838. On his way home he dictated to his secretary, Charles Buller, the famous report which is to Canada what the Magna Charta is to England or the Declaration of Independence to the United States. Without going into detail, it may be said that it recommended complete self-government for the colonies. As disorders had again broken out in Canada, the English government hastened to embody the main recommendations of Durham's report in the Union Act of 1840, which came into force a year later. By it, Upper and Lower Canada were united on a basis of equal representation each, though Quebec's population was 600,000 to Ontario's 500,000. The colonies were to have the entire management of their revenues and civil lists. The government was to consist of an upper chamber appointed by the Crown for life, a representative assembly, and the governor with a cabinet of advisers responsible to the assembly. In all, more than 700 arrests had been made in Quebec province. Of these, all were released but some 130, and the state trials resulted in sentence of banishment against 50, death to 12. In modern days it is almost impossible to realize the degree of fanatical hatred generated by this half-century of misgovernment. Declared one of the governing clique's official newspapers in Montreal, peace must be maintained, even if we make the country a solitude. French Canadians must be swept from the face of the earth. The empire must be respected, even at the cost of the entire French-Canadian people. With such sentiments openly uttered, one may surely say that the Constitutional Act of 1791 turned back the pendulum of Canada's progress 50 years, and it certainly took 50 more years to eradicate the bitterness generated by the era of misgovernment. With the Upper and Lower Canadas united in a federation of 2 provinces, it was a foregone conclusion that all parts of British North America must sooner or later come into the fold. It would be hard to say from whom the idea of a federation of all the provinces first sprang. Purely a theory, the idea may be traced back as early as 1791. The truth is, Destiny, Providence, or whatever we like to call that great stream of concurrent events which carries men and nations out to the ocean highway of a larger life, forced British North America into the Confederation of 1867. In the first place, while the Union worked well in theory, it was exceedingly difficult in practice. Ontario and Quebec had equal representation. One was Protestant, the other Catholic, one French, the other English. Deadlocks, or, to use the slang of the street, even tugs of war, were inevitable and continual. All Ontario had to do to thwart Quebec, or Quebec had to do to thwart Ontario, was stand together and keep the vote solid. Coalition ministries proved a failure. In the second place, Ontario was practically dependent on the customs duties collected at Quebec ports of entry for a provincial revenue. The goods might be billed for Ontario, Quebec collected the tax. Ontario was also dependent on Quebec for access to the sea. Which province was to pay for the system of canals being developed and the deepening of the St. Lawrence? Then the Oregon Treaty of 1846 had actually brought a cloud of war on the horizon. In case of war, there was the question of defense. Then railways had become a very live question. Quebec wanted connection with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. How was the cost of a railroad to be apportioned? Red River was agitating for freedom from fur trade monopoly. How were railways to be built to Red River? Ontario's population in 20 years jumped past the million mark. Was it fair that her million people should have only the same number of representatives as Quebec with her 500,000? Reformers of Ontario, voiced by George Brown of the Globe, called for rep by pop, representation by population. Civil war was raging in the United States, threatening to tear the Union to tatters. Why? Because the balance of power had been left with the states' governments, and not enough authority centralized in the federal government. The lesson was not lost on struggling Canada. England's declaration of free trade brought the colonies face to face with the need of some united action to raise revenue by tariff. Then the Hudson's Bay Company's license of monopoly over the fur trade of the West was nearing expiration. Should the license be renewed for another 20 years, or should Canada take over Red River as a new province, which was the wish of the people both east and west? And if Canada did buy out the Hudson's Bay Company's vested rights, who was to pay down the cost? Lastly was John A. Macdonald, the young lawyer who had pleaded the defense of the Patriot trials at Kingston in 1838, now a leading politician of the United Canadas, weary of the hopeless deadlocks between Ontario and Quebec. With almost a sixth sense of divination in reading the signs of the times in the trend of events, John A. Macdonald saw that Canada's one hope of becoming a national power lay in union, confederation. The same thing was seen by other leaders of the day, by all that grand old guard known as the Fathers of Confederation, sent from the different provinces to the conference at Quebec in October of 1864. There the outline of what is known as the British North America Act was drafted, in the main but the amplification of Durham's scheme, made broad enough to receive all the provinces whenever they might decide to come into confederation. The delegates then go back to be endorsed by their provinces. By some provinces the scheme is rejected. Newfoundland is not yet part of Canada, but by 1867 confederation is an accomplished fact. By 1871, the new Dominion has bought out the rights of the Hudson's Bay Company in the west, and Manitoba joins the eastern provinces. By 1885, a railway links British Columbia with Nova Scotia. By 1905, the great hunting field of the Saskatchewan prairies has been divided into two new provinces, Saskatchewan and Alberta, each larger than France. Such is barest outline of Canada's past. What of the future for this empire of the North? That future is now in the making. It lies in the hands of the men and women who are living today. In the past, Canada's makers dreamed greatly, and they dared greatly, and they took no heed of impossibles, and they spent without stint of blood and happiness for high aim. When Canada lost ground in the progress of the nations, as in the corrupt days of Bigot's rule during the French regime, or the equally corrupt days of the Family Compact after the conquest, it was because the altar fires of her ideals were allowed to burn low. It has been said that the past is but a rear light marking the back trail of the ship's passage. Say rather it is the searchlight on the ship's prow, pointing the way over the waters. Today Canada is the very vanguard of the nations. Her wheat fields fill the granaries of the world, and to her ample borders come the peoples of earth ends, bringing tribute not of incense and frankincense as of old, but of manhood and strength, of push and lift, of fire and hope and enthusiasm, and the daring that conquers all the difficulties of life, bringing, too, all the outworn vices of an old world, all the vicious instincts of the powers that prey in the underworld. Canada's prosperity is literally overflowing from a cornucopia of superabundant plenty. Will her constitution, wrested from political and civil strife, will her moral stamina, bred from the heroism and a heroic past, stand the strain, the tremendous strain of the new conditions? Will she assimilate the strange new peoples, strange in thought and life and morals, coming to her borders? Will she eradicate their vices like the strong body of a healthy constitution throwing off disease? Or will she be poisoned by the toxins of vicious traits inherited from centuries of vicious living? Will she remake the men, regenerate the aliens coming to her hearth fire, or will they drag her down to their degeneracy? Above all, will she stand the strain, the tremendous strain of prosperity and the corruption that is attendant on prosperity? Queen Sab, let her answer who can, and the question is best answered by watching the criminal calendar. Is the percentage of convictions as certain, as relentless as under the old regime? What manner crimes is growing up in the land? And the question may be answered, too, by watching whether the press and platform and pulpit stand as everlasting and relentless for sharp demarcation between right and wrong, for the sharp demarcation between truth, plain truth, and intentional mendacity as under the regime of the old hard days. When political life grows corrupt, it is now cleansed or condoned. Let each Canadian answer for himself. If the altar fires of Canada's ideals again burn low, again she will lag in the progress of the world's great builders. End of section 46. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. End of Canada, the Empire of the North, by Agnes C. Laut.